Chapter 921 8 million years old. Chapter 921 8 million years old. Long Hao and Han Yu waved their dharmic powers and struck the black mist, wanting to disperse it. However, their dharmic powers were neutralized. They could only watch as Qin Ling was drowned by the black aura. Then, it instantly disappeared along with Qin Ling. What's happening? Han Yu frowned and panicked. Qin Ling was the grand disciple he had watched grow up, the person he doted on the most. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Long Hao looked at the ancient desolate and said, Qin Ling should have been captured. We can only barge in and take a look. Han Yu immediately rushed into the ancient desolate without hesitation. Long Hao followed closely behind. The two of them rushed into the ancient desolate and disappeared into the boundless mist. The great Dao Tower slowly advanced in the endless void. The cities and islands in all directions seemed to be protecting them with a magnificent aura. In the tower, Zhou Fan stood in front of a huge bronze mirror. Mo Fuqiu stood beside him. The scene in the mirror was the ancient desolate. Mo Fuqiu asked, "What have you been looking at in the ancient desolate for the past few days?" Zhou Fan came back to his senses and smiled. From the outside, there doesn't seem to be anything special about the ancient desolate. However, for tens of thousands of years, geniuses often disappeared near the ancient desolate. With my talent, I'm afraid I'll disappear if I go. Mo Fuqiu rolled his eyes. This fellow was so arrogant. What kind of prodigy are you compared to your master? Mo Fuqiu said angrily. He deliberately emphasized the word, master. Zhou Fan immediately felt awkward. He had hidden his relationship with Han Ju in the past, making Mo Fuqiu very unhappy. Now, he often used this matter to mock him. Zhou Fan coughed. I'm indeed nothing compared to master, but I'm indeed a prodigy compared to the chaotic lifeforms. Although I'm summoned by the Heavenly Emperor this time, I still have to be careful. I keep feeling that something big is about to happen. Mo Fuqiu asked curiously, does your master know about this? Zhou Fan said, of course I know, but his target is the ancient desolate divine spirit. Right now is the time for us small soldiers to play. When our battle ends will be the time for peerless mighty figures like them to decide the winner. He talked about the past few heavenly Dao calamities and how Han Ju had turned the tide. Mo Fuqiu sighed. He's still the same person. Back then, when the Jade Pure Sacred Sect fought with the cult, he didn't take the initiative to attack. He only attacked when the enemy reached the mountain gate. Zhou Fan nodded. Although I disagree with this method, from Master's point of view, he only wants to cultivate in peace. It's all others who cause trouble for him. It's already very good that he makes a move. Zhou Fan shook his head and laughed. Mo Fuqiu asked, you mean that Han Ju will only attack when the ancient desolate divine spirit reaches the heavenly Dao? Zhou Fan nodded. That's right. So before that, it's time for us to show off. It's not only the heavenly Dao that wants to deal with the ancient desolate. The mighty figures of the chaos have such ambitions, even that dark forbidden lord. In my opinion, the ancient desolate divine spirit might not be able to reach the heavenly Dao. Master also predicted this outcome, so he doesn't care. Mo Fuqiu felt that it made sense. Time passed quickly. In the Taoist temple, 3 lines of words appeared in front of Han Ju, who was meditating. Detected that you are 8 million years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and annex the 7 supreme rules. You can obtain a great Dao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a heavenly Dao spirit stone. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Dao fragment, a primordial fragment, and a creation spirit stone. Annex the 7 supreme rules. Han Ju shook his head. Wasn't that courting death? Ancestor Tian Shu wanted to do this, but he was stopped by Laozi. Would a Dao creator make a move if he tried to do the same? How could the 9th chaos sit by and watch others devour its chaos? Han Ju silently chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a great Dao fragment, a primordial fragment, and a creation spirit stone. He began a new round of primordial fragment collection. Han Ju still looked forward to it. He took out the creation spirit stone and fused it with a ball of Phi and celestial Qi. Then, he paid attention to the primordial world. The Phi and celestial Qi could nurture chaotic Phi and celestials, to begin with, but the reproduction cycle was long. However, the nurturing speed of the Phi and celestial Qi had become faster and faster ever since he became the ultimate origin Phi and celestial. Han Ju could already sense their vitality. Perhaps I can save the creation spirit stones in the future, Han Ju thought silently. Plans couldn't keep up with changes. The Phi and celestial army was no longer that important, but this was also the best outcome. If Hanju needed to rely on the power of the Fian Celestial Army, it meant that he was already weaker in a desperate situation. The 3,000 Fian Celestials were still useful. They would help him control the primordial chaos and protect the heavenly Tao in the future. The current primordial world was extremely vast. It would catch up to the chaos sooner or later. However, the primordial world was independent of his soul and still could not jump out of the chaos. If he wanted to surpass the chaos, the primordial world and the chaos would probably face each other sooner or later. However, that was in the future. He had to become stronger first. Hanju suddenly thought of Wanzher's million-year birthday and immediately sent a voice transmission to him. Soon, Han Huang came to his Taoist temple and bowed. Father, the commotion in the chaos is becoming greater and greater. I heard that the ancient desolate divine spirit wants to flatten the heavenly Tao. The chaos is discussing who is stronger between you and the ancient desolate divine spirit. What do you think? Han Huang asked excitedly. Clearly, he had learned about the chaos through the great Tao door. The divine robe Taoist was really talkative. This was also good. It was also a good thing that Han Huang could understand the chaos in advance. Han Ju said, I don't care. We'll see when we fight. Han Huang added, I heard that many geniuses of the chaos were captured by the ancient desolate, including a heavenly Tao sage. By the way, one of your descendants was also captured. The divine robe Taoist told me. He said that his name is Han Yu. Yes, Han Yu. Han Ju frowned. Although he usually ignored Han Yu, this was still his descendant and a sage he supported. How could he sit by and watch? He checked his interpersonal relationships and discovered that Han Yu's portrait was still there. He checked his emails again. Not only Han Yu, Qin Ling, Long Hao, Zhou Fan, and Mo Fucho were also captured. Your disciple Long Hao was possessed by your enemy, the ancient desolate divine spirit. His will has been sealed. It was the same email. Just like Tao Sovereign, what did the ancient desolate divine spirit want? Did he really want to command the chaotic prodigies to fight for him? Han Ju asked in his mind, will the ancient desolate divine spirit kill them after possessing the prodigies? 100 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No, indeed. The ancient desolate divine spirit wanted to control and be the lord of chaos. He naturally could not kill all the chaotic prodigies. Han Ju wasn't afraid. He could use the system's absolute purification to release them. Father, what are you thinking? Are you going to deal with the ancient desolate divine spirit? When? Where? I want to watch the battle. Han Huang asked excitedly. How impressive would that be if the ancient desolate divine spirit that terrified the great Tao sages died under his father's hands? Chapter 922 Battle of the Ancient Desolate. Chapter 922 Battle of the Ancient Desolate. I didn't say that I wanted to fight. The ancient desolate divine spirit is indeed powerful. I still have to cultivate for a while before I can fight it. Han Ju shook his head. He thought for a moment and instructed, you can't reveal this matter. The enemy has already threatened me. Let me consider it. I'm stalling for time. If you reveal my intentions, no one can stop them when the enemy comes. Do you understand? Han Huang nodded. I'm not a fool. I know what to say and what not to say. Han Ju was relieved. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Han Huang asked, Father, this time, do you have to wait until the enemy reaches the heavenly Tao before you make a move if the chaotic mighty figures can't stop it? Han Ju frowned. Why do you say that? Those great Tao sages said that you won't leave the heavenly Tao. You have to wait until you have no choice before attacking. Han Ju frowned even harder when he heard this. Why did he smell a trap? He pinched his fingers to deduce. Indeed, a group of living beings was stirring up trouble. They said that the divine might heavenly sage would only attack when he was attacked. These living beings had all been to the ancient desolate and were most likely being controlled by the ancient desolate divine spirit. Could it be that the ancient desolate divine spirit wanted to provoke him to attack early? It was very likely. It seemed that this ancient desolate divine spirit was not stupid. After all, Han Ju's Tao field could not be spied on. There was clearly something fishy. Don't care about what others say. I'll teach you something today. If what you heard was deliberately spread by the enemy, what do you think will happen? Han Ju asked meaningfully. Han Huang immediately frowned. He tried to think. If it were him, he would definitely not be able to take it and would directly seek revenge from the ancient desolate divine spirit. It was an eye-opener for him to scheme against the enemy like this. How could he expect to scheme against the enemy through others? He was still not strong enough. What were these schemes as long as he was powerful enough? Han Huang's eyes became firm. He looked at Han Ju and said, Father, I will definitely sweep away all the powerful enemies for you when I reach the supreme realm. Whoever dares to say that they're not convinced will die. Hanju smiled, I believe in your filial piety. I called you here today because you're about to turn 1,000,000 years old. What wish do you have? I've never satisfied you since you were young. Han Huang's eyes lit up. What about Qinger? Hanju shook his head. Then if you satisfy me, won't Qinger be even more unhappy? I can feel that my potential gives her a lot of pressure. If you favor me, she will be even more unhappy. Why don't you satisfy her wish? Don't mention the 1,000,000-year birthday and directly reward us. Then, pretend that you suddenly remembered I'm already 1,000,000 years old, Han Huang said seriously, making Hanju very glad. No matter how strong Han Huang was, he would always care about Han Qinger. Hanju was naturally glad that the siblings were so close. Hanju smiled. Call Qinger in. All right. Han Huang immediately turned around. Hanju suddenly realized that he had indeed neglected his daughter. Back then, when his daughter was born, she was like a treasure. But later, after Han Huang was born, his attention was diverted. He was really not a good father. No, that's not true. He had spent 20 years watching his daughter grow up. How could parents still pay attention to their daughter after she grew up? Hanju consoled himself. Even if he was not the best father, he was definitely not a bad father. He had given Han Qinger care that surpassed all living beings. Hanju began to check his emails and waited for his children to arrive. Not long after, Han Qinger and Han Huang arrived. Father. The two of them bowed together. Han Qinger looked excited and expectant. Her father rarely called her. Could there really be something good? Hanju smiled. My cultivation has improved greatly. I'm in a good mood and have decided to satisfy each of your wishes. What do you want? Han Qinger was pleasantly surprised and couldn't help but look at her brother. Han Huang smiled and said, Qinger, tell me. I'll give you my wish. Then don't regret it. Han Qinger chuckled and did not stand on ceremony. Han Huang smiled and nodded. Han Qinger turned to look at Hanju and said, Father, I want to go out and travel the chaos. Are you coming with me? Han Huang said, I'll go with her. Hanju showed a frown. He asked in his mind, if I let Han Qinger and Han Huang out, will they be captured by a Tao creator? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Hanju secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as he was not targeted by a Tao creator. Tisk tisk, even Han Huang's potential could not attract a Tao creator. What kind of existence was a Tao creator? What kind of vision did he have? Hanju said in a low voice, recently, the ancient desolate and the heavenly Tao have been in trouble. Even if you go out, you can't go to the ancient desolate. Don't cause trouble for me. If you are captured by the ancient desolate divine spirit and used to threaten me, I won't save you. At most, I'll make another son and daughter. Han Qinger had heard about the ancient desolate from Han Huang. She hurriedly promised, we definitely won't go there. I just want to see the chaos. If there's really no way, let us out of the Tao field. We'll stay in the universe of stars, all right. Hanju said in a low voice, that's feasible. He looked at Han Huang. You can't pester Zhang Jushi endlessly. Don't bully him now that your cultivation level has already surpassed his. I understand. Who do you think I am? Han Huang retorted angrily. His father always thought that he was reckless and unreasonable. Hanju smiled. The siblings were about to go out today, so he waved his hand to send them out. After his children left, Hanju left a wisp of his will to keep an eye on them. Then, he closed his eyes and started cultivating. Cultivation was the most important. In a dark cave, the evil heavenly emperor was circulating his energy to heal his injuries. The war Buddha was in front of him, waiting. The evil heavenly emperor did not even open his eyes as he said, let's rest first. Ancestor Tian Shu was severely injured. The ancient desolate divine spirit is also restrained by my help. Now, we have to hurry up and recover our dharmic powers. The war Buddha sat down and circulated his energy to heal his injuries. He asked, Your Majesty, who attacked earlier? A great Tao sage. There seems to be more than one. The evil heavenly emperor smiled. A great Tao sage in an existence that surpasses the great Tao sage realm. Otherwise, why would I dare to lead so many geniuses to the ancient desolate? The geniuses are only bait. Destroying Ancestor Tian Shu and the ancient desolate divine spirit is the goal. Kill them and those trapped geniuses will naturally be fine. The war Buddha was enlightened. The evil heavenly emperor opened his eyes and said, there must be a huge opportunity in this ancient desolate. Otherwise, it's impossible for the ancient desolate divine spirit to create endless Tao devils. The heavenly court will definitely rise if we obtain this opportunity and create endless Tao devils as heavenly soldiers, he said excitedly. The War Buddha's eyes lit up. So His Majesty was targeting the Tao devils. Those Tao devils are indeed impressive. The War Buddha sighed. The evil heavenly emperor closed his eyes and said faintly, prepare well. Soon, the ancient desolate will shatter. The unknown existence will attack. It depends on whether the ancient desolate divine spirit can withstand it. Chapter 923 Heavenly Sages Pressure. Chapter 923 Heavenly Sages Pressure. Time passed quickly. 100,000 years later. Han Ju opened his eyes. Han Huang and Han Qinger returned after playing in the universe of stars for a few years. They got to know Zhang Jushi and Liu Bei during this time. The first batch of connate lifeforms began to be born in the universe of stars, making them a feast for the eyes. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Han Ju didn't care about the living beings in the universe of stars. He left them to Liu Bei. In the past, he wanted Qingluaner to take over, but he discovered that she was not interested in this matter. She was more like a salted fish and did not want to shoulder too much burden. Han Ju simply handed it all to Liu Bei. HMPH. Han Ju exhaled and stood up. Then, he went to the Taoist temple in the 100-peak Immortal River, jumped to the 33rd heaven, and entered the Universal Hall. Han Ju's arrival alerted Heavenly Venerate Zondu, who immediately sent a voice transmission to the other sages calling them. Over. Han Ju sat beside Heavenly Venerate Zondu and the two of them began to chat. Heavenly Venerate Zondu began to talk after the other sages arrived. Although some sages did not come, the number was still impressive. There were still more than 40. The ancient desolate has been in chaos during this period of time. Some mighty figures have slaughtered their way into the ancient desolate for their genius disciples. Some powerful forces also sent troops, including the chaotic heavenly court and life. According to the reply of the sage in charge of investigating the ancient desolate, 3,000 years ago, a mysterious mighty figure attacked and split the ancient desolate into two with a palm. Heavenly Venerate Zondu's words echoed in the hall. Everyone was moved. Han Ju immediately pinched his fingers to deduce. The ancient desolate was indeed slashed into two, but it was not a devastating destruction. The mysterious power that enveloped the ancient desolate had yet to dissipate. Wow, the ancient desolate was about to suffer. Now that the chaos was peaceful and the ultimate god of punishment did not take sides for the ancient desolate divine spirit, it naturally attracted the anger of the chaos. It seemed that the chaos could buy Han Ju time again. Currently, Heavenly Venerate Zondu sounded powerful, but Han Ju felt that the ancient desolate divine spirit wouldn't collapse just like that. The heavenly Tao would have to face the ancient desolate sooner or later. After Heavenly Venerate Zondu finished speaking, Pan Shin was the first to curse. The ancient desolate really deserves to die. I hope that before the ancient desolate divine spirit can take revenge, it will be trampled down by the various forces of the chaos. Sect Master Tian Ju frowned. How can the captured heavenly Tao sage be saved if the ancient desolate divine spirit is defeated in advance? The sages pondered and then looked at Han Ju. The strongest in the heavenly Tao was the divine might heavenly sage. At this time, he still had to make the decision. This was also the reason why Heavenly Venerate Zondu waited for him to arrive before speaking. The foolish sword sage said, "Let me go. I want to see how strong that ancient desolate divine spirit is." His gaze landed on Han Ju. Now that he had already joined the heavenly Tao, he felt that he should show off. Besides, he had recently mastered his cultivation and wanted to find someone to test his sword before challenging Han Ju. Han Ju frowned, worried that he would die. The foolish sword sage snorted. "Don't worry, I'm confident." Red Fate covered her mouth and laughed. Since the foolish sword sage is confident, let him go. In any case, there are other mighty figures in the ancient desolate now. If he goes early, we can still join forces. Han Ju hesitated for a moment but still nodded. It would also be a good thing if these mighty figures could really destroy the ancient desolate divine spirit's plan. There was no need for him to do it personally every time. The foolish sword sage immediately stood up and disappeared. The sages looked at each other. They did not expect the foolish sword sage to go just like that. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, "I will still deploy troops regarding the ancient desolate." Next is the chaotic heavenly road. Currently, 37 chaotic heavenly roads run in all directions. The heavenly Tao has also become the center of this chaotic domain. I have decided to use the providence of the heavenly Tao to increase our cultivation level, causing the threshold of the immortal world to increase. Sages can also walk the world. With that said, all the sages exploded. After becoming Heavenly Tao sages, their cultivation levels had always been challenging to improve. Heavenly Tao sages needed great merit to break through, but the current Heavenly Tao was peaceful. Other than the chaotic Heavenly Road increasing merit, what need was there for sages? Chu Zilai asked, will this weaken the power of the Heavenly Tao and diminish the chaotic Heavenly Road's strength? Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, indeed, but it's only for the time being. During this period of time, all of you will guard your own chaotic Heavenly Road. The reason why I want to increase my cultivation level is not only for me and all of you but also for the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao develops extremely quickly, but the Heavenly Tao sages' strength is a little weak. You should understand that you can't rely on the Heavenly Sage and the three great Tao sages for everything. They want to cultivate and break through to a higher realm. The Heavenly Tao is a ship. We have to contribute to benefit from it. The sages nodded. Heavenly Venerate Zondu looked at Hanju. He had to make the decision. Hanju felt that Heavenly Venerate Zondu made sense. The Heavenly Tao sages were indeed too weak. It just so happened that the ancient desolate couldn't free itself. This was an opportunity. He nodded. This matter will be personally arranged by fellow Taoist Zondu. It was fine even if something happened to the Heavenly Tao during this period of time. He could protect it. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. An existence stronger than Hanju could directly break through the power of the Heavenly Tao. There was no need to wait for the Heavenly Tao to weaken. Heavenly Venerate Zondu heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Hanju would refuse. This would embarrass him too much. This was indeed a little risky, but Heavenly Venerate Zondu didn't want to be a spectator every time he encountered a calamity. Every time such a situation happened, the sages would subconsciously be inferior to Hanju. In the long run, the sages would sooner or later become servants and minions of Hanju and the three great Tao sages. Heavenly Venerate Zondu mentioned a few more things. After making arrangements, Hanju left. The sages heaved a sigh of relief. Do you feel that the Heavenly Sage has become stronger? Indeed, I still feel pressured even if he doesn't speak. I feel that the ancient desolate divine spirit is not the Heavenly Sage's match. Definitely not in the future, but it's hard to say now. Otherwise, the Heavenly Sage wouldn't be busy cultivating. Tisk tisk, the battle between the ancient desolate divine spirit and the Heavenly Sage will definitely become a legend. Hanju came to the second Tao field and released the chaotic Fian Celestial in the primordial world to let Marongchi personally welcome him. Before leaving, Marongchi said that the heavenly constellation Fian Celestial was preparing to attain the great Tao. Hanju chatted with Tao Comprehension Sword and Li Yao for several hours before returning to the third Tao field. He first calculated the time when the heavenly constellation Fian Celestial would break through. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Han Huang and asked him to receive him when the time came to prevent anyone from suppressing the heavenly constellation Fian Celestial and stopping his breakthrough. Han Huang immediately agreed. He had a deep impression of the heavenly constellation Fian Celestial. When he heard that it was about to break through, he was very excited, as if he was about to break through himself. Hanju continued cultivating. More than 34,000 years later. In front of the great Tao door, the heavenly constellation Fian Celestial slowly walked over. Looking at the door of the great Tao ahead, his eyes revealed excitement. The Great Tao, Chapter 924 First Lifeform of the Primordial World. Chapter 924 First Lifeform of the Primordial World. I can attain the Great Tao after opening this door. The heavenly constellation Fian Celestial's eyes burned with a ferocious aura. Although it looked like a human, its figure emitted the hostility of a ferocious beast. He came to the door of the Great Tao and placed his palms on it, then began to push with all his might. The heavenly constellation's domineering power erupted, directly shaking the Great Tao door. Oh, I didn't expect a connate chaotic Fian Celestial to be hidden in the chaos. Exclamation mark! A surprised voice sounded, causing the heavenly constellation Fian Celestial to frown. He didn't expect to be discovered by others when breaking through. Could it be that this was not his consciousness but an independent breakthrough space? Fellow Taoist, this person is my good friend. Give me face. A voice came from the other side of the great Tao door. It was Han Huang. The heavenly constellation Fian Celestial was moved upon hearing his voice. This kid has already attained the great Tao. I see, I was just curious. Sorry to disturb you. The mysterious voice smiled and disappeared. The heavenly constellation Fian Celestial pushed the great Tao door with all his might. The door was completely opened dozens of breaths later. His dharmic powers soared. He quickly walked in and saw Han Huang looking at him in the darkness with a smile. The heavenly constellation Fian Celestial asked, "What was that just now?" Han Huang smiled. It's nothing. With me around, no one will hurt you. The heavenly constellation Fian Celestial understood immediately and cupped his fists. Thank you. Don't thank me. Consolidate your cultivation first. We'll talk later. All right. The heavenly constellation Fian Celestial closed his eyes and began to sense the power of the great Tao. Han Huang smiled. He finally had an opponent. He had already decided to fight 30,000 rounds with the heavenly constellation Fian Celestial in the simulation trial. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju opened his eyes and a glint flashed across his red pupils. A chaotic Fian Celestial was finally born in his primordial world. He had already moved the chaotic Fian Celestial fused with the creation spirit stone out of the primordial world. This meant that this new chaotic Fian Celestial would be the primordial world's first connate life form. Life Fian Celestial, the Fian Celestial representing vitality. This was the key to the primordial world transforming into reality. The successfully nurtured life Fian Celestial curled up in a corner and instinctively absorbed the nebulous primordial chi. It had no intention of exploring for the time being. The life Fian Celestial's birth caused the primordial world to expand several times again. Han Ju also felt the great Tao of life appear in the primordial world and build the first rule for it. The primordial world would probably be completely perfected when the other Fian Celestial Chi gave birth to living beings. At the same time, his cultivation would also increase exponentially. Han Ju was in an extremely good mood. He had found the right path of cultivation. Would he become a Tao creator when the primordial world grew to the level of the chaos? Very likely, the ninth chaos might be such a Tao creator. But what about the other 4 Tao creators? Could it be that they also had their own worlds? This might be the reason why they did not pay attention to the chaos. Just like Han Ju, they wouldn't care even if the chaos was destroyed. Han Ju felt that it was really possible. As he guessed, he stared at the life Fian Celestial. He could speed up the time in the primordial world, but the life Fian Celestial was too powerful, causing his nebulous primordial chi to be insufficient. Therefore, he decided to make the time in the primordial world equal to the chaos. Time could be controlled to speed up and slow down, but the energy was constant. The speed at which the primordial world produced nebulous primordial chi would not increase because of time. Several days later, Han Ju opened his eyes and started to check his emails. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor was enlightened by a mysterious mighty figure. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Foolish Sword Sage was attacked by your enemy, Ancestor Tian Shu. He was severely injured. Your good friend Foolish Sword Sage was attacked by your enemy, the Ancient Desolate Divine Spirit. He was severely injured. Your disciple Zhou Fan has fused 7 great Tao and comprehended a great Tao mystical power. His providence has increased greatly. Your disciple Zhao Xuanyuan was attacked by a mysterious Tao devil x 1,098,222. Your good friend Zhang Yi was attacked by a mysterious Tao devil x 1,100,874. Your good friend Lao Dan received a dream from a mysterious mighty figure. His cultivation has increased. Your good friend Di Zhang was attacked by your enemy, Ancestor Tian Shu. He was severely injured. So many attacks and heavy injuries. The entire circle of friends seemed to be participating in the crusade against the Ancient Desolate. His circle of friends was already like this, let alone the chaos. The Ancient Desolate received too much hatred. In addition to the publicity of the Life faction and the Heavenly Tao, the Ancient Desolate Divine Spirit had already become a heinous demon. The various factions in the chaos were afraid. Han Ju raised his eyebrows when he saw an email. Your enemy, the Ancient Desolate Divine Spirit, was attacked by a transcendent existence. The Ancient Desolate's providence was severed. Transcendent existence. Who was that? Han Ju asked in his mind. 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Formless transcendent deity. It was him. Han Ju narrowed his eyes. The Tao Creator attacked. The meaning changed. Han Ju asked in his mind, will the Tao Creator attack me if I kill the Ancient Desolate Divine Spirit? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Han Ju secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Tao Creator was still reasonable. The Ancient Desolate Divine Spirit was too arrogant, which made the Tao Creator unhappy. Han Ju shouldn't be targeted by the Tao Creator as long as he didn't show any ambition towards the chaos. Han Ju had such a mentality. The chaos was vast. It was fine to give birth to geniuses and mighty figures. He couldn't be bothered as long as it didn't affect him. Why didn't the formless transcendent deity kill the Ancient Desolate Divine Spirit? It involves karma that cannot be deduced. Unable to deduce. Tao Ancestor. No, the Tao Ancestor might not be stronger than the formless transcendent deity. Otherwise, he would not have to disappear. Ninth Chaos. It seemed that the ninth chaos, restrictions on the Tao creator exceeded Hanju's expectations. Just as Hanju was thinking, another uninvited guest came from outside the universe of stars. This aura was very familiar. Divine Lord Peacock. Why was this fellow here? Zhang Jushi also sensed Divine Lord Peacock's aura and immediately arrived outside the universe of stars to stop him. Divine Lord Peacock stepped on the five-colored divine light. His clothes were gorgeous and he looked imposing, like an immortal lord wandering the universe. He sized up Zhang Jushi and clicked his tongue in wonder. I didn't expect this universe to have a great Tao sage guarding it. Zhang Jushi frowned. Fellow Taoist, please take a detour. This universe has just given birth to a spirit. It can't withstand your pressure. I've been traveling the chaos for a long time and want to find a place to enter seclusion. Let's do it here. Your aura is different from this universe. It's clearly unrelated to you. You just came early. We won't disturb each other. How about that? Divine Lord Peacock raised his chin and said proudly. He didn't care about Zhang Jushi at all. Zhang Jushi frowned even more. He raised his right palm and said, "Don't blame me for being impolite if you insist on being stubborn." Divine Lord Peacock was amused. You've only just attained the great Tao, yet you dare to compete with me. Do you know who I am? Zhang Jushi knew that things wouldn't end well when he heard that. Thus, he immediately attacked. Divine Might Great Heaven Palm. Chapter 925 Limitless Ultimate Origin Power. Chapter 925 Limitless Ultimate Origin Power. Facing Zhang Jushi's Divine Might Great Heaven Palm, five-colored divine light rose from Divine Lord Peacock's back and swept towards him. The two unparalleled mystical powers collided. The five-colored divine light was directly destroyed. Divine Lord Peacock's expression changed drastically. He immediately dodged. The Divine Might Great Heaven Palm attacked. Space collapsed and chaotic chi surged wantonly, like a world-destroying wind sweeping through the darkness. Their dharmic powers passed through the colorful spatial turbulence and collided, causing space to collapse again and a deeper space to appear. How world-shattering was their battle! Everyone in the third Tao field was alarmed. Han Huang came to Han Qinger's side and looked up to watch the battle. That person is also a great Tao sage. So strong, Han Qinger asked nervously. Previously, she and Han Huang were already familiar with Zhang Jushi when she had been traveling the universe of stars for a few years. They both treated him as their senior brother and naturally did not want him to lose, much less see anything happen to him. Han Huang said with a solemn expression, "That's right. The other party's cultivation is stronger than Senior Yang's. His mystical power is also very impressive. If not for Senior Zhang having the Divine Might Great Heaven Palm, I'm afraid it would be difficult to resist." So powerful, doesn't that mean that Senior Zhang will definitely lose? Han Qinger exclaimed. This time, Han Huang did not speak but stared at the battlefield. 5 minutes later, Han Huang said, "He won't lose, but he won't win. I have to say that Senior Brother Yang's great reincarnation creation technique is indeed impressive. It can transform into anything in battle. However, the other party's comprehension is also very strong. Until now, the Divine Might Great Heaven Palm hasn't landed on him. He can even create a new mystical power following the changes in the great reincarnation creation technique." Han Qinger found it impressive that he could create a mystical power in battle. How talented was he? Several days later, Zhang Jushi and Divine Lord Peacock stopped. Neither side looked severely injured, but Zhang Jushi's expression was ugly. This person is so strong. Zhang Jushi thought silently. Divine Lord Peacock thought the same, and he felt even more pressure. If we continue fighting and I lose, won't it cause trouble for the Dark Forbidden Lord? Thinking of this, Divine Lord Peacock narrowed his eyes and laughed arrogantly. Kid, your potential is indeed not bad, but unfortunately, you met me. Compared to me, you're still far inferior. You would be dead if not for the mighty figure in this universe. With that, Divine Lord Peacock fled and vanished in the blink of an eye. Zhang Jushi was moved and his expression darkened. The other party could see through his master's existence. This alone proved that he was stronger than him. Little did he know that Divine Lord Peacock was only making excuses. After confirming that Divine Lord Peacock would not return, Zhang Jushi turned around and returned to his cultivation place. Liu Bei saw that his expression was ugly and did not comfort him. At this moment, any consolation was useless. He believed that Zhang Jushi could mediate the Tao heart. Han Ju, who was in the Taoist temple, didn't take action either. He had only kept an eye on the battle. This was the best outcome. He did not blame Divine Lord Peacock. Although the chaos was huge, it was not easy to find a stable place to cultivate. Especially for the number one prodigy of the chaos like Divine Lord Peacock, he had too many enemies and his backing was the Dark Forbidden Lord. He naturally ran into trouble everywhere. In the dark chaos, the ancient desolate that had been slashed into two was like two neighboring continents. At this moment, countless living beings had already gathered around it. They raised their flags and represented different factions. Even great Tao divine spirits were participating. In terms of factions, there were already more than 1,000, let alone all the cultivators. That was a terrifying number. The evil heavenly emperor stood at the top of a magnificent silver palace and looked at the ancient desolate from afar. The War Buddha and Black Heaven General suddenly appeared. Your Majesty, I've found traces of Tower Master Zhou. However, he and hundreds of geniuses are patrolling the ancient desolate. They are all at the Freedom Realm. I don't dare to approach them, Black Heaven General said in a low voice. The War Buddha added, I've communicated with the subordinate of that great Tao divine spirit. He has no intention of attacking for the time being. He probably wants to reap the benefits. The evil heavenly emperor did not reply. Instead, he continued to look at the ancient desolate. The two divine generals did not disturb him anymore and waited patiently. After a long while, the evil heavenly emperor slowly said, the ancient desolate is difficult to conquer. I guess there will be a huge change next. The War Buddha asked, aren't you going to save Tower Master Zhou? There are also the geniuses who follow the heavenly court. Of course I have to save him, but I can't force it. I'm waiting for someone to arrive. Who? The War Buddha and Black Heaven General were curious. The evil heavenly emperor's connections were immeasurable. The mysterious mighty figure who had severed the ancient desolate was invited by the evil heavenly emperor. Unfortunately, the other party had only attacked once. The evil heavenly emperor narrowed his eyes and said softly, lousy. The War Buddha and Black Heaven General were moved. Another 100,000 years passed. Hanju's cultivation improved again, but there was no sign of a breakthrough for the time being. Even the ultimate origin Fian Celestial could not cultivate to perfection in hundreds of thousands of years at the Great Tao Supreme Realm. After all, a chaotic Fian Celestial might not be able to cultivate to the Great Tao Supreme Realm. After ending his cultivation, he first observed the life Fian Celestial. The life Fian Celestial began to explore the primordial world. The primordial world was almost endless to him. When he could not find other living beings, he would stop and continue cultivating. Hanju had an idea. He wanted to nurture the life Fian Celestial into a deity of the primordial world and enchant it in the future. Therefore, he secretly gave the life Fian Celestial some Tao technique insights. The life Fian Celestial could not sense this and thought that it had comprehended it from traveling the primordial world. Hanju wasn't afraid that the life Fian Celestial would surpass him. The primordial world belonged to him. The life Fian Celestial had already fused with the primordial world. It was impossible for it to be stronger than the primordial world, let alone surpass Hanju. He could even use the power of the primordial world to crush the life Fian Celestial. Hanju observed for a while before continuing to cultivate. The ancient desolate divine spirit was still a thorn in his heart. He had to break through as soon as possible and kill it. Year after year passed. Ever since Divine Lord Peacock, no mighty figure had attacked the universe of stars. Occasionally, cultivators would pass by, but they would hurriedly escape after sensing Zhang Jushi's powerful aura. In the blink of an eye, 400,000 years passed. Hanju's cultivation level increased greatly. Although he didn't break through, he felt that his strength had doubled. The accumulation of the ultimate origin power would actually produce a qualitative change. His ultimate origin power doubled in 400,000 years. The ultimate origin power seemed to have no limit. Ordinary supreme dharmic powers would directly disperse when they collided with the current ultimate origin power. In other words, a great Tao Supreme could barely do anything to him. Hanju asked in his mind, can I insta-kill the ancient desolate divine spirit now? 100 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Hanju showed a frown. What are my chances of winning against the ancient desolate divine spirit? 80% chance of winning. Hanju frowned even more. Chapter 926 Powerful Ultimate God of Punishment. Chapter 926 Powerful Ultimate God of Punishment. 20% failure rate was too high. He might even have the possibility of being killed. Hanju couldn't help but think of the experience of playing games for ordinary people in his previous life. If the chance of strengthening was less than 100%, there was no difference between a 1% and 90% success rate. Moreover, he was facing an enemy in reality. He had to be even more cautious. He had to kill the ancient desolate divine spirit with at least 100% confidence before he could attack. I'll let you live for a while longer, Hanju thought silently. He had already written the outcome for the ancient desolate divine spirit and the ultimate god of punishment. The ancient desolate divine spirit had to die. The ultimate god of punishment could be imprisoned in the primordial heavenly prison. It was impossible for Hanju to enslave all the enemies. That would easily expose the primordial heavenly prison and not be a deterrent. An enemy had to die to show that the price of provoking him was eternal damnation. Hanju checked the emails. Your disciple Dao Sovereign's body has been baptized by the ancient desolate spring. His physical potential has increased dramatically. Your disciple Zhao Xuanyuan's body. Your disciple Zhou Fan's body has been baptized by the ancient desolate spring. His physical potential has increased dramatically. Your descendant Han Yu's body has been baptized by the ancient desolate spring. His physical potential has increased dramatically. Your good friend Huang Zuntian has absorbed the power of the great Tao Providence divine authority and attained the great Tao. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor has comprehended the true meaning of creation. His cultivation has increased. Your good friend Foolish Sword Sage encountered your enemy, Ancestor Tian Shu, and was severely injured. All the geniuses captured in the ancient desolate were baptized by the ancient desolate spring. Tisk tisk, was this still an opportunity? These geniuses would benefit from a disaster as long as someone could kill the ancient desolate divine spirit. Hanju thought silently. There was another possibility. After this, it would be difficult to kill the ancient desolate divine spirit because these geniuses were his clones. However, it was fine. The Dark Forbidden Lord would take action if the Divine Might Heavenly Sage couldn't deal with the enemy. Hanju was relieved after reading all the emails and confirming that no good friends had died. Those who could enter his circle of friends were all special existences. They were all very difficult to kill. He didn't care about the mortals and disciples who had a favorable impression and hatred towards him at a glance. It seemed that the ancient desolate divine spirit had already become a big boss. After surviving the attack of the Tao Creator, the ancient desolate divine spirit looked around the chaos. Other than Hanju, he really couldn't find an opponent. Hanju stopped thinking and continued cultivating. He had to reach the perfected Great Tao Supreme Realm first. Circular platforms floated above the clouds under the blue sky. On one of the vast circular platforms, dozens of Great Tao Divine Spirits gathered. The 5 Great Divine Punishers also came. They were chatting with each other and waiting for the ultimate God of punishment to appear. The ancient desolate is becoming more and more chaotic. It's time for us Great Tao Divine Spirits to take action. Yes, that ancient desolate divine spirit has abducted countless geniuses. It has already affected the future of the chaos. We have to control it. I wonder what the ultimate God thinks. He probably wants to suppress the ancient desolate divine spirit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called us here. We can finally cultivate in peace ever since the ultimate God ascended. It's quite comfortable. I don't want this peace to be broken by the ancient desolate divine spirit. Almost all the great Tao divine spirits acknowledge the ultimate God of punishment, at least on the surface. Some great Tao divine spirits definitely did not like peace. Peace meant that they couldn't show their power, which meant that they couldn't enjoy their status. Hantuo and Yitian were expressionless and did not participate in their discussion. Not long after, the ultimate God of punishment appeared. All the great Tao divine spirits bowed. The ultimate God of punishment scanned everyone and said, I called you here today for one thing, which is the ancient desolate. The great Tao divine spirits revealed understanding expressions and waited for his command. The ultimate God of punishment's eyes were sharp. We won't interfere. Whoosh! All the great Tao divine spirits were moved. They didn't expect such an order. Yitian was the first to ask, why? Don't you want peace? The ancient desolate divine spirit is completely against you. He thought that the ultimate God of punishment would definitely suppress the ancient desolate divine spirit. He had only been in seclusion and did not know about this. Hantuo frowned. He also wanted to go to the ancient desolate and save some of his good friends. Now, more than 100,000 geniuses had gone missing in the ancient desolate. Tao devils were also running rampant in the chaos. They captured geniuses everywhere and brought them back to the ancient desolate, causing all the living beings in the chaos to be terrified and uneasy. They were waiting for the great Tao divine spirit to take action and resolve this danger. The ultimate God of punishment glanced at Yitian and said, I've already reached an agreement with the ancient desolate divine spirit. His goal is only to take revenge on the heavenly Tao and not threaten the chaos. As for those words, they were deliberately spread by the Dark Forbidden Lord's minions. The geniuses captured by the ancient desolate are not dead. Instead, they will obtain a huge opportunity. The great Tao divine spirits looked at each other. Han Tuo couldn't help but ask, does the heavenly Tao not care anymore? The divine robe Taoist frowned. The heavenly Tao was under his jurisdiction. Not to mention his loyalty to Han Ju, he would also be affected once the ancient desolate divine spirit attacked. The ultimate god of punishment said, the heavenly Tao suppressed the ancient desolate divine spirit. Could it be that we won't let the ancient desolate divine spirit take revenge? It's fine as long as it doesn't threaten the chaos. The peace of the chaos is the overall situation. We can't implicate the entire chaos over a personal grudge. For the heavenly Tao today, who will it be tomorrow? We great Tao divine spirits want to protect the order and control all living beings, not resolve grudges for all living beings everywhere. The grudges in this world can't be resolved at all. Many great Tao divine spirits nodded. In fact, the great Tao divine spirits were all unhappy with the heavenly Tao because it was too sharp. Especially that divine might heavenly sage. All living beings regarded him as the strongest. How could they stand it? That's right. Ultimate God is right. If the geniuses are fine, the ancient desolate won't threaten the chaos. Ultimate God is really powerful. So you've long contacted the ancient desolate divine spirit. The heavenly Tao's grudge should indeed not involve the chaos. Besides, didn't the Tao ancestor cause enough hatred for the heavenly Tao in the past? I think it's feasible. Han Tuo and Yi Tian's expressions turned ugly. The ultimate god of punishment knew their origins. By openly targeting the heavenly Tao, he was undoubtedly telling them that they were already abandoned. The ultimate god of punishment would definitely communicate with them in advance if he cared. The ultimate god of punishment waved his sleeve and said, all divine spirits are not allowed to interfere. If anyone dares to participate, their deity position will be removed. With that, he vanished. Han Tuo turned around and left. Yi Tian and the other 3 divine punishers hurriedly followed. The great Tao divine spirits smiled mockingly at them. They had always disliked the 5 great divine punishers. Their cultivation levels were low and they were still suppressing them. Fortunately, the ultimate god of punishment no longer cared about their reputation. It seemed that the 5 great divine punishers were about to be replaced. After leaving the ultimate god world, a divine punisher caught up to Han Tuo and asked, brother, what do you want to do? Han Tuo stopped. I have to care about the heavenly Tao, but you don't have to. You can stay here. Chapter 927 Uncatchable, Unpredictable. Chapter 927 Uncatchable, Unpredictable. Brother, why do you say that? We've suffered together for 1,000,000 years and can already entrust our lives to each other. We'll follow you if you want to help the heavenly Tao. One of the divine punishers said seriously, and the other 2 echoed. Among the 5 great divine punishers, Han Tuo and Yi Tian were the most famous, but the other 3 were not jealous. This was because every time they encountered a life and death crisis, Yi Tian and Han Tuo would try their best to save them, even if they might lose themselves. Their brotherhood was already indestructible. Yi Tian cursed. What are you waiting for? We're all brothers. Why are you still playing such tricks? The 3 of you, listen up. Follow me to guard the heavenly Tao and fight the Tao devils. What ancestor Tian Shu? What ancient desolate divine spirit? Won't his reputation increase if he's killed by the 5 of us? The 3 divine punishers smiled and shouted. They weren't afraid of anything. Han Tuo smiled helplessly, but his heart warmed. With brothers like this, what else could he ask for in life? All right, then we'll go together. Han Tuo laughed. He wasn't afraid that the ultimate god of punishment would hear him. Although the 2 sides did not say anything directly, they had already broken up. The 5 great divine punishers were about to leave when the divine robe Taoist caught up. 5 divine punishers, don't be anxious. Why don't you wait in my Tao field? The divine robe Taoist cupped his hands and smiled warmly. The 5 divine punishers looked at each other. Yi Tian rolled his eyes and smiled. Then go. We'll talk when you're there. That's right, that's right. The divine robe Taoist smiled and looked at him with admiration. Han Tuo hesitated for a moment but still nodded in agreement. The order regarding the ultimate god of punishment did not spread in the chaos, but as the great Tao divine spirits knew how to take sides, the forces heading to the ancient desolate began to decrease. The great Tao divine spirits looked high and mighty, but each controlled different major factions. Under the major factions, there were countless connections. They could send messages at the first level and have great influence. Any faction that had a foothold in the chaos would have their greatest backing on a great Tao divine spirit. Gradually, the ancient desolate calmed down. The heavenly Tao also sensed that something was wrong. In the universal hall, the sages gathered. Heavenly Venerate Wufa frowned. Recently, it seems that the various factions no longer target the ancient desolate, other than the forces of heaven and earth in this domain. Divine Might Buddha asked, is it because the ancient desolate is too strong? Something's wrong. Even the number of scouts has decreased by more than half. Pan Shin shook his head. A hint of fear appeared in his eyes at the mention of the ancient desolate. He had once tried to enter the ancient desolate, but he had returned in failure and almost died inside even with the killing Dao token. The sage's expressions were solemn. Unlike in the past, the enemy had already appeared this time, but he did not attack the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao knew where the other party was, but it couldn't do anything. How many mighty figures had gone to the ancient desolate and suffered a crushing defeat? The pressure on the heavenly Dao was naturally huge. Chu Zilai narrowed his eyes. I feel that someone might be pushing this matter from behind. Could it be that the ancient desolate divine spirit has negotiated with other factions? Their current goal is to flatten the heavenly Dao. The sages panicked. It was not impossible. After all, the ancient desolate divine spirit didn't say that he wanted to overturn the chaos. If the ancient desolate divine spirit only wanted to deal with the heavenly Dao, just like in the past, no one would help no matter how strong the heavenly Dao's enemies were. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, it's fine. This also means that the ancient desolate divine spirit was severely injured earlier, so he's afraid of the chaos and has no choice but to negotiate. The various factions can only retreat. Although the ancient desolate divine spirit still hates the heavenly Dao, the heavenly Dao has also gained time to become stronger. During this period of time, the ancient desolate divine spirit has to recuperate and continue to prepare for the attack on the heavenly Dao. It seems he gained time, but so has the heavenly Dao. The sages nodded and felt that it made sense. Shu Dudao smiled. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, our cultivation levels have increased one after another. I have to say that the providence of the heavenly Dao is indeed useful. I'm also about to attain freedom. Speaking of cultivation, the sages smiled. The providence of sacrificing the heavenly Dao caused the cultivation levels of all the sages to increase. 10 freedom sages had already been born and would continue to increase. The freedom sage was only referring to the cultivation realm here. The heavenly Dao sage was not as carefree as the freedom sage and was forever restricted by the heavenly Dao. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate smiled and said, I wonder if we can use providence to become a great Dao sage. Everyone's gaze landed on Heavenly Venerate Wufa, Heavenly Venerate Zondu, and the 3 sages. They had the greatest hope. Although the sacred true martial Buddha of the Buddhist world was at the perfected freedom realm, he was still an outsider, after all. He couldn't use the providence of the heavenly Dao to break through. His cultivation had already been stuck for countless years. It was difficult for him to attain the great Dao without a huge opportunity. The 3 sages looked extremely confident in the eyes of the sages. They were determined to reach the great Dao realm. Especially Heavenly Venerate Zondu. If he wanted to sit firmly on the second throne of the heavenly Dao, he had to cross the great Dao realm. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to convince the masses. Regarding the ancient desolate, continue to keep an eye on it. At the same time, the development of the heavenly Dao can't fall behind. We have to continue opening more chaotic heavenly roads. There aren't enough chaotic cities, either. We have to set up a tight defensive line. We won't give the Dao devils a chance to enter the heavenly Dao, Heavenly Venerate Zondu instructed. The sages nodded and dispersed. Heavenly Venerate Zondu revealed a worried expression when he was alone. The power of the ancient desolate divine spirit exceeded his imagination. Even teacher is not his match. Can the heavenly sage kill the ancient desolate divine spirit? Heavenly Venerate Zondu thought silently. He recalled the calamities in the past. Hanju could always kill enemies forcefully. This was his confidence. If not for Hanju, how could he dare to return to the heavenly Dao without hesitation? In that case, I'll believe him until the end. Heavenly Venerate Zondu thought firmly. He knew his limits. No matter how strong his management ability was, the heavenly Dao was still protected by the divine might heavenly sage. Logically speaking, he had to rely on Hanju now. Even if he returned to Laozi, he would only be ostracized. Only by walking a path to the end was it correct. Inside the Taoist temple, Hanju opened his eyes. The ultimate origin power in his body had transformed again in the past 100,000 years. It was extremely powerful. His current strength had already reached an indescribable level. With a glance, he could make the heavenly Dao cease to exist. So powerful, the ultimate origin power did not have to come into contact with the enemy to destroy the main body. Instead, it could fight the enemy in an unimaginable situation. It was uncatchable, unfathomable, and unpredictable, but it contained a fatal and domineering destructive power. In a sense, Hanju was no longer a great Tao Supreme. He had reached an even stronger realm, but he was just inferior to a Tao creator. Hanju's gaze landed on the primordial world. The life Fian Celestial was hiding in a star to cultivate. During this period of time, 3 balls of Fian Celestial Chi transformed into chaotic Fian Celestials, and they lived in different places. At this rate, a large amount of Fian Celestial Chi would be successfully nurtured in the next million years. What would the primordial world be like at that time? Hanju was looking forward to it. Chapter 928 9 million years old, Divine Spirits Preparation. Chapter 928 9 million years old, Divine Spirits Preparation. After observing the primordial world, Hanju teleported to the main Tao field and began to observe the myriad worlds in the heavenly Tao. Although he was prepared to create the primordial chaos, he had no intention of giving up on the heavenly Tao. No matter what, in this life, all his footprints were in the heavenly Tao. He was a nostalgic person. He would protect the heavenly Tao if he could. It was not only his footprints. His old friends were all focused on the heavenly Tao. Unknowingly, Hanju had already taken on the responsibility of protecting the heavenly Tao. In the past, he would definitely resist, but now, he enjoyed it. This was strength. Hanju discovered that he looked at all the living beings in the heavenly Tao as if he was looking at his descendants. He felt an inexplicable familiarity. It was not only the humans. All the heavenly Tao race were the same. The heavenly Tao had all sorts of forms. The myriad worlds and mountains had their own styles. This was a vitality that other worlds in the chaos did not possess. The chaotic world had its own form, but it had no good intentions. The beauty of the heavenly Tao heaven and earth was in the vitality of all living beings, the unpredictable sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, and the emotions of all living beings. Hanju suddenly wanted to travel the immortal world again. To be precise, he wanted to travel the mortal world. He wanted to be immortal and experience the various forms of life. However, not for the time being. He had to kill the ancient desolate divine spirit first. Several hours later, he returned to the third Tao field and continued cultivating. It had been 1.4 million years since his last breakthrough. According to his estimation, he would break through to the perfected realm in at most 500,000 years. That would be the time of the ancient desolate divine spirit's death. Hanju was already looking forward to it. In the depths of the ancient desolate, in a vast lake. Countless figures floated on the surface of the lake. They looked like corpses, but their bodies were intact. There were humans, demons, and devils. The surface of the lake was covered in fog, like a world of mist. It was murky in all directions. At this moment, Ancestor Tian Shu and the ancient desolate divine spirit floated above the clouds and looked down at the countless figures on the lake. Divine Spirit, there are already 1 million ancient desolate clones and more than 100 billion Tao devils. When are we attacking? Ancestor Tian Shu asked. The ancient desolate divine spirit replied, it's not enough. We have to be confident. The reason why the heavenly Tao can withstand several seemingly impossible calamities is that the enemy is not prepared enough and can't flatten the heavenly Tao in one go. Ancestor Tian Shu became silent. He hesitated for a moment and said, the heavenly Tao is also preparing. The divine might heavenly sage's potential is unparalleled. He has been in seclusion recently. I'm afraid. The divine might heavenly sage's reputation was too resounding. Those battle achievements were enough to intimidate all the mighty figures in the chaos. The ancient desolate divine spirit said, I know how powerful he is, so I want to nurture a Tao devil. Cultivation slows down when one reaches the great Tao Supreme realm. No matter how talented he is, it's impossible for him to surpass the great Tao Supreme realm in millions of years. Ancestor Tian Shu thought about it and felt that it made sense. He turned to look at the million geniuses on the lake, deep in thought. The battle of the heavenly Tao is very important. Not only are the great Tao divine spirits watching, but there are also those supreme existences. If they win, they will surpass the chaos from now on. If they lose, they will be doomed, the ancient desolate divine spirit said coldly. Ancestor Tian Shu recalled the mysterious existence who had severed the ancient desolate and shivered. The chaos seemed to have entered their eyes, but there were also many unknown places and existences hidden. The higher one's cultivation level was, the greater their reverence for the chaos. Ancestor Tian Shu shook his head and looked in the heavenly Tao's direction. An old figure appeared in his mind. Where are you now? Time passed quickly. Hanju was indifferent in the Taoist temple no matter how the chaos changed, as if time and everything had lost their meaning on him. He opened his eyes 3 times, which meant that 300,000 years had passed. This was the 3rd time. At this moment, 3 lines of notifications appeared in front of him. You are 9 million years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and open the primordial chaos in the chaos. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a primordial fragment. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a primordial fragment. Such an option was not surprising. Only when he was 10 million years old would he receive a huge reward. Hanju silently chose the second option. This time, he did not use the creation spirit stone to create a chaotic fiend celestial because the primordial world could already nurture chaotic fiend celestials itself. He would save it up and use it in the future. He continued to cultivate. He wasn't far from breaking through. From the late-stage Great Tao Supreme to the perfected Great Tao Supreme, he was completely in seclusion and did not waste a day. Hanju only had one goal now. He had to become stronger and flatten the Ancient Desolate as soon as possible. He hoped to personally go to the Ancient Desolate before the Ancient Desolate Divine Spirit made a move. On the other side, in the Great Tao Breakthrough Domain, Han Huang, the Divine Robe Taoist, and the 5 Divine Punishers gathered here. In these hundreds of thousands of years, the remaining 3 Divine Punishers had also reached the Great Tao realm. After hearing everyone's words, Han Huang was furious and cursed. What leader of the Divine Spirits? I think he's just afraid of the Ancient Desolate Divine Spirit. If not for Father not letting me out, I really want to flatten the Ancient Desolate. Han Tuo shook his head. Although you're a great Tao sage, you're still far from defeating the Ancient Desolate Divine Spirit. The Divine Robe Taoist nodded. That's right, not to mention that Ancient Desolate Divine Spirit, even that ancestor Tian Shu is an existence that surpasses the great Tao sages. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, he easily suppressed the combined forces of more than 10 great Tao sages alone. Many Tao devils in the Ancient Desolate are also comparable to the great Tao sages. Han Huang frowned in displeasure. Yi Tian cursed. It's fine, there's still time. There's been no movement in the Ancient Desolate. They're probably afraid of my godfather. After so many years, the Ancient Desolate had never attacked the Heavenly Tao. Instead, the chaos calmed down. The younger generation didn't know about this and the chaos fell into peace again. The 5 great Divine Punishers had been staying in the Divine Robe Taoist's Tao field and had not returned to report. The ultimate god of punishment had also not transferred them anymore. Their relationship had already been severed, but no new 5 great Divine Punishers had appeared. Divine Punisher Kai Fa said, I'm guessing that the Ancient Desolate Divine Spirit is still creating Tao devils. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the number of Tao devils in the Ancient Desolate had already reached an immeasurable number. The Ancient Desolate Divine Spirit is still at it because he's afraid of repeating the defeat of the 10,000 Divine Authority Generals. Han Huang frowned. So why are you looking for me? I said that I wanted to flatten the Ancient Desolate, but you look down on me. Then why are you telling me so much? Do you want me to comfort you? Since they were close, Han Huang would not be polite. He would say it directly if he was unhappy. He believed that he was already powerful enough. He was already 2 million years old and cultivated diligently every day. Even if he was inferior to his father, he felt that very few people in the chaos were his match. It was just that he had no chance to show off. Yi Tian scolded jokingly, you're quite rash. It seems that you want to come out and show off. Han Huang snorted. Han Tuo said, we came to you because we want you to tell the hidden sect disciples and then tell the heavenly Tao sages to be wary of the 3 pure sacred world. It might become an enemy of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 929 Perfection, Ultimate Origin Heaven Seal. Chapter 929 Perfection, Ultimate Origin Heaven Seal. 3 Pure Sacred World. Han Huang frowned. The Divine Robe Taoist mentioned this world before. It was said to be the greatest competitor near the Heavenly Tao, but he did not care at the time. Han Tuo said, that's right, it's the 3 Pure Sacred World. Laozi went to the Ancient Desolate and was severely injured. After that, traces of Tao devils were detected in the 3 Pure Sacred World. Laozi has probably already been possessed by the Ancient Desolate Divine Spirit. The Divine Robe Taoist nodded and sighed. We underestimated the Ancient Desolate. It looks calm, but it's probably plotting to surround the Heavenly Tao. Exclamation mark. The Great Tao Divine Spirit is one, and the 3 Pure Sacred World is another. When the Ancient Desolate Divine Spirit attacks. He did not continue, but everyone understood. Han Huang nodded. I understand. I'll inform them. With that, he vanished. Yi Tian scratched his head and smiled. This kid is really anxious. He's even more anxious than me. Han Tuo shook his head and laughed. The divine robe Taoist smiled. He's not in a hurry to cultivate. After his consciousness returned to his body, Han Huang directly visited Xing Hongshuan. She could contact the hidden sect disciples. There was no need to alarm Han Ju. After knowing this, Xing Hongshuan entered the myriad worlds projection. This matter quickly reached Heavenly Venerate Zondu's ears. Heavenly Venerate Zondu moved very quickly and began to deploy defenses against the invasion of the three pure sacred world. Han Ju didn't know about this. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. The three pure sacred world was nothing in his eyes. He already felt the opportunity to break through, so he naturally had to work harder. 10,000 years passed in a flash. After more than 200,000 years, Han Ju finally welcomed the opportunity to break through. He began to consolidate his cultivation. 3,000 years later, he successfully broke through. There were no difficulties. In front of the ultimate origin Fian Celestial, there was no realm tribulation. It was just constantly accumulating cultivation and constantly surpassing the limit. Perfected Great Tao Supreme. Perfected Great Tao. Han Ju's ultimate origin power transformed. The primordial world expanded crazily and the nebulous primordial chi in the world increased even more, startling the chaotic Fian Celestials who were cultivating. At this point, they knew that there was a mysterious and powerful force in the primordial world. They treated it as an illusory immortal. Han Ju opened his eyes and checked his attributes panel as he consolidated his cultivation. Name: Han Ju. Lifespan: 9,273,050 15 octillion 99 septillion 999 sextillion 999 quintillion 999 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999,999,999 999 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999,999,999. Race: Ultimate origin Fian Celestial, Immeasurable Emperor. Cultivation: Perfected Great Tao Supreme Realm, Perfect Sage. Technique: Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao, Heavenly Cycle Body Tempering. Great Tao of Life and Death, Great Tao of Karma, Great Tao of Extreme Origin. Constitution: Extreme Tao Ultimate Origin Body. Han Ju was filled with a sense of achievement upon looking at such a long lifespan. This was his original intention in cultivation. After checking his lifespan, Han Ju focused on comprehending his cultivation. This breakthrough was as he had expected. The ultimate origin power increased exponentially, exceeding 10 times before the breakthrough. When he was still a primordial Fian Celestial, every breakthrough brought about greater and greater strength, let alone now when he had already surpassed the primordial Fian Celestial. When others broke through, they would become twice as strong. When he broke through, he would become stronger by leaps and bounds. It could even be said that he had been reborn. Han Ju finally consolidated his cultivation after thousands of years. Then, he began to cultivate the grand unity aspect. 81 years later, he finally gathered all 3,000 Fian Celestial Dharma idols. This time, he even learned the creation Fian Celestial. Yuzhen, the power of the 3,000 Great Tao was in his grasp. The primordial world shook when he condensed the remaining Fian Celestial Qi. This vibration could not be felt in the world, but Han Ju felt it clearly. It could be said to be world-shattering, causing his soul to tremble. Han Ju was very excited and focused on comprehending the power of the 3,000 Great Tao. Time passed. 5,000 years later, Han Ju finally ended his Tao comprehension. The Taoist temple shone with red light. Han Ju's robes fluttered and he emitted a great divine might. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at his hands. They were clean and white. There was nothing unusual on his palms, but in fact, they were wrapped in ultimate origin power. This ultimate origin power was mighty. Han Ju smiled and muttered, "Ancient Desolate Divine Spirit, you're going to die. I want to know if I can insta-kill the Ancient Desolate Divine Spirit. 100 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. There is a certain chance. Wasn't it 100%? It seemed to be related to those clones. Can the Ancient Desolate Divine Spirit kill me if I take it seriously?" No, Han Ju smiled. That was good. He began the simulation trial and challenged 300,000 foolish sword sages. He had comprehended a new mystical power that contained the power of 3,000 Great Tao. It was perfect. This mystical power was called the Ultimate Origin Heaven Seal. The Ultimate Origin Heaven Seal contained the characteristics of imprisonment, destruction, creation, space, time, slaughter, and so on. 10 breaths later, Hanju opened his eyes. With one move, the ultimate origin heaven seal directly crushed 300,000 foolish sword sages. The preparation time is a little long. I have to activate it instantly. The suction force has to be greater. No, I have to directly use the power of space to move the enemy in, Hanju muttered to himself. He had a thought and continued. After several simulation trials, he easily insta-killed 300,000 foolish sword sages. Then, he increased the number of foolish sword sages. Several days later, he easily insta-killed the million foolish sword sages. He was invincible with the ultimate origin heaven seal. How lonely. Hanju wanted to switch opponents, but he had already developed feelings and didn't want to change after fighting with the foolish sword sage for a long time. Moreover, the foolish sword sage was not bad either. He was truly a great Tao Supreme. Hanju didn't increase the number anymore. He already had an estimation of his strength. Besides, he had also deduced that he indeed had the power to insta-kill the ancient desolate divine spirit. Hanju stood up and walked out of the Taoist temple. He first visited Xinghongshuan and Qingluaner before going to Han Huang's Taoist temple. After so many years, Han Huang was already at the late stage Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm. Not bad, Hanju thought as he said, Wongular. Han Huang suddenly opened his eyes in shock. His father had actually silently arrived at his Taoist temple. He did not sense anything. Could it be that the difference between them was still so great? Han Huang had mixed feelings. He had thought that even if he was inferior to his father, the difference would not be as great as before. Now, father, Han Huang stood up and bowed. Hanju smiled. Your cultivation has been good recently. It will take some time. I won't stop you if you want to go to the chaos. You should grow up. Han Huang looked up in surprise. His cultivation was already at the top level of the chaos and he could already be independent. He also yearned to be independent, but he was afraid of causing trouble for his father. After all, the fact that he was Hanju's biological son was very difficult to hide. As long as Hanju had enemies, they would definitely use him as a breakthrough point. Father, why do you suddenly say that? Han Huang asked in confusion. Hanju smiled and asked, you haven't said your wish yet. I've thought about it for you and specially came to tell you. Are you happy? I'm happy, thank you, father. Han Huang knelt down excitedly. He only knelt down to Hanju. Not even Xinghongshuan deserved it. Chapter 930 Expedition to the Ancient Desolate. Chapter 930 Expedition to the Ancient Desolate. Hanju and Han Huang chatted for a while. He didn't teach him any mystical powers. The current Han Huang could already create his own mystical power and wanted to walk his own path. He didn't stop him. Then, Hanju found Han Qinger. The father and daughter chatted longer, mainly because of Han Qinger. Hanju sighed upon looking at the chattering Han Qinger. He felt closer to his daughter. It was as if she was still the same. Han Huang was not as cute as when he was young, so the father and son did not talk as much as before. The next day, Hanju teleported to the main Tao field and jumped into the universal hall outside the 33rd heaven. Only Heavenly Venerate Zondu was meditating and cultivating in the hall. Hanju called out. Heavenly Venerate Zondu woke up and hurriedly stood up to bow when he saw him. Hanju waved his hand and smiled. Sit down, let's chat. Heavenly Venerate Zondu nodded and asked, why did the Heavenly Sage come? Hanju said, to ask about the Heavenly Tao and the Ancient Desolate. Heavenly Venerate Zondu immediately began to report. The Heavenly Tao was still developing at a high speed. Currently, there were more than 100 chaotic heavenly roads and countless chaotic cities in all directions. All sorts of array formations had been set up. The Heavenly Tao would not panic even if the three pure sacred world and the Ancient Desolate attacked now. As for the Ancient Desolate, there was still no movement. Heavenly Venerate Zondu looked at Hanju and said, Heavenly Sage, so far, the Ancient Desolate Divine Spirit is either recuperating or accumulating strength. It won't attack the Heavenly Tao for the time being. You still have time to cultivate, and the Heavenly Tao also has time to prepare. Hanju said, how many geniuses of the Heavenly Tao have been captured by the Ancient Desolate? Heavenly Venerate Zondu said in a low voice, more than 500, including sages. Continue according to your plan. Hanju stood up and left. Heavenly Venerate Zondu looked at his back and hesitated. He finally sighed after he disappeared. He had already seen the situation clearly. The Ancient Desolate Divine Spirit was not alone and helpless. He had already obtained the support of the Great Tao Divine Spirits. The truly helpless one was the Heavenly Tao. This was not the first time, but this time, the situation was even more serious than before. He could tell that Hanju was under heavy pressure. In the past, he had never come alone to ask about the enemy's situation. Furthermore, he didn't give any instructions, which meant that Han Ju was not confident in dealing with the ancient desolate. Heavenly Venerate Zondu stopped thinking and closed his eyes to cultivate. Against the ancient desolate divine spirit, it still depended on the divine might heavenly sage. He just had to protect the heavenly Tao. Han Ju came to the foolish sword sage's Tao field. He was pretty surprised to see Han Ju. The two of them began to chat. The foolish sword sage had gone to the ancient desolate several times and was severely injured, but he could escape every time. After all, he was an existence who could escape from Han Ju. Old fool, don't go to the ancient desolate in the future. Guard the heavenly Tao, Han Ju reminded with a concerned tone. The foolish sword sage was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He immediately stomped his feet. Ancestor Tian Shu is impressive, but give me time, I'll kill him sooner or later. The foolish sword sage said angrily. He had always wanted to prove his strength in front of Han Ju, but the enemy was stronger. Han Ju smiled and said, Old fool, I know best how powerful you are. Are you in a hurry? Ancestor Tian Shu will die sooner or later. Why fuss about the dead? Han Ju's words made the foolish sword sage very comfortable. The divine might heavenly sage was still the most eloquent. This was also the thing that the foolish sword sage admired the most about Han Ju. He had clearly proved his strength, but he was never stingy with his praise when facing people weaker than him. Heavenly sage, you said that Ancestor Tian Shu is going to die. The foolish sword sage sat down and asked curiously. Han Ju smiled and said, that's right. I'm preparing to go to the ancient desolate. The foolish sword sage was stunned, as if he had heard wrongly. Didn't the divine might heavenly sage only guard the heavenly Tao and not attack distant enemies? The foolish sword sage immediately became excited. I want to go too. I want to see Ancestor Tian Shu begging for mercy in front of you. Thinking of Ancestor Tian Shu's arrogance, he was furious. No, the heavenly Tao needs someone to guard it to prevent others from taking advantage of my absence, Han Ju reminded him. The foolish sword sage felt that it made sense. The two of them chatted for a while before Han Ju returned to the Taoist temple. He left a wisp of his will in the Taoist temple to prevent himself from dying outside and being unable to revive. He was about to leave when Han Huang suddenly came to visit. Han Ju hesitated for a moment but still let him in. Father, after thinking about it, I feel that something is wrong. Are you preparing to go to the ancient desolate? Is that why you said that I can go out in the future? Han Huang asked with a burning gaze. Han Ju nodded. Han Huang suppressed his excitement and said, Father, bring me along. I want to see your true glory. I can protect myself even if I can't help you now, right? I've already followed the mystical power you taught me and sent a wisp of my soul into the Taoist temple. I can revive even if I die outside. Han Ju stared at him. Han Huang looked at his father fearlessly. After a long while, Han Ju smiled and said, then let's go together. With that, the father and son vanished from the Taoist temple and arrived in the chaos. A red light under their feet carried them forward. The surrounding spatial turbulence quickly retreated. The red light shone on the father and son, making Han Huang extremely excited. Father, we're out. What space is this? I can't see through it. Father, what's your cultivation level? Han Ju only smiled. The ultimate origin power formed this spatial tunnel. It was independent of the chaos and could go anywhere without being discovered. Apart from the ultimate origin fiend celestial, no one could forcefully barge in. Han Ju would also create mystical powers during his cultivation. For example, this spatial tunnel was formed by a mystical power and couldn't be taught to others. Only the ultimate origin fiend celestial could master it. Seeing that Han Ju did not want to answer, Han Huang could only ask, Father, what are you going to do when we reach the ancient desolate? Han Ju said, suppress. Han Huang asked, you'll forcefully fight? No plan. What if the other party escapes? Han Ju smiled. How can the ancient desolate divine spirit compete with me if he escapes? That was true. The ancient desolate divine spirit claimed to want to flatten the heavenly Tao. Wouldn't he become a joke if he fled? Han Huang clenched his fists as his blood boiled. This was the first time he went out to fight an enemy with his father. Han Huang had never killed an enemy after living for 2 million years. At most, he had fought in the simulation trial. He had long felt that the simulation trial was meaningless. He wanted a true battle. He glanced at his father. His supreme treasures were slowly emitting light. Han Ju's aura kept increasing, making his heart palpitate. How strong was his father? Han Huang was filled with anticipation. He could see his father's glory in the next battle. His father was usually gentle and was not as fierce as those great Tao sages. However, he knew that once he entered battle, his father would definitely be in a different state. He really wanted to reach the ancient desolate as soon as possible. Han Huang thought. At this moment, a circle of light appeared in front of him. Han Ju's voice sounded, "We're here." Chapter 931 Domineering. Invincible. Chapter 931 Domineering. Invincible. So fast, Han Huang was stunned as he looked ahead. A circle of light appeared at the end of the ultimate origin passage. As they approached, the father and son flew out in the red light. Outside was the chaotic void. The ancient desolate was ahead. The ancient desolate that had been slashed into two landed in the vast mist, lonely and desolate. At this moment, some living beings were lurking and watching in all directions. There was no lack of heavenly Tao spies among them. Pan Shin hid somewhere. Is that the ancient desolate? Han Huang muttered to himself as his hands in his sleeves clenched into fists. Han Ju stepped forward into the void. His body emitted a dazzling divine light that shone in the dark void. Today, the heavenly Tao divine might heavenly sage specially came to seek battle in the ancient desolate. He wants to resolve the hatred and karma. Han Ju's voice resounded in the void and echoed in the ancient desolate. In an instant, all the living beings lurking near the ancient desolate woke up. Pan Shin flew out of a huge meteor with a pseudo-sage of the Pengu race and looked at him. It's really the heavenly sage. Pan Shin was excited, but he didn't disturb him. The battle between Han Ju and the ancient desolate divine spirit was not something he could interfere with. The other living beings in the distance discussed him. Why is it him? He's the heavenly Tao divine might heavenly sage. What a powerful aura. Who said that the divine might heavenly sage doesn't dare to come to the ancient desolate? Is that true? A good show is about to begin. Who's that behind the divine might heavenly sage? His aura is at least a great Tao sage. Han Huang's blood boiled when his father shouted. This was the way he wanted to declare war. He immediately caught up and followed his father to the ancient desolate. In a few steps, Han Ju had already arrived in front of the ancient desolate. The boundless mist around the ancient desolate instantly dispersed before he even touched it. The scene was spectacular. The full appearance of the ancient desolate was shown. Han Ju's gaze crossed the vast ancient desolate mountain and saw the lake with a million geniuses floating inside. He could sense that the lake contained an extremely powerful force that had the profundity of creation. HMPH. A cold snort sounded. A ball of black chi swept over from the depths of the ancient desolate. Terrifying killing intent froze the chaotic void. The black aura targeted Han Ju, startling Han Huang. Han Ju's eyes narrowed. The black aura exploded and Ancestor Tian Shu's figure appeared. He wore a gray robe and looked like a ghost. Ancestor Tian Shu's expression changed drastically. In that instant, he felt an unprecedented terror. Impossible. A red light condensed behind Han Ju like a seal. Countless words appeared in it. They were difficult to understand and mysterious. He was dazzled wherever his gaze landed. Ultimate Origin Heaven Seal. Han Huang looked at the Ultimate Origin Heaven Seal in a daze. This was the first time he felt fear. Back when he faced Zhang Jushi's great reincarnation creation technique, he did not feel this way. This fear was indescribable, as if he was facing his natural enemy. Ancestor Tian Shu stopped and stared at Han Ju. He asked angrily, "The divine might heavenly sage wants to barge into my ancient desolate." Han Ju smiled. The Ultimate Origin Heaven Seal behind him suddenly changed. Ancestor Tian Shu's expression changed drastically and he suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already appeared inside the Ultimate Origin Heaven Seal. His lower body had already entered the strange red word. His upper body struggled crazily like a ghost in purgatory, wanting to crawl out. Divine might heavenly sage, what are you doing? Ancestor Tian Shu asked angrily. He had never encountered such a mystical power. He was trapped before he could even unleash his strength. What terrified him the most was that his dharmic powers were dissipating and his Tao fruit was melting. Noisy. Han Ju didn't even look back. With that said, Ancestor Tian Shu's body was directly destroyed, leaving only his remnant soul, struggling at death's door. Domineering. Invincible. Han Huang's blood boiled. The cultivators in the distance were also shocked. The insufferably arrogant Ancestor Tian Shu was actually so weak in front of the divine might heavenly sage. Pan Shin was so excited that his face turned red. He had seen how powerful Ancestor Tian Shu was. All the mighty figures who attacked the ancient desolate were severely injured by him. A crack appeared in the void millions of kilometers away. A huge palace flew out and figures stood in front of the palace door. The leader was the evil heavenly emperor. The evil heavenly emperor stared at Han Ju's back in surprise. The heavenly court didn't leave but hid in deep space. If not for hearing Han Ju's voice, the evil heavenly emperor wouldn't have come out. The moment he came out, he saw ancestor Tian Shu being suppressed. The war Buddha stared at Han Ju. He was too familiar with the name of the divine might heavenly sage. The name that the evil heavenly emperor had mentioned the most was this one. Han Ju also noticed the evil heavenly emperor, but he didn't care. He continued forward and walked into the depths of the ancient desolate. Ancestor Tian Shu's remnant soul was still struggling in pain, but he produced no sound no matter how much he roared. This was the ultimate origin heaven seal. The seal followed behind Han Ju like a red mountain, as if it represented the supreme divine authority. So strong, Han Huang followed behind the ultimate origin heaven seal and looked at it excitedly. He wanted to learn, he had to learn this mystical power. Han Ju stepped into the ancient desolate, and the mountains and rivers under his feet instantly turned into dust. With every step he took, the ancient desolate collapsed and was destroyed. This scene fell into the eyes of all the spectators, causing endless shock. Ancient desolate divine spirit, aren't you coming out? Han Ju asked expressionlessly. His voice was like a bell, resounding through the ages and eternal. He did not stop. The ancient desolate continued to collapse with a huge commotion. An endless lake suddenly exploded in the depths of the ancient desolate. 1,000,000 geniuses shot into the sky like arrows. They floated in the sky, and the water trickling down their bodies steamed. Every prodigy opened their eyes, they were dark and their auras rose. The weakest of these geniuses was a pseudo-sage. The freedom sages accounted for more than 10,000. All their auras converged and shook the chaotic space. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions sounded everywhere in the two halves of the ancient desolate. Endless dust waves surged into the sky. A black shadow rushed into the sky. Looking up, the number far exceeded the number of geniuses. These black shadows emitted a ghastly and terrifying red light from their eyes. Tao Devil. Countless Tao Devils flew out and quickly surrounded Han Ju and his son. The spectators retreated in fear. 10 million, 100 million, 10 billion, 100 billion. More and more Tao Devils flew out. They had all sorts of cultivation levels, including the great Tao realm. The pressure from all directions suffocated Han Huang. Why are there so many? Han Huang muttered to himself as he trembled slightly. He was not afraid. Instead, a strong fighting spirit surged in his heart. Wasn't this the moment he yearned for the most? At this moment, a world-shattering aura emerged from the depths of the ancient desolate. This aura far exceeded the Tao Devils and ancestor Tian Shu. It was so powerful that Han Huang felt that his soul would collapse at any moment. This aura was enough to resist his father. Han Huang suddenly turned around and narrowed his eyes. He grew a little worried. Could his father really defeat such an expert? He wasn't the only one. All the spectators looked in that direction. The ancient desolate divine spirit was about to attack. Chapter 932 Power Above Chaos. Chapter 932 Power Above Chaos. Boom, the chaotic space twisted violently. Above the ancient desolate, above the heads of the billions of Tao Devils, purple lightning interwove like a lightning prison descending. The war Buddha looked at the 100 billion Tao Devils in front of him and the terrifying aura in the depths of the ancient desolate. His heart beat wildly. Your Majesty, the strength and power of the ancient desolate divine spirit far exceed our imagination. Aren't you going to retreat? Could it be that your Majesty wants to save him at the cost of your life? Black Heaven General asked carefully as he stood beside the evil heavenly emperor. The evil heavenly emperor narrowed his eyes and said, "Who do you think you are? How dare you predict life and death? Let's watch. If the divine might heavenly sage dares to come out, it will be unprecedentedly terrifying, and this terror is for the ancient desolate." The corners of his mouth curled up into a confident smile that others could not understand. The war Buddha and the Black Heaven General were stunned. Why did His Majesty trust the divine might heavenly sage so much? At the same time, Han Ju's expression didn't change upon facing the ancient desolate divine spirit's domineering aura. Han Ju's robes fluttered in the divine light. He was like the absolute peak of the divine spirit lord in ancient legends. No storm in time could shake him. Father, Han Huang raised his hand and called out with a worried expression. Han Ju's voice floated into his ears. Only he could hear it. Watch carefully. Father will teach you a lesson today. I can kill him. The reason I'm waiting like this is to defeat him openly, to intimidate all parties in the chaos. Let your enemy show his strength first so that others will know how terrifying you truly are. The prerequisite for all of this is the cultivation that persisted for the last 1,000,000 years. Cultivation is to always be stronger than your opponent. Han Ju's words resounded in Han Huang's ears like thunder, shocking him. Especially the last sentence. Always be stronger than your opponent. In the depths of the ancient desolate, billions of Tao devils parted to make way for the ancient desolate divine spirit that emitted an endless evil aura. Divine might heavenly sage, you're getting anxious. I haven't even gone to the heavenly Tao and you're already here. You're not like the past. The ancient desolate divine spirit's voice sounded, desolate and cold. Hanju smiled. Who asked you to brag? It's been millions of years. I had to come personally. The ancient desolate divine spirit sneered. Hanju continued forward. His gaze landed on the ancient desolate divine spirit and he said, you have surpassed the great Tao Supreme Realm. You are indeed impressive. Attack. The ancient desolate divine spirit laughed wantonly. Attack. Divine might heavenly sage, you think too highly of yourself. Feel the power of the 8 quadrillion Tao devils first. Boom. All the Tao devils rushed towards Hanju with a huge commotion. It was a spectacular sight. Han Huang nervously prepared to fight. However, at this moment, the ultimate origin heaven seal emitted a dazzling red light. In an instant, the 8 quadrillion Tao devils vanished. Almost at the same time, they appeared in the ultimate origin heaven seal and struggled crazily. The densely packed Tao devils were all trapped in the ultimate origin heaven seal. They struggled crazily like sticky boards filled with ants. One's scalp tingled upon looking at this scene. The ancient desolate divine spirit was moved. Han Huang was stunned. He didn't expect the 8 quadrillion Tao devils to be directly suppressed by his father. He wasn't the only one. The spectators in the distance were also shocked. How strong was the divine might heavenly sage? Hanju smiled. The 8 quadrillion Tao devils in the ultimate origin heaven seal instantly turned into red smoke and were sucked into the seal. They fused into one, and only Ancestor Tian Shu was still struggling at death's door. Ancestor Tian Shu could survive because Hanju didn't want to kill him. Hanju looked at the ancient desolate divine spirit and smiled. You can attack now. The ancient desolate divine spirit was silent. The entire chaos fell silent. The moment the Tao devil appeared, the pressure caused everyone to shiver, but they didn't expect it to be easily resolved by Hanju. What would the ancient desolate divine spirit do next? Very good. I didn't think too highly of you. The Tao devils were not prepared for you. They were prepared for the heavenly Tao. I'll let you see how strong the power above the chaos is. The ancient desolate divine spirit rose. Its already terrifying aura was still increasing. Space collapsed and layers of deep space appeared. The living beings watching the battle panicked. They mobilized their dharmic powers, afraid that they would be destroyed by the surrounding spatial power. Han Huang looked at the ancient desolate divine spirit and was secretly shocked. The power that surpassed the chaos. So powerful. This was the strongest aura he had ever felt. He felt as weak as a mortal in front of the ancient desolate divine spirit. He couldn't resist in the slightest. Even though he tried his best to fill himself with fighting spirit, he was still suppressed and could not move. The difference in cultivation level was too great. Suppressing his talent, it was not only all the living beings in this chaos. All the living beings in the entire chaos and countless domains could sense the ancient desolate divine spirit's terrifying aura. On the heavenly Tao's side, the sages gathered in the universal hall, thinking that the ancient desolate was attacking. Heavenly Venerate Zondu waved his hand, and a crystal appeared in the hall. The crystal expanded and revealed the scene in front of Pan Shin. Divine might heavenly sage, the heavenly age went to fight the ancient desolate divine spirit. What's going on? Why didn't the heavenly sage tell us in advance? Is it really the heavenly sage? Doesn't the heavenly sage always stay in the heavenly Tao? Indeed, he used a clone to go to the Grand Primordium domain previously. Why this time? The sages discussed. Everyone was worried for Hanju. Because the ancient desolate divine spirit was too powerful. His aura caused the sages to feel tiny and made freedom tremble. The ancient desolate divine spirit looked down at Hanju and said disdainfully, Divine might heavenly sage, I'll let you experience the power of the divine authority first. He raised his hand and waved it. Above the chaos, one of the 7 supreme rules emitted light of power and swooped down. In the blink of an eye, a huge hole was torn in the shattered space of the ancient desolate. A holy and dignified pillar of light descended, targeting Hanju. Hanju raised his hand and struck out with his palm. It was invisible and colorless as it directly destroyed the pillar of light. Divine might great heaven palm. No one could see his ultimate origin power. Even so, the pillar of light that dissipated into thin air displayed his domineering strength. It was as if any power could only disappear in front of him. Hanju's gaze landed on the ancient desolate divine spirit and he said, I'm tired, I won't talk nonsense with you. Give me your life. His voice was very soft, but it was filled with killing intent. It caused one's heart to turn cold as if they were in ice. With that, the ancient desolate divine spirit instantly vanished and appeared in the ultimate origin heaven seal. The ancient desolate divine spirit was shocked and immediately struggled. What mystical power is this? The ancient desolate divine spirit exclaimed in his heart. He kept using his mystical powers and wanted to jump out, but an invisible force pulled at his body and soul, preventing him from escaping. Hanju tilted his head slightly and glanced at the ancient desolate divine spirit trapped in the ultimate origin heaven seal from the corner of his eye. He said, "Ancient desolate divine spirit, I didn't want to be enemies with you, but you want to destroy my heavenly Tao. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. You didn't seek revenge from the Tao ancestor and implicated the innocent. You're just using the excuse of revenge to destroy the heavenly Tao and dominate the chaos. You reached your current cultivation level after cultivating for eons. Why force me? I feel your hatred, so, it's time for you to die." Chapter 933 Fusing the Supreme Rules. Chapter 933 Fusing the Supreme Rules. Hanju's voice echoed in the shattered chaotic void, shocking every living being. Everyone was indescribably shocked as they looked at the ancient desolate divine spirit who was still struggling in the ultimate origin heaven seal. They even felt like they were dreaming. Far away, the sages in the heavenly Tao Universal Hall looked at the scene in the crystal and their blood boiled. This was their divine might heavenly sage. Exclamation mark. Forever invincible. He would never lose. Hanju glanced at the ancient desolate divine spirit behind him and narrowed his eyes. The ultimate origin heaven seal emitted a powerful pressure that scattered the ancient desolate divine spirit's body. "Impossible. You want to defeat me just like that? Divine might heavenly sage, you think too highly of yourself." The ancient desolate divine spirit shouted angrily. In an instant, his soul exploded and transformed into a divine light that vanished. Hanju seemed to sense something and glanced over. Among the million geniuses in the distance, a genius shone with divine light. The ancient desolate divine spirit's aura appeared on his body and increased crazily. No wonder this fellow had possessed so many geniuses. It was to escape. After successfully possessing him, the ancient desolate divine spirit flew out from the million geniuses and looked down at him. "Your mystical power is impressive, but do you dare to destroy the million geniuses behind me?" Vicious. Wouldn't Hanju offend the entire chaos if he did this? That would cause endless trouble. These million geniuses covered all the factions in the chaos. Hanju smiled. "So this is what you ate relying on? How can you take revenge on the heavenly Tao and unite the chaos with these methods? If you control the chaos, when experts challenge your status, you will use the living beings of the chaos to threaten them. You will say that if they dare to act recklessly, you will kill the living beings of the chaos and make them unable to be the controller of the chaos." His words were filled with mockery, making the spectators want to laugh but not dare to. In the eyes of these two, the living beings of the chaos were as if they could be destroyed with a wave of their hand. How could they not feel sorrow? The ancient desolate divine spirit said coldly, "Divine might heavenly sage, you're so good with words. Defeat me with strength first." He raised his hands and the entire ancient desolate trembled violently as he absorbed the power of the entire place. He suddenly waved his palm and his surging dharmic powers gathered into dazzling light, causing the chaotic domain to lose its color. The ultimate origin heaven seal instantly appeared in front of Hanju and absorbed the ancient desolate divine spirit's dharmic powers. In an instant, the ancient desolate divine spirit appeared behind Hanju. A purple staff appeared in his right hand and struck at him. The light of the purple staff was like flames. Just as it was about to hit Hanju, the ultimate origin heaven seal blocked it. The ancient desolate divine spirit was moved. He didn't expect there to be more than one ultimate origin heaven seal. The ultimate origin heaven seal behind Hanju was far smaller than the one in front of him, but it was extremely hard and easily blocked the purple staff. The ancient desolate divine spirit's eyes turned cold. The purple staff distorted the surrounding space. Countless illusions surrounded them, as if they had fallen into an endless illusion abyss. The various forms of life and the 18 scenes of hell entered their eyes. The two of them kept hanging upside down. Child's play. Hanju snorted disdainfully. The ultimate origin heaven seal behind him emitted a terrifying suction force and directly absorbed the ancient desolate divine spirit, instantly destroying it. The surrounding endless illusion shattered. Hanju glanced over and saw that another prodigy had obtained the ancient desolate divine spirit's aura. There was no end to it. Hanju immediately rushed over. The ancient desolate divine spirit leapt and struck out with both palms. Each palm was a different mystical power. Countless afterimages appeared behind him as he waved his palms. The mystical powers also had different changes and were endlessly profound. The spectators kept retreating, even Han Huang. This is the great Tao Supreme Realm. No, it surpasses the great Tao Supreme Realm. Han Huang looked up at the high and mighty ancient desolate divine spirit with clenched fists. He would be so strong one day. Wait, no, he wanted to be stronger. The ultimate origin heaven seal blocked all the ancient desolate divine spirit's mystical powers. Han Ju was still advancing. With every step he took, the ultimate origin heaven seal crushed forward with unstoppable force. A black shadow suddenly condensed behind him. Fey and celestial Dharma idols. The ancient desolate divine spirit frowned and was vigilant, but his mystical power did not stop. A vast pressure had already spread throughout the chaos. Gaze after gaze crossed the distance and landed on the battlefield. Han Ju even felt the ultimate god of punishment's gaze, but he didn't care. The ultimate god of punishment would be defeated even if he came. The black shadow behind Han Ju suddenly disappeared. In the next second, he appeared among the million geniuses and kept sucking them away. Those geniuses were all heavenly Tao lifeforms, including Tao Sovereign and the others. In the blink of an eye, the Fey and celestial Dharma idols had already snatched away all the heavenly Tao geniuses at an extremely fast speed. The ancient desolate divine spirit raised his right hand again. Purple light burst out from his palm. Endless chaotic heavenly thunder interwove, causing the sky to look shattered. Figures flew out from the chaotic heavenly thunder, causing the spectators to be moved. Divine authority generals. Countless divine authority generals swooped down at Han Ju. His black hair fluttered and his red eyes were cold. The ultimate origin heaven seal in front of him emitted a dazzling light and directly sucked the divine authority generals into it. Han Ju raised his left hand and slapped out with the divine might great heaven palm. It was invisible and directly shattered the ancient desolate's two halves. All of this happened too quickly. The ancient desolate was shattered the moment the divine authority generals appeared. The ancient desolate divine spirit's eyes widened in anger. Although the ancient desolate could no longer affect him, it had nurtured him as if it was his body. How could he not be angry? Divine might heavenly sage, you're really courting death. The ancient desolate divine spirit suddenly leapt. The million geniuses followed him into the sky. They were like arrows piercing through layers of space, rushing towards the seven supreme rules. Han Ju stepped into the ultimate origin passage and appeared above the ancient desolate divine spirit's head. The ultimate origin heaven seal pressed down like a mountain and blocked the other party. The ancient desolate divine spirit was destroyed again and possessed another prodigy. The million geniuses dispersed and continued to rush towards the seven supreme rules. Han Ju showed a frown. The ultimate origin heaven seal sucked away a million geniuses who struggled in pain. Even if Han Ju didn't hurt their origin, they would still suffer unprecedented pain and torture. HMPH, you're still a step too slow. A voice came from above, causing Han Ju to turn around. Two figures appeared under the seven supreme rules. One was the ancient desolate divine spirit, and the other was the ultimate god of punishment. The two supreme existences raised their right arms and pressed a supreme rule in their palms. Han Ju looked at the ultimate god of punishment with a cold gaze. The ultimate god of punishment did not dare to look at him and sighed slightly. The ancient desolate divine spirit looked down at him and said, "You're indeed powerful. I'm not your match, but what if the supreme rules are added?" He directly entered a supreme rule. The ultimate god of punishment poured all his dharmic powers into this rule. His body turned ethereal, as if it would disappear at any moment. The seven supreme rules shook violently and silently, but they looked extremely violent. Even Han Ju felt a little uneasy. What was he doing? Han Ju focused and didn't dare to act recklessly. Would he provoke the Tao Creator if he attacked the supreme rules? Forget it. In any case, there was a trace of will in the Taoist temple. He could revive even if he died. Han Ju and the ancient desolate divine spirit attacked with the supreme rules. In that case, the Tao Creator could only blame the ancient desolate divine spirit and not him. Chapter 934 Ultimate Power, Supreme Power. Chapter 934 Ultimate Power, Supreme Power. When Han Ju and the ancient desolate divine spirit arrived under the seven supreme rules, the living beings watching the battle couldn't capture their auras. They could only wait. The evil heavenly emperor looked up with narrowed eyes. It was unknown what he was thinking. Han Huang suddenly flew over and asked anxiously, "Your Majesty, where did my father go?" The evil heavenly emperor's expression instantly became benevolent. He smiled and said, "Your cultivation level has already surpassed mine. You can't even see it, so I naturally can't. However, don't worry, your father is definitely confident if he dares to come out." Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Han Huang was relieved to see his smile. At the same time, the sages in the Heavenly Tao Universal Hall were also worried. They were not the only ones. The 5 great divine punishers in the divine robe Taoist Tao field were also watching the battle. My godfather has disappeared, Yi Tian exclaimed. His sage sense swept through the chaos but couldn't track Han Ju. Han Tuo frowned, his eyes filled with worry. The battle between Han Ju and the ancient desolate divine spirit affected the hearts of countless cultivators in the chaos. This battle was very important. If the divine might heavenly sage won, the situation in the chaos would not change. If the ancient desolate divine spirit won, the future would be immeasurable. The divine might heavenly sage was already the strongest in the chaos after killing 20,000 divine authority generals, but he did not persecute the chaos. However, the ancient desolate divine spirit was different. All living beings did not know it, but the ancient desolate was not a good place. Vas. The 7 supreme rules twisted wantonly like 7 furious dragons that stirred the 3,000 great Tao. The ultimate god of punishment looked up at the supreme rules. 7-colored light shone on his face. He turned to look at Han Ju below and discovered that he was very calm. He couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't you attacking?" Han Ju replied, "It involves the supreme rules. I don't dare to act recklessly. If anything happens, you two will be the scapegoats." The ultimate god of punishment continued to ask, "Then why didn't you escape? Do you think you can defeat the ancient desolate divine spirit who has grasped the power of the supreme rules? Where can I escape to? You will come to the heavenly Tao sooner or later. I haven't lost yet, I can still fight." Han Ju's answer was still casual, as if he was chatting and not fighting to the death. The ultimate origin heaven seal floated behind him. The souls of the million geniuses had already been controlled by him and placed into it. He would release them after the battle. The ultimate god of punishment was silent, not knowing what to say. He was also very embarrassed and felt a little guilty towards Han Ju. But there was no choice. He had been the leader of the divine spirits for a period of time. He felt that there were higher existences. Those existences were manipulating the chaotic rules. He was only a puppet. Only by relying on the ancient desolate divine spirit could he have a chance to become the true leader of the divine spirits and set the rules. "Sorry, divine might heavenly sage, you will understand my difficulties one day." "No, you won't have that day anymore." The ultimate god of punishment sighed. At this moment, one of the supreme rules suddenly condensed into a human form. It was the ancient desolate divine spirit. The ancient desolate divine spirit slowly descended and left the other 6 supreme rules. His entire body turned into white light and only a pair of cold eyes were revealed as he looked down at Han Ju. "Next, I'll let you experience the power of the divine authority." The ancient desolate divine spirit suddenly fell at an extremely fast speed. The ultimate origin heaven seal protected Han Ju, but it was still knocked down by the ancient desolate divine spirit. In the blink of an eye, it returned to the ancient desolate. Their vast and terrifying aura descended into the chaos again, causing all living beings to shiver. Han Ju frowned. He didn't expect the ancient desolate divine spirit to become so powerful. Soon, his feet landed on a piece of land. This land was extremely hard and was already the bottom of the chaos. The ultimate origin heaven seal shattered, leaving Han Ju no choice but to dodge. "Ha ha ha, your mystical power is nothing much." The ancient desolate divine spirit stopped in the air and laughed wildly. Han Ju landed on a distant mountain. Shadows appeared and quickly disappeared. Dharma idol fusion technique. He looked at the ancient desolate divine spirit and snorted. "You're indeed powerful, but aren't you worried about suffering a backlash? Using the supreme rules will disturb the chaos. You will bear unimaginable karma. Even if you defeat me, how can you control the chaos?" He was stalling for time. The ancient desolate divine spirit had already become arrogant. He raised his hands and laughed wildly. "I'm already invincible. You can't feel my true strength. Why should I be afraid of karma with such power? If I want the chaos to be born, it will be born. If I want the chaos to perish, it will definitely be destroyed. Divine might heavenly sage, you're very powerful. I'll give you another chance. Kneel down and submit to me. At that time, you will become the most powerful deity other than me and the ultimate god of punishment." He stared at Han Ju with a playful gaze. This was madness. Han Ju cursed silently. In this short period of time, he had already fused with the 3,000 Fian celestial Dharma idols. An extremely terrifying power had accumulated in his body, but the ancient desolate divine spirit couldn't sense it under the ultimate origin power's obstruction. "Sorry, good and evil can't coexist. You have no pity for all living beings, so I naturally can't believe you." Even if I die, I have to protect the chaos and fight you. Hanju rejected righteously and quickly rushed towards the ancient desolate divine spirit. The ancient desolate divine spirit was furious. We have already surpassed the great Tao Supreme Realm. You actually dare to reject me with this nonsense that only restricts mortals. You are insulting my sincerity to you. In that case, you can die. He raised his right palm and struck out. The power of the supreme divine authority poured out. The rule divine light turned the bottom of the chaos into daytime. The sky in every corner of the chaos shone with the divine light of the supreme rules. Hanju also waved his palm the moment the ancient desolate divine spirit attacked. Primordial divine rage, divine might great heaven palm. The power of the 3000 great Tao fused with the ultimate origin power and transformed into an unprecedented extreme strength. Almost instantly, the 6 supreme rules that were twisting violently above the chaos calmed down. Hanju's ultimate origin power collided with the supreme power of the ancient desolate divine spirit. The ground at the bottom of the chaos instantly collapsed. All existences were crushed into ashes and the entire chaos shook. A strong light flashed. It was unknown if it was an eternity or an instant before the world regained its color. Hanju and the ancient desolate divine spirit floated in the ruined void behind each other. The divine light on the ancient desolate divine spirit's body dissipated like ashes, revealing his main body's soul. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. Impossible, impossible, the ancient desolate divine spirit muttered with a trembling voice. He turned to look at Hanju with difficulty. Hanju suddenly appeared in front of him and threw the ultimate origin heaven seal at him. This time, the ancient desolate divine spirit did not struggle anymore. He had already lost the strength to struggle. He stared at Hanju with fear. That's right, fear. The ancient desolate divine spirit thought that it was already invincible, but it still couldn't withstand a single blow from Hanju. Who are you? The ancient desolate divine spirit asked with a trembling voice, but he already had the answer. It turned out that the illusory transcendent existences he had always been afraid of were in the chaos. The divine might heavenly sage was one of them. Hanju's expression was indifferent as he said, I'm only a chaotic fiend celestial hiding in the heavenly Tao to cultivate. If not for you insisting on flattening the heavenly Tao, I wouldn't have made a move. Why must cultivation have conflicts? Ancient desolate divine spirit, you no longer have a chance to start over. With that, the ultimate origin heaven seal directly crushed the ancient desolate divine spirit's soul body. Chapter 935 Divine Might Echoes in the Chaos. Chapter 935 Divine Might Echoes in the Chaos. The bottom of the chaos fell silent as the ancient desolate divine spirit's soul dissipated. Some stars could still be seen in the sky after the supreme rule dissipated, constantly restoring the shattered void at the bottom of the chaos. Hanju glanced up and discovered some living beings at the bottom of the chaos. Other than that, countless grudges were scattered in all directions. He did not care and disappeared. He quickly arrived above the chaos and found the ultimate god of punishment. The ultimate god of punishment looked incredulous. He stared at Hanju and asked in anger, how can you destroy the power of the supreme rules? Hanju said, perhaps it's the power of justice. The supreme rule rejects the ancient desolate divine spirit and doesn't help him much. It only made him lose. The existence of the supreme rule definitely has a meaning. Once it's violated, it will only attract eternal damnation. The ultimate god of punishment's expression changed as many guesses appeared in his mind. At this moment, Hanju suddenly appeared in front of him and struck him with the great change sealing palm. Hanju was extremely fast. Only the ancient desolate divine spirit could barely keep up. The ultimate god of punishment was directly sealed. The ultimate god of punishment's eyes widened as he stared at him. Hanju raised his hand and put the ultimate god of punishment into his sleeve. He suddenly felt a gaze land on him. It only took an instant for Hanju to be shocked, but he hid it very well and didn't show it. Tao Creator. Hanju looked up. The supreme rule fused by the ancient desolate divine spirit had unknowingly recovered. The 7 supreme rules were above the 3000 great Tao. They were ancient and eternal. For some reason, he seemed to see the Tao Creator standing on the supreme rules. Hanju immediately disappeared and came in front of Han Huang. His voice resounded through the chaos. The ancient desolate divine spirit has been killed by me, the divine might heavenly sage. I will bring back the million geniuses imprisoned by the ancient desolate divine spirit to the heavenly Tao and erase his control over them. Almighty figures, you can come to the heavenly Tao to get them. I hope that the chaos will be peaceful forever. All the living beings in the chaos could hear it, including the living beings of the heavenly Tao immortal world, but the mortal worlds could not. Hanju nodded at the evil heavenly emperor and brought Han Huang into the ultimate origin passage. The Black Heaven General muttered to himself, "It's over so quickly." He had thought that it would be an evenly matched battle. He did not expect the ancient desolate divine spirit to be so weak against the divine might heavenly sage. He wasn't the only one. All the spectators were shocked. Even the evil heavenly emperor was amazed. Could this kid really be the strongest in the chaos? The evil heavenly emperor thought silently. In the ultimate origin passage, Han Huang was extremely excited and kept asking questions. Han Ju briefly explained the details of the battle, making his son's blood boil. "I want to learn your mystical power just now. You can't learn it, only I can use this mystical power. Everyone has their own Tao. You will understand in the future." Han Huang was deep in thought. He believed that his father would not lie to him. The two of them quickly returned to the third Tao field. Han Ju was alone in the Taoist temple and did not allow Han Huang to enter. "Will the million geniuses ancient desolate divine spirit possessed die if I curse him to death?" Han Ju asked in his mind. He had already checked his interpersonal relationships. The ancient desolate divine spirit was not dead yet. 100 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. The ancient desolate divine spirit suffered a backlash from the supreme rule and has been expelled by the chaos. It has lost control of all its clones. He had really suffered a backlash. Han Ju checked the emails. Your enemy, the ancient desolate divine spirit, devoured the supreme rule and was attacked by a transcendent existence. His karma and fate were expelled from the chaos. Indeed, a Tao creator had taken action. It seemed that his acting was still very successful. Han Ju came to the main Tao field and released the ultimate god of punishment into the primordial heavenly prison. The ultimate god of punishment's will had already been sealed, but Han Ju would still personally take care of him to prevent any accidents. On the other side, Han Qinger grabbed Han Huang and asked how things went. Han Huang did not hide anything and told her everything he saw. Han Qinger's blood boiled. She was so excited that she couldn't control herself. "Why did father only bring you and not me? I was the one who begged father. Who asked you not to sense that he was leaving? Ah, no wonder father suddenly came to chat with us. He was leaving behind his last words. Damn it, I actually missed it. Ha ha ha, I think he just did it on a whim. You didn't see father's glory. He doesn't care about the ancient desolate divine spirit at all." Han Huang clenched his fists when he talked about the previous battle. He had to become someone like his father. At the same time, the heavenly Tao rejoiced. The current immortal world was no longer like in the past. News of the chaos often spread in the immortal world. All the living beings in the immortal world also knew of the ancient desolate's threat. They didn't expect the divine might heavenly sage to personally go to the chaos and flatten the ancient desolate. The happiest were the sages. In the universal hall, dozens of sages were cheering. They were like mortals who had lost the composure and solemnity of sages. Heavenly Venerate Zondu also smiled. He had made the right bet. However, he was still shocked. He never expected Han Ju to personally go to the ancient desolate and settle this matter alone. From the battle time, the ancient desolate divine spirit was probably far from being the divine might heavenly sage's match. At this moment, Heavenly Venerate Zondu became arrogant. "It's time to make your choice, three pure sacred world." Heavenly Venerate Zondu's eyes flickered and he smiled. In the future, more and more chaotic mighty figures rushed to the heavenly Tao to save their juniors and disciples. However, Han Ju didn't appear. The sages could only treat him politely and let them wait for a while. The heavenly Tao was overjoyed, but the great Tao divine spirits of the chaos panicked. The ancient desolate had been destroyed. Would the divine might heavenly sage find trouble with them? They didn't dare to think too much and could only wait for the ultimate god of punishment's instructions. A barren continent floated in the void in the chaos. A man sat at the peak of a mountain in the depths of the continent. It was the #1 prodigy of the heavenly Tao, Azure Heaven Mystic. As he cultivated, Azure Heaven Mystic looked up at the void with burning eyes. Divine might heavenly sage, how impressive, Azure Heaven Mystic muttered to himself. He had been wandering the chaos for many years and had some understanding of it. He had often heard of the ancient desolate. How many mighty figures and factions had attacked the ancient desolate and returned in failure? Instead, a million geniuses had been kidnapped. This matter shocked the chaos, causing the ancient desolate to become the most dangerous place in the world. Even so, the moment the divine might heavenly sage attacked, the ancient desolate divine spirit directly died. This was the invincible path he yearned for. He had worshipped the divine might heavenly sage since he was young. Now, this worship had reached the extreme. Only those who understood how strong the divine might heavenly sage was would sigh at his boundless dharmic powers. Do you want to defeat the divine might heavenly sage? A voice floated into Azure Heaven Mystic's ears, startling him so much that he suddenly stood up. Who? Azure Heaven Mystic scanned his surroundings with a vigilant expression. He was clearly the only one on this continent. He didn't sense the other party's infiltration. How could he not be shocked? Chapter 936 Carefree Immortal, Dominating the Chaos. Chapter 936 Carefree Immortal, Dominating the Chaos. The divine might heavenly sage is already the strongest in the chaos. It's impossible to surpass him without a huge opportunity. The mysterious voice entered Azure Heaven Mystic's ears again. Azure Heaven Mystic seemed to sense something and suddenly turned around. He saw a figure walking over from the horizon. Lotus flowers bloomed under his feet as he walked leisurely. This figure was formed like the wind. It was difficult to see its true appearance. It was mysterious and unfathomable. Who are you? Tell me your name. Azure Heaven Mystic shouted in a low voice, his heart burning with anger. This person definitely wanted to sow discord between him and the divine might heavenly sage. He wanted to be on par with the divine might heavenly sage. He only wanted to catch up. He did not hate him. He was a heavenly Tao sage. How could people from the heavenly Tao kill each other? I am the carefree immortal who travels the chaos to find the great creation. Your potential is already top-notch in the chaos. You are even more outstanding than the divine might heavenly sage. Unfortunately, there are only 7 types of great creation in the chaos. If you can't obtain one, you won't be able to surpass the divine might heavenly sage. He chuckled. His tone was ethereal and unfathomable. Azure Heaven Mystic frowned and asked, what 7? Carefree Immortal. He had never heard of him. However, the other party's words interested him. There are 7 supreme rules above the 3000 great Tao. The previous divine authority general who ruled the chaos was one of the 7 supreme rules. It was also called the Great Tao Providence Divine Authority. The ancient desolate divine spirit forcefully devoured a supreme rule and could have fought with the divine might heavenly sage. However, he suffered a backlash from the supreme rule and finally fell into eternal damnation, Carefree Immortal said slowly, impressing Azure Heaven Mystic. This person is definitely not simple. Definitely stronger than me. It was very difficult to escape. It was better to learn more about the chaos from him. Azure Heaven Mystic thought silently and continued asking questions. The battle between the divine might heavenly sage and the ancient desolate divine spirit caused a long-lasting discussion in the chaos. 100,000 years later, all the living beings in the chaos were still discussing this battle. However, this battle had already become a legend. The junior cultivators had all heard such legends as they stepped into the path of cultivation. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju opened his eyes. The ultimate god of punishment had yet to be successfully enslaved. He had no choice but to release the million geniuses in advance and throw them out of the 33rd heaven. The geniuses' appearance naturally caused a huge commotion. Tao Sovereign, Zhao Xuanyuan, Zhang Yi, Han Yu, Qin Ling, and others were also among them. They looked at each other in shock. Their wills had always been in chaos. It was unknown what had happened over the years, but they seemed to have a dream. At this moment, a large number of powerful auras flew over from the chaotic cities around the heavenly Tao. It's really them. The divine might heavenly sage didn't lie to us. In the past 100,000 years, the divine might heavenly sage has been eliminating the hidden injuries in their bodies. Indeed, that ancient desolate divine spirit is extremely vicious. He definitely has a backup plan. We should be cautious and ask later. My son, you're still alive. The void became lively for some time. The heavenly Tao sages also rushed over to welcome Han Yu and the others. Knowing that the ancient desolate divine spirit was already dead, Tao Sovereign and the others were extremely excited. Ha 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 ha, as expected of my master. Zhao Xuanyuan laughed loudly, attracting respectful and grateful gazes. So this was one of the divine might heavenly sage's disciples. No matter what, the divine might heavenly sage was these geniuses' savior. His prestige was already unparalleled in the chaos. Not to mention anything else, the heavenly Tao had obtained the admiration of many worlds in the past 100,000 years. Now, there were already more than 1,000 subsidiary worlds, surpassing the 3 pure sacred worlds in one go. More and more factions began to curry favor with the heavenly Tao. At the very least, they had to express their goodwill. Instead, the 3 pure sacred world was isolated. Han Ju only spared a glance at the situation outside the heavenly Tao. With the foolish sword sage around, nothing could go wrong for the time being. No one in the current chaos dared to provoke the heavenly Tao unless he believed that he was stronger than the ancient desolate divine spirit. Han Ju continued cultivating and waited for the ultimate god of punishment to be enslaved. 300,000 years later. Primordial heavenly prison has successfully enslaved the target. The ultimate god of punishment has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, max. Hanju opened his eyes and looked at the ultimate god of punishment beside him. After the enslavement succeeded, the ultimate god of punishment also regained consciousness. As expected of an existence at the perfected Great Tao Supreme Realm, it actually took 400,000 years to successfully enslave him. The ultimate god of punishment stood up and knelt down in front of him. Greetings, Master. The leader of the divine spirits knelt in front of Hanju with a solemn expression and a respectful tone. From today onwards, you will continue to be the leader of the divine spirits and follow your previous plan. As for our relationship, you are not to tell anyone, understand? Hanju said indifferently. He was a little bored upon seeing the ultimate god of punishment's respectful attitude. He could already feel the loneliness of invincibility. The ultimate god of punishment immediately accepted the order. Hanju instructed again and waved him out. He checked the emails. Over the years, his circle of friends had been very harmonious. There had been no large-scale attacks. Hanju was glad. After reading the emails, Hanju came to the third Dao field and called Han Qinger and Han Huang over. After entering the temple, the two of them knelt in front of him excitedly. Hanju smiled. You've grown up. I won't stop you if you want to go out in the future. His children shouldn't be in danger with the ultimate god's care. Really? Father, are you enlightened? The two of them asked in unison. The second sentence was said by Han Qinger, making Hanju speechless. What was she saying? Han Qinger knew that she had said something wrong and hurriedly said, I mean, why are you allowing us out now? Han Huang chuckled. Other than the ancient desolate divine spirit, who else in the current chaos is our father's match? Hanju glared at him. When walking in the chaos, don't be arrogant or underestimate anyone, understand? Understood. Understood. The two of them replied in unison. That day, the two of them bid farewell to their mothers and were sent out of the Dao field by Hanju. They first went looking for Zhang Jushi and Liu Bei. Zhang Jushi looked at his junior brother and junior sister and smiled kindly. Where do you want to go? Actually, the chaos is not that fun. Han Huang smiled. I have to find the evil heavenly emperor. I promised him that once I go to the chaos, I'll go to him first. Han Qinger shrugged and spread her hands. I'll definitely follow my second brother. Otherwise, what if I'm bullied? As long as Han Huang's cultivation did not touch the Great Tao Supreme Realm, he would almost not be injured. However, to the chaos, very few people knew about the Great Tao Supreme Realm, including most Great Tao sages. They only knew that there was always someone stronger. Senior Zhang, let's go together. Han Huang smiled and said, your potential is very strong. I've seen many Great Tao sages and even the 5 Great Divine Punishers. They're all inferior to you. Why do you have to stay in seclusion here? We can dominate the chaos if we join forces. Other than my father, who else in the chaos is our match? Father said that the chaotic assembly will still be held. At that time, we will fight in the chaotic assembly. The eternal peak can only belong to one of us. Chapter 937-7 Pursuing the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. Chapter 937 Pursuing the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. Han Huang's words caused ripples in Zhang Jushi's calm heart. Eternal Peak, the title of the strongest prodigy in the chaos. Who did not want to obtain it? In the past, Zhang Jushi might have been afraid of attracting trouble, but now, his master was the strongest in the chaos. What was he afraid of? Zhang Jushi wavered. Liu Bei saw through his thoughts and smiled. Then go. Perhaps this is also a form of training for you. Go. Don't snatch my disciple. More and more living beings were being born in the universe of stars. The first batch contained talented people with limited numbers. That's right. Let's go. Stop dawdling. Han Huang patted Zhang Jushi's shoulder and urged him. Han Qinger also stared at him. Zhang Jushi gritted his teeth. All right, then, I'll accompany you into the chaos. Han Huang and Han Qinger immediately beamed. Hanju began to observe the primordial world after his children left. He had just broken through not long ago. He was still far from the next breakthrough. Furthermore, the next realm was the Tao Creator realm. It was not easy. After hundreds of thousands of years, another batch of chaotic Fian Celestials was born in the primordial world. The Fian Celestial Dharma idols that Hanju had comprehended also transformed into Fian Celestial Chi in the primordial world. The primordial world contained 15.1 quatordecillion galaxies. A few galaxies had already given birth to a complete world with perfect creation. However, there were only chaotic Fian Celestials for the time being. There were no other living beings. Hanju had already grasped the power of creation and could directly derive all living beings, but he was not in a hurry. He had already filled the primordial world with the power of the 3,000 great Tao. He wanted the chaotic fiend celestials to comprehend the power of creation and create living beings. If he directly created living beings, they might become the chaotic fiend celestials' food. However, if he let the chaotic fiend celestials create them themselves, all living beings would be their descendants. The meaning was different. Moreover, the existence of living beings did not affect Hanju much. The primordial world was becoming stronger. Even if living beings appeared, they could not increase the nebulous primordial chi. Instead, they would digest it. Hanju suddenly thought of the ninth chaos. Could it be that the living beings of the chaos did not affect the chaos much, so the ninth chaos did not care at all? As long as the chaos itself was not destroyed, the ninth chaos would be left to the chaotic mighty figures. Hanju wouldn't care if the chaotic fiend celestials fought in the primordial world. Even if one died, a new chaotic fiend celestial would be born. He could continue to create the fiend celestial chi with the grand unity aspect. It had to be said that the grand unity aspect was indeed impressive. Although it was called a Dharma idol technique, it was actually 3,000 great Tao. This was a mystical power given by the system. It could be seen how deep the system's background was. Thinking of this, Hanju asked in his mind, is the origin of the system related to the 5 Tao creators? No karma. No, that system could only be related to the primordial chaos. Hanju thought silently. At this moment, another line of words appeared in front of him. The system has detected that you have entered the stage of charging towards the Tao creator realm. You will know all the origins of the system as long as you become a Tao creator. Tao creator? Hanju clicked his tongue in wonder. Was he finally going to reveal the true nature of the system? The current him was already very powerful. He could completely see through his body and was not controlled by other powers, so he was not worried that the system would devour him. Besides, if not for the system, how could he be where he was today? If there was really a dead mighty figure who created the system, Hanju would try his best to satisfy his intentions as a form of repayment. However, Hanju felt that the system was not created by a certain existence. It was more like a rule. The system had been operating like a machine without any spirit for more than 9 million years. Of course, it could also be hiding or have lost its memory. He had to think about all of this after he reached the Tao creator realm. Several hours later, Hanju stood up and started to stretch his muscles. It's time to relax for a while, Hanju muttered to himself. Then, he went to find Xing Hongshuan and Qingluaner to ask if they wanted to go out for a walk. Greater than women. However, to his surprise, the 2 women rejected him. That day, Hanju's words when he fought the ancient desolate divine spirit resounded through the chaos. They also heard it. After that, they were filled with fear when Han Huang described how powerful the ancient desolate divine spirit was. They understood why Hanju wanted to reminisce with them. He was afraid that something would happen and didn't want to leave any regrets. The 2 of them had discussed in private that they had to become stronger and catch up to their husband. That was impossible, but, at the very least, they had to have the right to share the pressure. A little bored, Hanju went to the second Tao field alone. All 3 Tao fields had a trace of his will to prevent any accidents. Li Yao and Tao Comprehension Sword were very surprised and hurriedly stood up to welcome him. Tao Comprehension Sword kept asking about the details of his battle with the ancient desolate divine spirit. Hanju didn't hide anything. The ancient desolate divine spirit was indeed very powerful. I had no choice but to fight him seriously, Hanju said seriously, causing Tao Comprehension Sword to roll her eyes. Li Yao nodded in agreement. The faster the battle ends, the more it means that you're serious. You're serious enough to catch me off guard. I defeated him openly this time. There was no surprise. Hanju snorted. In the past, he would deliberately say nonsense to divert the enemy's attention before attacking. Li Yao looked at him in admiration, making him very happy. Tao Comprehension Sword asked excitedly, then you have to teach us a mystical power for us to become stronger. Of course. Let's talk about the Tao. Hanju smiled. Several days later, Hanju and the 2 women walked out of the Taoist temple. Li Yao's expression was natural, but Tao Comprehension Sword was blushing. The 53 chaotic fiend celestials immediately rushed over with excited expressions. Greetings, Sect Master. Greetings, Grand Master. Greetings, Master. Hanju waved his sleeve and smiled. Sit down. I haven't preached the Tao to you for a long time. It's time to talk about a fortuitous encounter. Everyone began to flatter him. In the second Tao field, they had nothing else to do other than cultivate. It was very boring, so the battle between Hanju and the ancient desolate divine spirit was very exciting to them. Moreover, the influence of this battle was still there even after hundreds of thousands of years. Every time Tao Sovereign and the others entered the myriad worlds projection, they would mention the influence of this battle. Now, the Divine Might Heavenly Sage had already become the most prestigious existence in the chaos. It was not only the Heavenly Tao. The geniuses of the other worlds and domains also worshipped the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. Pursuing the Divine Might Heavenly Sage had already become the greatest goal of the geniuses of the world. The lecture began. Hanju's first word made all the Fian Celestials enter a state of Tao comprehension. 3,000 years later, they finally woke up one after another. Their cultivation levels had improved, and many insights into other great Tao appeared in their minds. Hanju was already gone. Murong Qi sighed. What realm is Grandmaster at? He's really mysterious. Guan Bubai smiled. Ha ha ha, you definitely won't be able to guess it, but you can guess my realm. I'm about to attain the great Tao. Me too, the Crimson Fox said confidently. They were all chaotic Fian Celestials with unparalleled potential. After Hanju's lecture, the door of the Great Tao had already appeared in front of a few chaotic Fian Celestials. Chapter 938 Authority and Influence. Chapter 938 Authority and Influence. While the chaotic Fian Celestials of the second Tao field were still discussing excitedly, Hanju had already arrived outside the 33rd heaven and was reminiscing with Heavenly Venerate Zondu in the Universal Hall. Heavenly Venerate Zondu's attitude was clearly lower. He was already completely a subordinate. Hanju was very satisfied. He was not pretentious and asked Heavenly Venerate Zondu to treat him as an equal like before. He felt that this was the best way to deepen their relationship. After chatting for a while, the dozens of Heavenly Tao sages in the Heavenly Tao came and quickly sat down. No one dared to make a commotion. They all looked at Hanju with reverence. Including the foolish sword sage and the sacred true martial Buddha of the Buddhist world. Heavenly Venerate Zondu glanced around and said, all the sages in the Heavenly Tao are already here. Heavenly Sage, let me introduce you to them. This is a great Tao sage from the chaos. His name is Immortal Ancestor Chen Yu. Immortal Ancestor Chen Yu immediately stood up and bowed to Hanju. Even a great Tao sage looked nervous when facing him. Hanju pinched his fingers to deduce and the hall fell silent. Immortal Ancestor Chen Yu was extremely nervous. Actually, Hanju didn't need to pinch his fingers to deduce him. However, others wouldn't be able to tell what he was doing otherwise. He wanted to express his stance. Be it rejection or acceptance, it meant that he had passed. Immortal Ancestor Chen Yu indeed had a complicated background and great karma. He had offended a great Tao divine spirit and the world under him had long shattered. To put it bluntly, coming to the Heavenly Tao was to seek refuge with the mountain. However, Hanju deduced that Immortal Ancestor Chen Yu's negative karma was not great. He was also open and above board and had never done any great evil. As for whether he had blood in his hands, he naturally did. It was impossible for him to not kill as he cultivated to the great Tao sage realm. Not bad, Hanju said, since you're here in the Heavenly Tao, don't mind the past. From now on, you will consider yourself as part of the Heavenly Tao and have the duty to protect it. Although your cultivation level is high, you still have to listen to the Heavenly Venerate. If you contribute, the Heavenly Tao won't ostracize you. With that said, Immortal Ancestor Chen Yu heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked him. The Heavenly Tao sages smiled. They actually felt a sense of danger, afraid that the mighty figure from the chaos would directly squeeze out their status. Fortunately, the Divine Might Heavenly Sage was sensible and did not differentiate between cultivation levels. Then, Heavenly Venerate Zondu introduced a few local sages of the immortal world. Their excitement was obvious and they did not have the bearing of sages. Hanju nodded one by one. He didn't put on airs on purpose. Instead, he obtained a 5 or 6 star favorability. No sage present dared to develop hatred towards him. They were all good friends, making Hanju very comfortable. Heavenly Venerate Zondu began to talk about the recent development of the Heavenly Tao. More and more chaotic living beings joined the Heavenly Tao. There was even no lack of primordial chaos sages and freedom sages. However, they did not obtain the recognition of the sages for the time being and stayed in the welcoming sacred palace. Only Immortal Ancestor Chen Yu succeeded. After all, this fellow was a great Tao sage. Heavenly Venerate Zondu was also afraid that he would escape. The domain of the Heavenly Tao had been expanding. It had expanded extremely quickly over the years, mainly because its providence had increased quickly. It was worth mentioning that some powerful mortal worlds below the immortal world had already transformed into great worlds, as powerful as the immortal world before the calamity. Currently, there were already 12 great worlds and nearly 200,000 small worlds below the immortal world. Hanju grew distracted as he listened, but his expression didn't change. It made the sages very serious, and they didn't dare to let down their guard. Hanyu looked at his ancestor and sighed. He was filled with shame every time he thought of how his ancestor was the strongest in the chaos. He felt that he was not worthy of his identity as Hanju's descendant. Li Xuanao was the proudest. He felt that he had followed the right person. The other hidden sect disciples were fine and were already used to it. Several hours later, Heavenly Venerate Zondu finally finished. Hanju said, "You don't have to ask me about who to appoint as new sages. You can discuss it among yourselves. I've heard enough, that's all." He stood up and took 2 steps before disappearing. The sages hurriedly stood up and bowed. They didn't dare to neglect their manners even though Hanju had already disappeared. Hanju left the heavenly Tao and started to wander in the chaos. After killing the ancient desolate divine spirit, the chaos was no longer a threat to him. Only outside the chaos could his life be threatened. In the divine spirit domain, on a circular platform, dozens of great Tao divine spirits gathered. The 5 great divine punishers also came. Yi Tian's face was filled with disdain. The other 3 divine punishers also revealed excitement. However, Han Tuo was very calm. Actually, they all wanted to see the attitude of the ultimate god. They weren't the only ones. The other great Tao divine spirits were the same. After all, the ultimate god of punishment's words represented his support for the ancient desolate divine spirit. After the ancient desolate divine spirit died, hundreds of thousands of years passed before the ultimate god of punishment appeared. The great Tao divine spirits were all curious if he had been taught a lesson by the divine might heavenly sage. They could underestimate the ultimate god now, but they did not dare to underestimate Han Tuo. What divine punishment? How could it compare to the identity of the son of the divine might heavenly sage? After a long while, the ultimate god of punishment's appearance immediately shut the deities up and they did not dare to say anything. The great Tao divine spirits still knew how to hide their emotions. Only Yi Tian was stubborn and stared at the ultimate god of punishment provocatively. He took a step forward and said, "The divine might heavenly sage is my godfather." Silence. Han Tuo hurriedly pulled him back. The great Tao divine spirits secretly despised him. This fellow was really a fool. However, his words did carry weight. At least, the great Tao divine spirits did not dare to show their disdain. The ultimate god of punishment said expressionlessly, "The matter of the ancient desolate has been resolved. Everything is as usual. The chaotic assembly is still the top priority that you have to prepare for. As for what you're worried about, there's no need. I've always been good friends with the divine might heavenly sage. It was before and it will be the same in the future. I only said that I won't stop the ancient desolate divine spirit, not that I'll target the heavenly Tao." The great Tao divine spirits nodded in disdain. "Look at you, you must have been dealt with by the divine might heavenly sage." Yi Tian snorted and did not continue. The ultimate god of punishment ignored him and continued, "In view of the huge impact of the ancient desolate, the chaos cannot repeat the same mistake. Now, the most dangerous place is the bottom of the chaos. Every one of you needs to send 100 freedom cultivators to guard the bottom of the chaos. I won't mistreat them. There will definitely be great opportunities in the future." The great Tao divine spirits agreed. No matter what, the ultimate god of punishment had already reconciled with the divine might heavenly sage. At least his status was still stable. Thus, they had to listen to him. Han Tuo secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He actually admired the ultimate god of punishment, but he was afraid of the ancient desolate divine spirit. Fortunately, his father had already resolved these problems. He respected his father even more. Not only was his father powerful, but he also far exceeded him in terms of dealing with people. He would still use former enemies when possible, but kill them when they were useless. The ultimate god of punishment continued to issue a few orders. They were all related to the chaotic era. He did not mention a word about the heavenly Tao. After the ultimate god of punishment left, the 5 divine punishers also left. As soon as they left the divine spirit domain, the great Tao divine spirits caught up to the 5 great divine punishers and began to warmly invite them to their respective Tao field as guests. Chapter 939 Eternal Peak, It Has to Behem. Chapter 939 Eternal Peak, It Has to Behem. Time passed. Peace returned to the chaos after the ancient desolate divine spirit died. As the enthusiasm of all living beings towards the divine might heavenly sage decreased, the chaotic assembly became a hot topic of discussion. The ultimate god of punishment increased the reward for the chaotic assembly. Other than the eternal peak and the chaotic 10 absolutes, the rewards for the top 10,000 were very generous. It was enough to make all living beings go mad. In the depths of the chaos, on a continent, ! Azure Heaven Mystic floated above the endless sea. The waves swept up with him as the center, stirring up shocking waves. It was a spectacular sight. Behind Azure Heaven Mystic was a figure that looked like him. It was green and red and emitted great pressure. Boom! The waves suddenly exploded and seawater bloomed in the sky. Azure Heaven Mystic opened his eyes and frowned. What cultivation technique is this? Something's wrong. It doesn't seem like the Great Tao, but it contains many great Tao truths, Azure Heaven Mystic muttered to himself as his eyes flickered. At this moment, the carefree immortal suddenly appeared and smiled. It's indeed not the Great Tao, but something stronger. Azure Heaven Mystic's eyes lit up. Could it be the Great Tao Providence Divine Authority you mentioned previously? Carefree Immortal smiled. That's right. The 7 supreme rules represent the 7 Great Tao Providence Divine Authorities. Other than the one you are cultivating, there are currently 2 Great Tao Providence Divine Authorities rampaging in the chaos. One is the Divine Authority General controlled by the leader of the Divine Spirits. He represents slaughter. The other is the Calamity Life Controller of the Life Faction. Speaking of Calamity Life Controllers, you have to pay attention to one person. The current Life Lord, Huang Zuntian. This person is also from the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao? Azure Heaven Mystic asked in surprise, Huang Zuntian. There are so many capable people in my Heavenly Tao. Wait, I seem to have heard this name before. He thought carefully and came to a realization. I remember now. The Life Faction appeared a long time ago. Several sages of our Heavenly Tao were captured, including Huang Zuntian. He clicked his tongue in wonder. The Heavenly Tao's sense of honor had become stronger. The strongest in the chaos came from the Heavenly Tao. The Life Lord who controlled the Calamity Life Controllers also came from the Heavenly Tao. Huang Zuntian should participate in the chaotic assembly. He is qualified and is less than 100 million years old. This is an important step for life to go from the dark to the light. As long as he becomes a great Tao Divine Spirit, life will be able to gain a foothold. If he obtains the eternal peak, the Divine Might Heavenly Sage and the ultimate God of punishment will definitely not target him. Otherwise, who will dare to wantonly unleash their talent? Carefree Immortal chuckled as he said with a casual tone. Azure Heaven Mystic glared at him. The Divine Might Heavenly Sage is not a petty person. Carefree Immortal shook his head and laughed. Oh you trust the Divine Might Heavenly Sage so much. How can you surpass him in the future? What does surpassing have to do with trust? The Divine Might Heavenly Sage is my goal. He will never become my enemy. Then what if the Divine Might Heavenly Sage persecutes you? Impossible, Azure Heaven Mystic shouted firmly, secretly furious. This fellow always tried to sow discord between him and the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. If not for the fact that he wanted to cultivate the Great Tao Providence Divine Authority, he would have long fallen out with the Carefree Immortal. Carefree Immortal did not say anything else. The two of them continued to discuss the Great Tao Providence Divine Authority. The blue clouds gathered in the palace during the day. In the most majestic numinous palace, Han Huang, Han Qinger, and Zhang Jushi stood proudly in the hall. The 2 rows of immortals sized them up with different expressions. The War Buddha and the Black Heaven General stood in front and stared at them. Ha ha ha, Wanzher, you really came to see me. Qinger, right, this is the first time I've seen you. From now on, you are the Divine Might Princess of the Heavenly Court. Your status is second only to me. The evil Heavenly Emperor smiled. Such willfulness, but no immortal god dared to question it. Firstly, the evil Heavenly Emperor was very prestigious. Secondly, they could not offend him. Han Qinger beamed. That's not good, right? There's nothing bad about it. It's settled. Who is this prodigy? The evil Heavenly Emperor smiled and waved his hand. Then, his gaze landed on Zhang Jushi. Zhang Jushi was easily ignored as he stood beside Han Huang. However, the evil Heavenly Emperor was sharp and could tell at a glance that he was not simple. In addition, he felt that he had seen Zhang Jushi somewhere before. Zhang Jushi cupped his fists and said, "My name is Zhang Jushi. I'm a disciple of the Heavenly Tao's Divine Might Heavenly Sage." The evil Heavenly Emperor raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's your relationship with Zhang Dugu?" Zhang Jushi replied, "We are brothers, but we have long lost contact. I don't know if he's alive." The evil Heavenly Emperor was enlightened. He remembered that Zhang Dugu indeed had a biological brother back then, and he had even joined the human school because of him. However, his potential was not good and he died early. Wait, this fellow was only a few million years old and had no traces of reincarnation. How did he do it? There was a secret. No wonder Hanju liked him. The evil heavenly emperor smiled. Since you're Hanju's disciple, you're also my disciple. Stay in the heavenly court for a period of time. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Han Huang smiled and said, Your Majesty, we were traveling the chaos and thought of our agreement, so we came here first. Alright. Wanjer is really sensible. Pass down my orders. The heavenly peach banquet will begin early. The evil heavenly emperor stood up and smiled. The immortals were in an uproar. The heavenly peach banquet was a grand event of the heavenly court. It had been passed down for a long time. The immortals looked at Han Huang and the other two with burning eyes. Even the evil heavenly emperor had to fawn on them. How could they miss it? Just like that, Han Huang and the other two settled down in the heavenly court. Han Huang was combative and quickly fought all the invincible figures in the heavenly court. He convinced all the immortals, especially the heavenly generals. The war Buddha quickly became friends with him, like a lackey who often pestered him. Zhang Jushi was close to the evil heavenly emperor. The two of them felt like old friends at first sight. They talked about the past and the present as if they were close friends. Several years later, Han Huang and Zhang Jushi became divine generals on par with the war Buddha and the Black Heaven General. They each led 1,000,000 heavenly troops. The heavenly court began to expand again. Han Huang and Zhang Jushi also became famous in the next 10,000 years. A group of meteors sat in a city in the chaos. The city housed endless living beings. There were all sorts of merchants, as if it was a grand occasion in a mortal city, but there were not only people coming and going. Hanju sat in an inn and drank chaotic spirit wine while listening to the cultivators at the next table talk about the heavenly court's recent move. The current heavenly court was also famous in the chaos, especially with the addition of the son of the heavenly sage. Han Huang had already made a name for himself. All the cultivators who had seen him would exclaim, he's definitely at the peak of history. Hanju was very calm upon hearing about his son's prestige. It was normal. After all, he was a primordial fiend celestial. At this moment, there was a commotion outside the inn. Life is here. With that, Hanju felt several powerful auras. They were all great Dao sages. He had come here to see Li Daokong. Li Daokong, Shi Du Dao, Huang Zuntian, Ancestor Shishan, and the others were hiding here for some reason. Hanju could deduce it, but he didn't do that. He only felt that they were here. At this point, the Life faction's actions could no longer affect him. Hanju let them develop naturally. This time, he wanted to give Li Daokong a chance to hide without difficulty. Chapter 940 Change of the Providence Divine Authority, Absorption of the 3000 Great Tao. Chapter 940 Change of the Providence Divine Authority, Absorption of the 3000 Great Tao. The cultivators in the inn left with Life's appearance. Hanju noticed that they were not afraid but went to watch the commotion. After millions of years, the Life faction was no longer as notorious as before. Because they had done many good things in this chaotic domain, they had left a good name. Huang Zuntian stood proudly on the city wall. Beside him stood Ancestor Shishan, Li Daokong, Shi Du Dao, Jing Tiangong, and the other Calamity Life controllers. The street below was filled with figures looking at them fervently. Exclamation mark! Huang Zuntian glanced around and smiled. Today we will only recruit 10 people. Other than refining the primordial chaos Tao fruit, you also have to have the chaotic merit. At most 100 thoughts, I will lead the Life faction to the next land of karma and spread the karma of the Calamity Life controller. I will open peace for the chaos and inherit the great Tao. His voice was very loud and echoed in the city. This city was not simple. The cultivators who could come here were at least at the deity realm. Most of them were at the Zenith Heaven realm, and the city lord was a freedom sage. The entire city cheered after Huang Zuntian finished speaking. Although Hanju didn't see it with his own eyes, his will saw Li Daokong smile. It had been a long time. Life had already transformed. At first glance, they looked like a group of good people working hard to save the world. Hanju didn't go out. He watched for a long time until the Life faction left. He still didn't walk out of the inn. He could tell that Li Daokong had completely submitted and did not want to return to the heavenly Tao. Li Daokong was already a freedom sage and was not far from attaining the great Tao. Perhaps this was his fate. The Calamity Life controllers were actually not absolutely evil. It was just that the philosophy of the first Life Black Sovereign was wrong. The Calamity Life controller was the great Tao Providence Divine Authority and was deduced by the Supreme Rules. Previously, it was not accepted by the chaos because it was not qualified. This was also good. Everyone had their own path. Shi Dudao was the same. His smile was the same as Li Daokong's. Hanju shook his head and laughed. Then, he stood up and left. He would visit them in their dreams in the future. He would help them again if they changed their minds. Oh, tush. To some people, fate was very difficult to change, but to Hanju, he was the one who determined fate. For the next period of time, Hanju continued to travel the chaos and visit his disciples. Dao Sovereign, Zhao Xuanyuan, and Zhang Yi still followed Lao Dan. They wandered in the chaos and never settled down. Zhou Fan was also developing his great Dao Tower. It was not bad. Most of the other disciples were in the heavenly Dao. Some established inheritances, and some promoted Dao techniques. They were all on their own righteous path and were active and not confused. Hanju saw them one by one with different identities. Only Han Tuo he did not look for. He was the safest with the ultimate god of punishment watching over him. In the blink of an eye, more than 20,000 years passed. Hanju returned to his Taoist temple and started a new round of cultivation. The perfected great Tao Supreme Realm was not enough. His goal was to become a Tao creator, no, a creator lord. Above the endless sea, azure heaven mystic sat in the air. The surrounding waves curled up as if they wanted to connect the sky and the sea. 3 green and red figures also meditated behind him. They leaned against each other and surrounded them. On the beach 10 million kilometers away, Carefree Immortal held a broken shell and looked in the direction of the blue sky through the hole. This kid is still lacking, Carefree Immortal muttered to himself with a subtle expression. I have to arrange an opponent for him. He casually crushed the shell into dust and grabbed a handful of sand. With a casual splash, the sand floated in the air and formed 2 words. Divine Punisher. The 5 great Divine Punishers are very good opponents. The corners of Carefree Immortal's mouth curled up as he vanished. Azure Heaven Mystic opened his eyes the moment he disappeared. This fellow finally left. He stared at me for so long. Azure Heaven Mystic grinned and fled, quickly jumping out of this world. Azure Heaven Mystic was in a good mood as he traveled through the chaos. He had the heroic aura of a bird flying freely in the sky. Dog, you keep instigating me to hate the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. Do you really think I'm brainless? I'll be the first to find trouble with you when I master the great Tao Providence Divine Authority. However, you've done me a favor. I won't kill you, but I have to teach you a lesson. There are some people you can't scheme against. Azure Heaven Mystic thought proudly. He was very fast, afraid that the Carefree Immortal would catch up. He was heading towards the Heavenly Tao. After returning to the Heavenly Tao guarded by the Divine Might Heavenly Sage, would a small Carefree Immortal dare to come and seek death? Azure Heaven Mystic was looking forward to the scene of the Carefree Immortal facing the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. He wondered if this fellow dared to say anything bad then. 100,000 years passed quickly. Hanju opened his eyes and looked satisfied. Even though he had reached the perfected Great Tao Supreme Realm, his cultivation speed did not slow down. 100,000 years was enough for him to feel his cultivation level increase. His gaze landed on Ancestor Tian Shu. Ancestor Tian Shu had already stayed in the primordial heavenly prison for 100,000 years and had yet to be successfully enslaved. The reason he did not kill him was that he did not have any hatred for him. This fellow hated the Tao Ancestor. There was no need to kill him. It was better to keep him as a fighter. It just so happened that Hanju also wanted to know something about the Tao Ancestor from him. The Tao Ancestor's karma couldn't be deduced, so Hanju couldn't figure it out. There was no Tao Ancestor among the 5 Tao creators. He was illusory. He had to be wary of such an existence, especially since he was related to the Heavenly Tao. The Tao Ancestor might even be hiding in the Heavenly Tao. Hanju started to check his emails. His circle of friends over the years was very lively. Most of them were cultivating and encountering opportunities, as if they were all rushing to the chaotic assembly. Speaking of which, the chaotic assembly was still more than 5 million years away. It was still very far away. Hanju looked forward to the chaotic assembly. With Han Huang's potential, the first chaotic assembly was very likely to become a battle between mighty figures. At that time, only the great Tao sages were qualified to fight for the chaotic 10 absolutes. At this moment, Hanju seemed to sense something and looked up. Another person had attained the great Tao. In the past million years, several great Tao sages had been born, more than before. The existence who had attained the great Tao this time was an acquaintance of his. To be precise, it was a familiar aura. Fuzang Tree. The Fuzang Tree had left the cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain for a long time. It had always kept a low profile and hid at the edge of the chaos to cultivate. Hanju's gaze landed on the Fuzang Tree. The current fusang tree was even taller than the entire heavenly Tao. It had billions of branches, and the flowers and fruits it bore were countless times larger than stars. It was like an ancient divine tree that had been born from the chaos. Hanju showed a frown. The fusang tree's breakthrough speed surprised him. He discovered that there was more than one great Tao aura on it. From the point of view above the chaos, the fusang tree was actually absorbing the Tao power of the 3,000 great Tao. Although it was very weak, it was indeed doing this. Something was wrong. The fusang tree did not have such an ability before. Hanju began to deduce and discovered a powerful aura that he hadn't felt for a long time. Chapter 941 Return of the Ancestor God, Hanju's Destiny. Chapter 941 Return of the Ancestor God, Hanju's Destiny. Primordial Ancestor God, the previous leader of the Divine Spirits. Hanju sensed his aura on the fusang tree. The primordial Ancestor God was cursed by him and was attacked by the ultimate God of punishment. He could only die and leave a trace of life sealed in the supreme rules. Hanju guessed that he would revive but didn't expect it to be so fast. It was not a coincidence that this fellow found the fusang tree. The fusang tree had karma with Hanju. It was very easy to deduce. After all, the fusang tree had always been in his Tao field. All the karma was related to him. Hanju observed the fusang tree carefully. The primordial Ancestor God was not hiding on the fusang tree, but his aura was still there. Hanju couldn't figure out what the primordial Ancestor God wanted to do and had no choice but to use the derivation function. I want to know why the primordial Ancestor God helped the fusang tree. 10 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Now, a mere 10 trillion years of lifespan was no longer in Hanju's eyes. Besides, even the 10 trillion-year-old ancient desolate divine spirit was killed by him. Hanju's consciousness evolved into an illusion. He opened his eyes and saw a pale space. Other than the fusang tree and a figure under it, there was nothing else. There was not even land. The fusang tree asked, "Who are you?" The primordial Ancestor God did not reveal his true body. He was only a shadow that emitted light. The primordial Ancestor God smiled and said, "I'm considered a former great Tao divine spirit. I came to you this time to give you a fortuitous encounter and help you attain the great Tao manifestation. I'll also use you to comprehend the rules of space and time. Of course, this is only to support each other. I won't force you." Fusang tree was silent. "You are one of the 10 great divine trees of the heavenly Tao. You have the creation of the primordial chaos and are not allowed to transform. This is because you represent the rules and can connect to the myriad worlds of the chaos. You have great creation and great karma. However, because of a certain existence, you have developed intelligence and are already bearing a huge price. You can't transcend relying solely on yourself. Furthermore, your existence has already attracted the attention of many mighty figures. You need a backing," the primordial Ancestor God said casually. The fusang tree said in a low voice, "I have a backing." The primordial Ancestor God said, "I know. Speaking of which, I still have a battle with him. However, I was plotted against by a dark junior. All these years, I've been staring at the chaos and seeing through many things. I'm not his match, but your backing might not always be watching you. The fact that I can tell you my relationship with him is enough to show my sincerity. If I want to rely on you to scheme against him, I can hide it and show the benefits. It's enough to convince you. I need you, and you also need me. No one in the chaos knows better than me what you represent and how to help you grow." The fusang tree asked, "What happens after that?" The primordial Ancestor God said, "When you attain the great Tao manifestation, I will obtain my understanding of the great Tao of space-time. After that, you and I will have nothing to do with each other. I don't need you to do anything. We are just taking what we need." The fusang tree fell silent. After a while, the fusang tree said firmly, "All right." The illusion shattered. Hanju opened his eyes and sighed. He didn't dislike the fusang tree's choice. If it were him, he would also want to transform. As for the primordial Ancestor God, he would wait and see. In any case, the primordial Ancestor God's enemies were the ultimate God of punishment and the dark Forbidden Lord. From the looks of it, the primordial Ancestor God was temporarily helpless. Hanju's gaze landed on the door of the great Tao next. The fusang trees will transformed into a woman with a graceful figure, and she used her dharmic powers to open the door. At this moment, several mighty figures were already waiting behind the great Tao door and discussing the fusang tree's foundation. Han Huang was also here. Every time this kid saw a new great Tao sage appear, he would definitely come to join in the fun. However, He was righteous and never allowed other great Tao sages to suppress the juniors. Instead, he gained a reputation and was respected by the juniors. Many stunning existences would appear every 100,000 years. In the eyes of all living beings, Han Huang was no longer a prodigy, but a peerless expert who suppressed an area. Of course, in the eyes of existences like Han Ju, Han Huang was still a prodigy. The definition of a prodigy was never absolute. Han Huang already intended to show his charm, which made Han Ju very relieved. With him around, Han Ju did not plan to say anything. The fusang tree should be able to succeed. Several hours later, the fusang tree successfully stepped into the Great Tao realm. After its will walked into the door of the Great Tao, it saw a group of Great Tao sages. The fusang tree was stunned when it saw Han Huang. It immediately became nervous and hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Master." With that said, the mighty figures looked at Han Huang. A Great Tao sage teased him. "Divine General Han is really powerful. You captured another junior. She's so beautiful. You're really lucky." Han Huang didn't know the fusang tree, but he was very smart and asked, "Are you talking about my father, Han Ju?" The Great Tao sages immediately became serious and did not dare to joke anymore. When it came to the Divine Might Heavenly Sage, they knew what to say and what not to say. Even they looked at the fusang tree with reverence. The fusang tree had heard Han Ju's words in the past, but it didn't know Han Ju's status in the chaos. However, she could read their expressions and see through their thoughts. The fusang tree sized him up and sighed. "As expected of Master's son. You're really talented. You're too similar to Master. What's your name?" "My name is Han Huang." Han Huang smiled and pondered. He had to figure out the relationship between her and his father. Tao Comprehension Sword also called his father Master, but she was actually one of his mothers. Han Huang smiled and said, "Everyone, disperse. We have to chat." The Great Tao sages did not dare to refuse and left. They felt a little regretful. Apart from suppressing the juniors, he could also rope them in here. Especially after seeing Han Huang rope in many geniuses for the heavenly court, they naturally had such an idea. Han Ju was relieved to see the fusang tree acknowledge Han Huang. His gaze landed on the primordial ancestor god. The primordial ancestor god did not stay with the fusang tree. There was only a remnant aura. The fusang tree's main body was transforming. Han Ju used the ultimate origin power to isolate the domain where the fusang tree's main body was. Other than protecting the fusang tree, he also wanted to warn the chaotic mighty figures. This tree was protected by the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. Han Ju sent a voice transmission to the ultimate god of punishment, revealing that the primordial ancestor god was about to revive. It was fine as long as the ultimate god of punishment dealt with the primordial ancestor god. There was no need for the current Han Ju to personally act. The primordial ancestor god was not his match. Who was qualified to be his match in the entire chaos? Only a Tao creator outside of the chaos. Han Ju was very proud. Wait, this mentality was not good. The previous primordial ancestor god and ancient desolate divine spirit also thought that they were invincible, but they were surpassed by him. Han Ju's expression became serious. "I want to know if an existence will surpass me in the future. 100 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" Chapter 942 Primordial Spirit, Hidden Sex Banquet. Chapter 942 Primordial Spirit, Hidden Sex Banquet. 100 trillion years. It was comparable to the ancient desolate divine spirit, a half-step creator. Han Ju's heart sank. So there was really an unknown mighty figure in the ancient desolate. That made sense. Han Ju was already powerful enough, but he still couldn't see through some unknown areas of the chaos. If there was no mighty figure protecting him, how could he not spy? Han Ju chose to continue. He could still afford 100 trillion years. Han Ju entered the illusion. He opened his eyes and discovered that he had arrived in a dark space. The surroundings were filled with wisps of strange purple aura. In the distance, vaguely sinister and mighty shadows floated. Han Ju discovered that 9 figures were gathered together. They were arguing. "Chaos. It's just a hypothesis. How ridiculous. We can't show ourselves at all with the primordial fiend celestial suppressing us." "Yes, why scheme? His power is too strong. We're not his match at all. We can't control the primordial chaos. Opening the chaos is even more wishful thinking. Brother's plan can't be realized. So what if we create the chaos? With the primordial fiend celestial around, it's meaningless even if the chaos exists." These 9 figures spoke in a language Han Ju had never heard before, but he could understand their meaning and translate it into his own language in his mind with their cultivation realms. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Could the 9 figures be the 9th chaos and the 8 primordial spirits? Previously, he had recorded the relevant information when he checked the 9th chaos information. The first 8 primordial spirits had failed to create the chaos. Only the 9th chaos had succeeded. What were they plotting? How could it threaten Hanju if it was only related to the chaos? A figure said, "We each have to try to open the chaos. We have to inherit the failed experiences of our predecessors and place our hopes on our 9th brother." The other 7 figures looked at the thinnest figure. Hanju guessed that it was the 9th chaos. The 9th chaos said anxiously, "If all my brothers die, I won't live alone. It's not my intention to open up the chaos. Actually, isn't it good for us to be like this? The primordial fiend celestial didn't bully us. It just didn't let us create more primordial spirits." His words attracted the 8 primordial spirits' anger, who were so frightened that they did not dare to speak again. The current 9th chaos was completely different from the 9th chaos that Hanju had imagined. It was not so unfathomable and absolutely invincible. Its personality was more like a brat. A primordial spirit said, "We can leave a backup plan even if we fail. We will each leave a trace of the origin mark for our 9th brother. If we really fail, when our 9th brother revives in the future, we will place our hopes on him." Hanju was enlightened. So the 8 primordial spirits wanted to revive and had the 9th chaos backing. They could naturally rise forcefully and threaten him. Not long after, the illusion ended. The subsequent conversation was about how to open up the chaos and had nothing to do with Hanju. His consciousness returned to his body and he opened his eyes. "I want to know which primordial spirit has revived. 100 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Could it have already grown to the level of the ancient desolate divine spirit?" Hanju's heart sank. He immediately chose to continue. A tall figure appeared in his mind and lines of words appeared in front of him. Zhao Xuanquan, early stage zenith heaven golden immortal realm, reincarnation of the 8th chaos primordial spirit, disciple of a sage, disciple of the hidden sect, innate great creation. 8th chaos, reincarnation. Strange, why didn't it trigger the notification of the connate Providence bearer? Hanju counted with his fingers. So Zhao Xuanquan was born in the past 100,000 years. He stayed in the 3rd Dao field and stayed away from the heavenly Dao. It was worth mentioning that Zhao Xuanquan was also Su Qi's personal disciple. He was born with a phenomenon, but such a situation was not unprecedented in the heavenly Dao. Currently, Zhao Xuanquan had yet to show his unparalleled talent. This was difficult. This was his grand disciple. Hanju felt that it was not a coincidence that the 8th chaos was born in the heavenly Dao. "I want to know if the 9th chaos arranged for the 8th chaos to descend into the heavenly Dao to scheme against me. 100 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue. No schemes for the time being." Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that his shout when facing the ancient desolate divine spirit was very effective. He guessed that the 9th chaos was afraid that someone would harm his brother, so it was safer to plant him in the heavenly Dao. However, the fact that he did not scheme for the time being meant that he might scheme in the future. After all, Hanju had deduced that Zhao Xuanquan would threaten him. Forget it. This fellow needs time to grow. At most, I'll find a chance to enslave him. Besides, how can his growth speed compare to mine? Hanju thought silently and felt a sense of danger. He looked invincible in the chaos, but it was only in the present. There would always be variables. The change of power in this world was never determined by talent. Opportunities were more important. Just like Huang Zuntian, whose potential was average, he had already walked in front of his personal disciples by relying on a huge opportunity. "I should see the hidden sect disciples if there's a chance," Hanju thought silently. He immediately sent a voice transmission to all the personal disciples. They were to gather in the 100-peak immortal river in 100,000 years, including Li Daokong, who was in the life faction. He also asked Li Xuanao to prepare for this hidden sect event. This time, Hanju planned to bring the fiend celestial army to the 100-peak immortal river, but he still had to hide their bloodline. He continued cultivating after arranging everything. However, the personal disciples could not remain calm. This was the first gathering of the hidden sect after millions of years. In the myriad worlds projection, personal disciples appeared one after another. "Did you hear Grandmaster's arrangements?" "I heard. This is a good thing. We haven't seen each other for a long time. It's time to gather." "Yes, our relationship would have long become distant if not for the myriad worlds projection. Master is still the best. He has such a mystical power that can cover the chaos. Ha ha ha, I'll let you see my glory when the time comes." The personal disciples chatted excitedly. It was unknown who started it, but they began to talk about their disciples. They were no longer as young as before. They all had their own inheritances. Not to mention disciples, they even had grand disciples. Some had already given birth to descendants and established families. The news quickly reached Han Huang's ears. He was not in the myriad worlds projection, but the personal disciples could send news through the Great Tao Door. Generally speaking, the domain where the Great Tao Door was located was not private. Very few mighty figures spread the news here, but this matter was not shameful, so it reached Han Huang's ears. Han Huang was excited. He wanted to see his father's disciples. He immediately told the evil heavenly emperor about this. Ha ha ha, this is a good thing. Your father is usually in seclusion. If there's no meet-up, he might not know even if his disciples go missing. The evil heavenly emperor smiled and won Han Huang's heart. Then, he changed the topic and said meaningfully, Wanzher, you have to go this time and help me cough cough, you know. Han Huang patted his chest and smiled. Your Majesty, don't worry. I'll bring you at least 10 geniuses. They can definitely make the heavenly court stronger. Chapter 943 Heavenly Sage's Pride, Heavenly Tao's Pride. Chapter 943 Heavenly Sage's Pride, Heavenly Tao's Pride. Han Huang found Zhang Jushi after chatting with the evil heavenly emperor. Zhang Jushi hesitated before asking, Master didn't inform me. It's probably not good for me to go, right? Han Huang waved his hand and said, he didn't inform me either, but I want to join in the fun. Senior, let's go together. The reason why father didn't tell you might be because you've never entered the hidden sect, but no matter what, you're my father's disciple. If you go, with your great Tao sage cultivation, you'll definitely add to the hidden sect meeting. Zhang Jushi felt that it made sense and nodded in agreement with a smile. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. He was also looking forward to meeting his fellow disciples. Seeing that he agreed, Han Huang did not disturb him anymore and went to inform Han Qinger. In the next tens of thousands of years, the door of the Great Tao welcomed several geniuses who had attained the Tao, causing the chaotic mighty figures to be secretly shocked. Too many cultivators had attained the Great Tao recently. There were more than ever before. They all felt a sense of danger. The chaos looked peaceful, but it was not a good thing for ancient existences like them. Most of their cultivation levels had already reached a bottleneck. Their benefits and power would be weakened when their juniors rose. However, the ultimate god of punishment was too powerful and protected the geniuses greatly. He strictly forbade ancient existences from attacking the juniors. Of course, this was only the feeling of the great Tao sages. To the living beings of the chaos, the current era was very exciting. More and more geniuses rose. The number of chaotic lifeforms also increased. The reputation of the divine might heavenly sage and the great Tao divine spirit was gradually replaced by juniors. 100,000 years was already a long time for 90% of the living beings in the chaos. Under freedom, every 100,000 years was an era. At the bottom of the chaos, the sky was vast and the murky mist covered most things in the world. Tao Sovereign suddenly stood up and said to Lao Dan not far away, Old man, we're returning to the heavenly Tao. Zhao Xuanyuan and Zhang Yi opened their eyes with anticipation. They had just attained the great Tao not long ago and were in high spirits. Stunned, Lao Dan asked, why do you want to go back? You've already attained the great Tao. Why are you still going back? Aren't you going to create your own lineage? Tao Sovereign smiled. Master has ordered the hidden sect disciples to gather. How can we not go? Yes, I can go back and show off. Master definitely knows that we have attained the great Tao. He can only show off to the other fellow disciples. Zhang Yi and Zhao Xuanyuan replied. The two of them were very excited and looked forward to it. Lao Dan was silent. Tao Sovereign saw through his thoughts and smiled. Old man, we won't serve the heavenly Tao, but the heavenly Tao is our foundation, after all. You have also helped us, so we won't forget you. It's just that we can't be loyal to the three pure sacred world. I hope you understand. In the future, the four of us can create a lineage together. As for the connection between the heavenly Tao and the three pure sacred world, the chaos is so big. Why should the two worlds fight? Isn't it better to develop together and advance together? Besides, even if we help the three pure sacred world, we won't have any chance of winning. You understand that with my master around, the three pure sacred world can't compare to the heavenly Tao at all. Tao Sovereign's tone was very intimate in the beginning, but the latter words were heartless. Lao Dan was furious, but he had to admit it. It was the truth. The divine might heavenly sage was a transcendent existence that everyone looked up to, including the three pure sages of the three pure sacred world. Lao Dan looked at the solemn Tao sovereign and felt bitter. The divine might heavenly sage clearly did not care about these 3 brats, but he could make them loyal. Little did he know that although Hanju didn't care, the myriad worlds projection had always maintained the feelings of all the disciples. Regarding the myriad worlds projection, it was a secret among the personal disciples of the hidden sect. They never revealed it to outsiders. No matter how good the relationship between Tao Sovereign and the other 2 was with Lao Dan, they never said anything about it. Zhao Xuanyuan walked over and hugged Lao Dan's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Don't think about it. Although you're Laozi's clone, you're already independent. You should think for yourself. In the future, the 4 of us will definitely create a great Tao system that's on par with the heavenly Tao." Lao Dan's expression softened as he pushed his hand away angrily. At this moment, boom, the ground shook violently and countless cracks appeared on the ground in the distance. Terrifying heat rose, steaming the sky. Zhang Yi cursed. "Again, what's hidden here?" Lao Dan said with a solemn expression. "The vengeful spirits here have mysteriously disappeared and become a cultivation holy land ever since the ancient desolate divine spirit's death. However, there are often earthquakes. I suspect that there's a huge secret hidden under our feet, but the sage sense of a great Tao sage can't spy underground." Tao Sovereign frowned. "Let's go. Let's return to the heavenly Tao." The others had no objections and immediately left, disappearing into the mist. Not long after they left, a heavy panting sounded in the world, as if a chaotic beast was napping and could awaken at any time. Outside the 33rd heaven, in the sage Tao field, in the dark palace, a man in a white Taoist robe was meditating and cultivating. A strong light suddenly lit up in the hall. The door opened and a figure flew in like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he landed in front of the Taoist robed man. It was Su Qi. The current Su Qi wore noble black clothes and was filled with the aura of a sage. He said expressionlessly, "Disciple." The Taoist robed man in front of him was his personal disciple, Zhao Xuanquan. He did not have many disciples. The only one he cared about was this disciple in front of him. Zhao Xuanquan opened his eyes and hurriedly stood up to bow respectfully. "Your Grand Master has ordered that the disciples of the hidden sect will gather in the 100-peak Immortal River. This is an unprecedented event for the hidden sect. I'm planning to bring you there," Su Qi said indifferently. Zhao Xuanquan's eyes lit up. He asked excitedly, "Can I really? What do I need to prepare?" Su Qi said, "You're too weak. There are still tens of thousands of years. I'll fight for the next sage position for you. You have to attain the Tao. Don't disappoint me." With that, he turned around to leave. However, he suddenly stopped and said, "The hidden sect has countless disciples and countless geniuses. No matter what, you are still a 3rd-generation disciple. There will definitely be a comparison. Although you are still young, you are inferior to others." Su Qi turned into black smoke and dissipated before he finished speaking. Zhao Xuanquan touched his chin and muttered to himself, "To be able to make Master come personally and say these words, it seems that this matter is very important. I have long wanted to see the geniuses of the hidden sect. I have to win honor for Master and let Ancestor see my talent." He smiled proudly as he thought of showing off. Then, he immediately stood up and went to find his good friends, wanting to ask about the hidden sect disciples. On the other side, outside the heavenly Tao, in the welcoming sacred palace, Sect Master Tianju was welcoming Azure Heaven Mystic. Sect Master Tianju had a kind expression and looked at Azure Heaven Mystic in satisfaction. Azure Heaven Mystic was the entire heavenly Tao's pride. Chapter 944 Prodigy Convention. Chapter 944 Prodigy Convention. Sect Master, I've decided to stay in the heavenly Tao in the future. The chaos is indeed exciting, but I've also obtained a huge opportunity. I don't have to take risks anymore. Azure Heaven Mystic smiled confidently. Sect Master Tianju smiled and nodded. It's good that you're back. There are still more than 5 million years. Hurry up and cultivate. You have to win the eternal peak. Azure Heaven Mystic smiled proudly. Of course! Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. The 2 sages looked at each other and laughed. Azure Heaven Mystic asked, "Something big has happened to the heavenly Tao recently. I sense that many freedom sages with no providence of the heavenly Tao on them have come." Sect Master Tianju smiled. The hidden sect is gathering the disciples for a meeting. The commotion will naturally be huge. The current hidden sect has spread in the chaos. Not to mention the 2nd and 3rd generation disciples, even the 4th, 5th, and 6th generation disciples have made contributions in the chaos. This gathering is naturally as fast as lightning. Interested, Azure Heaven Mystic asked with a smile, "Can I participate?" To be honest, I'm also very interested in the hidden sect. Sect Master Tianju shook his head. The heavenly Tao will definitely be lively during this period of time. You can naturally interact with the hidden sect disciples if you want to. However, you can't enter the 100-peak immortal river. You're not a hidden sect disciple. No one dared to joke about the divine might heavenly sage, especially in the circle of heavenly Tao sages. The sages were only curious about the hidden sect gathering and not nervous. There was no need to go through so much trouble if the divine might heavenly sage wanted to seize power. One word was enough. There were still countless chaotic forces in the heavenly Tao. Most of them were here to inspect the heavenly Tao and wanted to cooperate with it. They could use the hidden sect's power to intimidate the chaos. For a time, the hidden sect was busy, and so were the heavenly Tao sages. 10,000 years passed. Hanju opened his eyes and stretched. Another 100,000 years passed. It was really comfortable. Hanju began to check his emails. His circle of friends in the past 100,000 years was very calm. Calmer than before. He observed the primordial world after reading the emails. Several hours later, he slowly stood up. He teleported into the main Tao field with Qingluaner and Xinghongshuan. The two women opened their eyes and were stunned when they saw that the scene in front of them had changed. Hanju smiled and said, "The hidden sect meeting is about to begin. I brought you here to take a look. You can go out for a walk first." The two women immediately smiled. They naturally wanted to join in the fun. It was time to take a breather after cultivating for so many years. Hanju summoned Li Xuanao after the two women left. Hanju's clone was in the main Tao field. He could contact Li Xuanao at any time and enter and leave. Currently, many personal disciples had returned from the 100-peak immortal river, such as Chu Shiren, Tao Sovereign, Zhao Xuanyuan, and others. Li Xuanao entered and knelt down excitedly. This hidden sect meeting was unprecedented and had great influence. He was the most respected person because he was the host. All the disciples had to give him face. Even the sages of the heavenly Tao and the mighty figures from the chaos had to welcome him with a smile. Hanju asked, "When can we start?" Li Xuanao said, "I'm only waiting for your order. Give me a few days of notice." Hanju smiled. "Prepare to start. I'll stay in the 100-peak immortal river during this period of time." Li Xuanao nodded and left. Hanju teleported to the second Tao field and strictly forbade all the Fian Celestials from revealing their bloodlines. Then, he sent them to the 100-peak immortal river. With the addition of the 53 chaotic Fian Celestials, the 100-peak immortal river was immediately in chaos, especially the Black Hell Chicken and the chaotic Heavenly Dog. They shouted everywhere like overlords patrolling their territory. Hanju began to teach his personal disciples one after another. He talked alone, and everyone chatted for a period of time to nurture their feelings. He couldn't see them all at once. Hanju also wanted to hear their stories. It was more interesting than the messages in his circle of friends. 3 days later, he met all the second-generation disciples. As for the third-generation disciples, there was no need to meet them. Their masters were the link. The hidden sect meeting began under everyone's anticipation. The 100-peak immortal river was very lively, but the outside world could not spy on them. The second-generation disciples appeared one after another and spoke, raising the atmosphere of the banquet. The outer sect disciples served wine and spirit fruits one after another. This joy lasted for several days, and the disciples of the various generations became familiar with each other. Su Qi's only disciple, Zhao Xuanquan, also attracted the attention of his fellow disciples. His potential was indeed impressive. Because Zhao Xuanyuan had the same surname as him, the two of them became close and even agreed to explore the chaos together. On the last day, Hanju appeared and let all the disciples see his true appearance. After a few simple words, Hanju preached the Tao to all the disciples. It lasted for 10 years. The hidden sect meeting this time could be considered to have ended successfully. There was no melodramatic incident of someone causing trouble. All the disciples had to follow the rules in front of Hanju and didn't dare to act recklessly. The hidden sect disciples' enthusiasm did not dissipate after the meeting ended. Even the heavenly Tao became lively. Hanju paid attention to Zhao Xuanquan but didn't show it. This prodigy reincarnated from the 8th chaos was indeed impressive. Although he had not reached the point of being the best in the hidden sect, he was definitely one of the top few. Su Qi also obtained the envy of the other personal disciples because of this. He didn't show it on his face, but he was delighted. Hanju didn't return immediately after the hidden sect meeting ended. Instead, he transformed into a mortal and traveled the mortal world. Several decades later, outside the 33rd heaven, Tao Sovereign led the way and held the first heavenly Tao prodigy meeting in Longhao's Tao field. He invited the heavenly Tao prodigies to gather. It was not to spar but to talk about the situation of the heavenly Tao and the situation in the chaos. Azure Heaven Mystic also came. He was rather disdainful of Tao Sovereign and the other two. He felt that these three were acting cool, but the other party was indeed powerful. He was truly a great Tao sage. After the prodigy convention ended, some geniuses suggested sparring. Everyone was a prodigy and was proud and arrogant. No one was convinced by the other. Zhao Xuanquan became famous after a single battle and defeated several geniuses of the same realm. Azure Heaven Mystic did not leave after the meeting ended. Instead, he challenged Tao Sovereign and the other two after the others left. No one knew about this battle. The purple sky was covered in crimson clouds. Below was a continuous forest. The trees here were 10,000 feet tall, like straight mountains. The bark was like iron. Han Huang, Han Qinger, and Zhang Jushi hid under a tree. Damn it, I can't go to the hidden sect meeting since I am trapped here. Han Huang cursed indignantly, unable to suppress his anger. Zhang Jushi's expression was solemn as he said, I keep feeling that something is wrong. The other party didn't kill us and only forced us to stay here. I'm afraid he has a plan. Han Huang cursed, if not for that treasure, how could he be my match? Han Qinger sighed, indeed, I didn't expect him to have such a powerful Dharma treasure, it's really impressive. Sir. At this moment, Han Huang suddenly felt something and suddenly looked up. He saw a figure standing on a tree branch tens of thousands of feet away. Azure Heaven Mystic would definitely know him if he was here. Carefree Immortal, Chapter 945 Strange Calamity. Chapter 945 Strange Calamity. Who are you? What do you want? Zhang Jushi asked in a low voice. His left hand behind his waist clenched into a fist. The power of creation was already accumulating. Carefree Immortal looked down at them and smiled. Han Huang, the divine might heavenly sage's son. You were born as freedom, which is unprecedented. Impressive, truly impressive. You will dominate the chaos if there are no accidents. Han Huang glared at him and did not say anything. Carefree Immortal looked at Zhang Jushi next. You were born with great opportunities. You have stepped onto a supreme road that no one has walked before. Your fate is also an invincible path. The two of you are both invincible, but you walk side by side. One of you will die sooner or later. The person standing above the two of you is also invincible. It's not good for three invincible paths to meet. Han Huang laughed in anger and cursed. Such lies. So you trapped us to deal with my father. You really overestimate yourself. If not for that supreme treasure, you would definitely not be my match. You still want to be enemies with my father with such strength. Han Qinger nodded and mocked. Zhang Jushi did not say anything. He waited solemnly and was prepared to attack at any time. Carefree Immortal smiled. You're still young and can't understand my words, but you have to understand that since ancient times, there has only been one strongest person. Pangu, the Tao ancestor, the primordial ancestor god, the ancient desolate divine spirit, and now the divine might heavenly sage. Do you think he can continue being the strongest? Don't you want to sit on this throne? He raised his hands. In an instant, the sky above the forest changed. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Terrifying illusions appeared between the thunderclouds. Han Huang and the other two were nervous, not knowing what this fellow wanted to do. A half-moon red jade flew out from above the Carefree Immortal's head. It spun at high speed and refracted thousands of lights that illuminated the world. It's here, it's that thing again, Han Huang cursed helplessly. The Carefree Immortal revealed a strange smile. The half-moon red jade suddenly shattered and the sky suddenly collapsed. The 10,000-foot-tall forest turned into dust. Han Huang and the other two felt their consciousness suffer a heavy blow and everything fell into darkness. Immortal world, in a city of humans. Han Ju, who had retracted his Dharma treasure, was listening to an old Taoist talk about the grand occasion of the hidden sect meeting. The current immortal world was filled with the trend of cultivation. All the major events in the heavenly Tao would spread. Occasionally, one could even hear some news about the chaos. It was not easy for him to come out, so Han Ju naturally had to relax. He had already traveled the immortal world for decades and had seen too many interesting things. At this moment, Han Ju suddenly felt something and frowned. His bloodline throbbed. Something had happened to his son. Han Ju couldn't help but deduce and discovered that Han Huang, Han Qinger, and Zhang Jushi were missing. He couldn't deduce it even with his cultivation. How strange. Han Ju had no choice but to use the derivation function. I want to know where Han Huang and the other two are now. Unable to derive karma, Han Ju frowned. He checked his interpersonal relationships and discovered that the portraits of the three of them were still there. Since they were still there, how could he not have deduced it? Was there something in the chaos that he could not predict? The blank domain has no karma. The system can't derive it, right? Yes. This word made Hanju's heart sink. Ordinary living beings could not enter the blank domain. Could it be that the three of them were attacked? He checked the emails. Your son Han Huang was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your daughter. The three of them were all severely injured. Hanju asked in his mind, I want to know who attacked Han Huang. The other party has an ultimate Tao treasure that cannot be deduced. Hanju showed a frown. His ultimate mortal robe was an ultimate Tao treasure that could defend against a blow from a Tao creator. In other words, an ultimate Tao treasure was already equivalent to the power of a Tao creator. Could it be that a Tao creator had attacked? No, he could even deduce the ninth chaos. The other party was at least not the ninth chaos, the chaotic consciousness, and the formless transcendent deity. Could it be one of the other two mysterious Tao creators? Hanju kept asking in his mind, wanting to find a flaw. However, he could not derive the other party's karma no matter how he asked. Helpless, he could only wait. If the other party really wanted to kill Han Huang and the other two, they should already be dead. How could they pester him when the other party wielded an ultimate Tao treasure? Hanju was no longer in the mood to listen to the Taoist. He was about to stand up and leave when a 6 or 7-year-old child suddenly sat down in front of him. The child ignored Hanju and picked up the food on the table to eat. Hanju didn't stop him and only stared at him quietly. After a long time, the child was full and his mouth was covered in oil. He looked sloppy. He looked at Hanju and said, anomaly. If you're too sharp, disaster will arrive. Hanju smiled and asked, what anomaly? The child picked up a jar of wine and started drinking. This jar of wine was larger than his upper body and looked quite strange. Hanju was not in a hurry and waited patiently. After taking a sip of wine, the child's face turned red. He put down the wine jar and looked at Hanju with drunken eyes. He smiled and said, you are an anomaly. You shouldn't exist. Your appearance has disrupted everything in the heavenly Tao and broken the inherent situation of the chaos. You have already threatened the chaos. Trouble is coming. Oh, what trouble is it? Hanju supported his chin with his right hand and asked with interest. The child's voice was loud, but the surrounding customers did not seem to hear him. No one paid attention to them. The child grinned. Everything you care about will devour you. The more you like it now, the more hatred you will attract in the future. I've encountered it before. Junior, the next is your most important calamity. You might be able to see the entire chaos, but you might not be able to see through its essence. Hanju retracted his smile and asked, Tao Ancestor. The child stood up and left. He waved his hand and said, Tao Ancestor. That's only a name given to me by all living beings. When all living beings don't need the Tao Ancestor, he naturally won't exist. Hanju watched the child leave. He could sense that this child was only a mortal that did not have any special fate. He was probably possessed by the Tao Ancestor's will. The Tao Ancestor was indeed hidden in the heavenly Tao. He encountered the Tao Ancestor just as something happened to Han Huang and the other two. Too strange. Hanju didn't leave and asked in his mind, what calamity is the Tao Ancestor talking about? 100 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Hanju's consciousness fell into the illusion. He opened his eyes and discovered that he was standing on the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Countless figures floated in the sky as far as the eye could see. They were all hidden sect disciples. A majestic tree connected the world at the end of the horizon of the 100-peak immortal river. Fuzang tree. Hanju's gaze swept over. He saw Han Huang, Han Tuo, Xing Hongshuan, Yang Tiandong, Zhang Jushi, Dao Sovereign, and so on. All his relatives and disciples looked at him with hatred. Hanju turned around and saw a figure standing behind him. It was himself. His future self wore a supreme treasure and looked indifferently at the disciples surrounding him. Chapter 946 Chaotic Will, Number 1 Potential. Chapter 946 Chaotic Will, Number 1 Potential. What's going on? I'm really being attacked by the people around me. Puzzled, Hanju walked to the side and started watching the battle. In any case, it was only an illusion and had yet to become reality. He was naturally not nervous. Do you really want to be my enemy? The future Hanju scanned the hidden sect disciples and asked expressionlessly. His voice entered everyone's ears clearly. Everyone trembled in fear, including Han Huang and Han Tuo. Han Tuo said angrily, everyone has the right to kill chaotic evil devils. You occupied my father's body and committed evil and acted recklessly. We have to kill you even if we die. We'll take revenge for my father. His shout was like thunder, echoing non-stop. It immediately ignited everyone's hatred and they cursed. Demon, you destroyed the providence of my heavenly Tao. You deserve death. Return my master. We have to kill him today, or the chaos will be in danger. Kill him and save the chaos. The heavenly Tao sages are already outside the Tao field. He will definitely die as long as we force him to open the Tao field. Damn it, there's no need for me to keep my cultivation if I don't avenge my Grand Master today. The hidden sect had too many disciples. More than 100 million disciples flew in the air and cursed at the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Their curses shook the sky and the mountain shook violently. Han Ju's expression still didn't change upon facing such a commotion. He suddenly smiled. It was so disdainful and mocking. Han Ju muttered to himself. His future self had been possessed. Who can possess me, Tao Creator? The future Han Ju laughed loudly and said, what a ridiculous chaotic will. I'll destroy you if you fools insist on believing your memories and knowledge. If I can help you rise up, I can also destroy you with a flip of my palm. So what if you are my wives and children? So what if you are my disciples and grand disciples? Chaotic will, do you really think I have a hard time choosing? Come, I'll let you feel my power and let you experience the fear of the despair Tao spirit, the divine authority generals and the ancient desolate divine spirit. As the future Han Ju's laughter fell, an aura that made Han Ju's heart palpitate erupted. The illusion shattered. Han Ju opened his eyes and pondered. The chaotic will would change the memories and knowledge of all living beings and erect him as a chaotic evil devil. It sounded impossible, but it did not seem so upon careful thought. His ultimate supreme treasure, the mystical destiny book, could do it. He had once used it to make the chaotic living beings recognize him as a chaotic fiend celestial. Since he could, why couldn't the chaos? He had used the mystical destiny book at 800,000 years old. The cooldown time was 10 million years. Now, he was very close to his 10 million-year-old birthday. If that really happened, he was not afraid. Chaotic will would be destroyed if it changed the understanding of all living beings. After that, he would use the mystical destiny book to recover everything. Han Ju found it ridiculous. The hidden sect alone could overturn him. The current hidden sect and the chaotic branch had more than 10 billion disciples. There were already more than 1 million Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, 10,000 pseudo-sages, and many freedom sages and great Tao sages. They looked like colossi, but they were like paper upon facing Han Ju's absolute strength. Forget it, I'll take it as it comes. I'll hide in the Tao field if I really face that situation. Han Ju thought like this. Only he could teleport to the 3 Tao fields. It was absolutely impossible for the disciples in the 100-peak Immortal River to forcefully enter the 3rd Tao field. The chaotic will was only targeting Han Ju. Even if he was abandoned by everyone, it wouldn't affect the lives of the other disciples. Han Ju immediately stood up and left. He returned to the 100-peak Immortal River and brought Xing Hongshuan and Qingluaner back to the 3rd Tao field before continuing to cultivate. No matter what, danger had already appeared. He had to take it seriously even if he was confident. It was better to be safe than sorry. He would fail as long as he was careless. Thinking of his past powerful enemies, who wasn't confident that they had a backup plan and thought that they could defeat him. Han Ju wanted to constantly become stronger. He wanted his enemies to never be able to judge his strength. Outside the heavenly Tao, in front of the welcoming sacred palace, hundreds of geniuses stood in front of the door in disgust. Azure Heaven Mystic is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi is stronger. What cultivation technique is that? It's amazing. It's even hotter than the heavenly Tao Sun Star. However, the difference in cultivation level is too great. Otherwise, Azure Heaven Mystic might not have lost. Indeed, as expected of the heavenly sage's disciples, these 3 are all great Tao sages. Tell me, how many great Tao sages are there in the hidden sect? Could it be that all the 2nd-generation disciples are here? Hard to say. They're all sages, anyway. The geniuses discussed. Tao Sovereign and Zhao Xuanyuan smiled. Lao Dan's expression was very serious as he stared at Azure Heaven Mystic. The battle between Azure Heaven Mystic and Zhang Yi had already ended. At this moment, Azure Heaven Mystic was in a state of enlightenment. Looking at the disheveled Azure Heaven Mystic, Zhang Yi's expression was extremely complicated. Ever since he had taken the primordial pill, his bloodline had long transformed with Lao Dan's help. The divine Yang indestructible body was no longer inferior to the chaotic fiend celestial. In addition to the difference in cultivation realm, it was not surprising that he had defeated Azure Heaven Mystic. However, he actually felt a hint of danger during the battle. This kid was not simple. The heavenly Tao is lucky. Sigh. Lao Dan sighed for the 3 pure sacred world. Ma, He saw too many geniuses this time and felt that the difference between the three pure sacred world and the heavenly Tao was becoming greater and greater. Tao Sovereign smiled and asked, "How talented is this child in your eyes?" Lao Dan hesitated for a moment and said, "Other than the divine might heavenly sage, I think he can be ranked first. Even my master is far inferior." The cultivation speed of the current juniors was something that the ancient existences did not dare to imagine in the past. Of course, this was also the reason why they had received the favor of their predecessors. In the past, the Tao ancestor had to figure out the cultivation after attaining the Tao. Unlike the current geniuses, who already had the path paved for them and only needed to cultivate, there was no need to figure it out or seek opportunities. With the current status of the heavenly Tao, there was an endless stream of cultivation resources. As long as they were geniuses, they only needed to cultivate and did not have to worry too much. Lao Dan's words caused the geniuses to exclaim, "So powerful." Tao Sovereign and Zhao Xuanyuan frowned. They would be furious if it were anyone else, but they were shocked since these words came from Lao Dan. There was actually such a prodigy in the heavenly Tao. Zhao Xuanyuan suddenly thought of Han Huang. No matter how powerful Azure Heaven Mystic was, could he compare to Han Huang in talent? He was about to speak when a cold snort sounded behind him. "First place. I don't think so. In my opinion, his potential is inferior to mine." Everyone turned around with strange expressions. The person who spoke was the personal disciple of the heavenly Tao sage, Su Qi, Zhao Xuanquan. Zhao Xuanquan indeed had the right to be arrogant. However, Zhao Xuanquan represented the prodigies of the hidden sect, while Azure Heaven Mystic was a prodigy outside of the heavenly Tao. Sparks would definitely fly when the two of them collided. Zhao Xuanyuan smiled and said, "Your potential is indeed impressive, but catch up to him first. If you can't catch up to him no matter what, it will at most mean that your talent is similar. It's impossible for you to be stronger." Chapter 947 New Era, Carefree's Destiny. Chapter 947 New Era, Carefree's Destiny. "I will prove myself in the chaotic assembly." Zhao Xuanquan snorted. His gaze landed on Azure Heaven Mystic, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Azure Heaven Mystic had already taken turns to challenge Tao Sovereign and the other two. He was defeated without exception. The third battle was even more powerful, attracting many geniuses to watch. Although he had only seen Azure Heaven Mystic fight once, Zhao Xuanquan felt that his potential was stronger than the other parties. What was an epiphany like this? How could he be the #1 prodigy if he couldn't surpass his opponent? Lao Dan sized him up and his gaze landed on Azure Heaven Mystic. He looked back and forth, thinking about something. On the other side, in the heavenly Tao Palace, Zhou Fan, Fang Liang, Long Hao, Su Qi, Li Xuanao, and the other personal disciples gathered here. They were also watching Zhang Yi and Azure Heaven Mystic. Fang Liang sighed. Time really passed quickly. The juniors have already caught up. Zhou Fan smiled. "Yes, we also considered ourselves geniuses back then, but we can't compare ourselves to these geniuses. They have all reached the sage realm and feel that they haven't finished their apprenticeship. At that time, having an immortal emperor cultivation was already impressive. Ha ha ha, don't you know the difference between the previous heavenly Tao and the current one?" NCE. Li Xuanao stroked his beard and laughed. Su Qi said helplessly, "My disciple's potential is indeed impressive, but he's too arrogant deep down. Azure Heaven Mystic is known as the #1 prodigy of the heavenly Tao. The two of them will probably have many conflicts in the future. As their masters, we can't forcefully stop them." Zhou Fan nodded. "We can't stop them forcefully. How can the elders interfere in the matters of the younger generation? It's not a blood feud." They began to recall the past. The topic gradually landed on the chaotic assembly. Long Hao said proudly, "The heavenly Tao has so many geniuses now. Could the chaotic 10 absolutes be occupied by the heavenly Tao?" Zhou Fan shook his head. "You can't underestimate the chaos. There are many peerless geniuses in the chaos, unless they are all existences like Han Huang." Everyone sighed at the mention of Han Huang. Born as freedom was enough to make any prodigy pale in comparison. Fortunately, Han Huang did not participate in the hidden sect meeting this time. Otherwise, these geniuses would definitely be depressed. How could they dare to fight here? The hidden sect meeting was a good thing. It made the hidden sect disciples understand how strong this sect is. To be honest, even I was shocked. Especially the Black Hell Chicken and the others, they are actually all at ease. It's simply ridiculous. There are more than 50 of them. Zhou Fan was speechless. The others nodded. Li Xuanao smiled. Sect Master is clearly secretly nurturing them. You have to be careful not to be left behind. Long Hao spread his hands. I've already been left behind. In the past, I felt that I was very powerful. Now, I realize that my potential has already become mediocre. In the past, he was also the most talented among the Heavenly Emperor's sons. However, the world changed as time passed. He was no longer an influential figure. Zhou Fan smiled and said, "Do you want to find your father? His Majesty is very glorious in the chaos now. He has a great Tao sage as a divine general. You have to know that there are only so many great Tao sages in the chaos. If you can obtain one, you can be considered an overlord." Long Hao shook his head and said helplessly, "The father and son relationship between us has long been severed. It was my fault back then. It's fine not to mention it." Speaking of what happened before the heavenly Tao restarted, Su Qi's expression was also a little unnatural. Killing all living beings was a sin he would never forget. They were not the only ones chatting. The other sage Tao fields were also lively. Too many geniuses had returned from this hidden sect meeting. It greatly stimulated the geniuses of the heavenly Tao. This was a good thing for the heavenly Tao. All the sages felt the signs of a golden age and a world of strife. In the past, it was only the divine might heavenly sage's era. Now that he had reached the top, the wave of the new era was coming ferociously. It was unstoppable. Han Huang's consciousness slowly awakened. Memories surged like a tide, causing his head to ache. He opened his eyes and saw nothing but whiteness. He turned around with difficulty. Han Qinger and Zhang Jushi floated around. Not far away, the carefree immortal was meditating, his body surrounded by purple qi. What's going on? Han Huang's expression changed. He was shocked to discover that his dharmic powers were gone and his great Dao fruit had been deprived. He was now like immortal. He glared at carefree immortal and cursed. "Dog, what did you do?" Carefree immortal opened his eyes and smiled teasingly. "Your natural potential is indeed very strong, far surpassing the chaotic VN Celestials. Thank you for your help. I will bring your potential to greater heights." What should a physique that surpasses the chaotic VN Celestial be called? Oh right, legend has it that the primordial VN Celestial is above the chaotic VN Celestial. Since there are no primordial VN Celestials, I'll become the primordial VN Celestial. How about that, ha ha ha. Carefree immortal laughed wantonly, causing Han Huang's eyes to turn red. Zhang Jushi also woke up at this moment. His expression also changed drastically. He stared at Carefree Immortal and asked in a low voice, "What did you do to me?" Carefree Immortal smiled and said, "You have innate great creation. Your great reincarnation creation technique already belongs to me. Coupled with the talent and creation of the two of you, I'm definitely invincible. How can that divine might heavenly sage be my match? I'm a great Tao Supreme, to begin with. Give me time to fuse all your potential and I'll definitely kill the divine might heavenly sage." Zhang Jushi's expression darkened, but he did not curse like Han Huang. Cursing could only vent and was useless in the current situation. Carefree Immortal slowly stood up. He raised his hands and smiled. "Don't be afraid, I won't kill you. It's just that the divine might heavenly sage has severed the path of invincibility and affected too many supremes, Tao attainment. He's an anomaly that interferes with the karma and fate of the chaos. He shouldn't exist in the first place. I'll return his potential and creation to you after I kill him." Han Huang was furious. He glared at him. If looks could kill, Carefree Immortal's body and soul would already be destroyed. Zhang Jushi asked, "Return it to us. Then what is your goal? Is it just to take revenge on my master?" Carefree Immortal shook his head. "Revenge? How is that possible? I have no grudge against him. I've already said that I want to protect the chaos. The chaos has given me the carefree creation. I've existed since chaos, creation. In countless years, I've seen too many supremes and divine spirits. In every era, there will be invincible people stepping on the bones of their predecessors to attain the Tao. However, the divine might heavenly sage is different. He doesn't have the providence of the chaos. His fate is not even in the chaos. How many people has he killed along the way to become invincible? Those battle achievements are unfathomable and unreasonable. He's an anomaly. The chaos will definitely collapse if we don't eliminate him." Han Huang cursed. "If not for my father, how could the chaos be peaceful? That ancient desolate divine spirit and the great Tao divine spirit are colluding. What will happen to the chaos?" Carefree Immortal asked, "What will happen if the heavenly Tao is stronger than the chaos?" Han Huang was stunned. The Carefree Immortal's gaze was cold as he said, "The heavenly Tao is not as simple as the world. Its essence is the same as the chaos. The two providences are isolated from each other. If we let the heavenly Tao continue to become stronger, the heavenly Tao will replace the chaos sooner or later. Those ancient living beings and the chaotic connate race who can't fuse with the heavenly Tao will definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. The fundamental reason for this outcome is the divine might heavenly sage. He must die. Chapter 948 Han Ju's Disappointment. Chapter 948 Han Ju's Disappointment. That's only your guess. According to you, you want to sacrifice all the living beings in the heavenly Tao for the sake of saving the chaotic lifeforms. Do you think this is really righteous? Zhang Jushi stared at Carefree Immortal and asked coldly. Hearing this, Carefree Immortal laughed as if he had heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. Only in the chaos can there be righteousness. Don't you understand what I just said? The heavenly Tao is different from the chaos. Heavenly Tao would have long been destroyed if not for the Tao ancestor suppressing its development. As the Carefree Immortal spoke, he shook his head and sighed. How impressive was the Tao ancestor back then? He single-handedly pulled up the heavenly Tao and resisted the enemies of the chaos many times. Unfortunately, in the end, he was still abandoned by everyone. Now that he has disappeared, who among the living beings in the heavenly Tao remembers his kindness? The Tao ancestor is the same, so is the divine might heavenly sage. Zhang Jushi was silent. Han Huang cursed. Even if you absorb my potential and creation, you're not my father's match. Just wait for death. Carefree Immortal smiled. Then let's wait and see. With that, he suddenly vanished. Only Zhang Jushi, Han Huang, and Han Qinger were left in the blank domain. Han Qinger had yet to awaken. Han Huang wanted to move, but he discovered that he could only twist his body. This domain was too strange. He couldn't borrow strength, and the dharmic powers in his body were already gone. Zhang Jushi was the same. He frowned and scanned his surroundings. He had never heard of such a place. He felt very uneasy. He must know that we can't escape if he dares to leave. Zhang Jushi sighed. Han Huang was extremely aggrieved and had nowhere to vent his anger. After a long while, Han Qinger woke up and learned of this from her two brothers. She was very calm. Second brother, have you forgotten the mystical power father taught us? Summon him now, Han Qinger said in a low voice with a mysterious expression. Han Huang's expression darkened. How can I have the face to summon him? I said that I would rely on myself, but besides, the other party is waiting to scheme against father. Aren't I falling into his trap? Han Qinger rolled her eyes. He just obtained your potential and senior brother's creation. He needs time to become stronger. Father won't know if we don't inform him immediately. Isn't this giving that fellow time to become stronger? Han Huang was silent. Zhang Jushi said, you can summon him before removing the mystical power. It's equivalent to informing Master that something happened. Then, you can wait for Master to visit us in our dreams. Find out the reason first and then Master will make a decision. Han Qinger's eyes lit up. Then, she ignored Han Huang and began to use the invocation technique. She severed the mystical power feed as soon as the black vortex formed. On the other side, Han Ju was actually a little hesitant. After all, the blank domain was very likely the hiding place of the Tao creators. However, the black vortex disappeared very quickly. Han Ju immediately understood what the other party meant. It should not be interrupted. After Han Ju returned to the Taoist temple, he sent dreams from time to time but couldn't succeed. He could try again now. He immediately sent a dream to Han Huang. As expected. He succeeded. The dream was a blank domain, hinting to Han Huang that Han Ju knew this place. However, Han Huang thought that the dream was his own thoughts, so he did not think too much about it. Seeing Han Ju, he looked ashamed and didn't know what to say. Han Ju asked, who captured you? Do you know his name? Han Huang shook his head. He didn't reveal his name. Show me his image. Han Huang immediately waved his hand. In the dream, his dharmic powers had recovered. In any case, it was all fake. Han Ju noted down the carefree immortal's appearance. Seeing that Han Ju's expression didn't change, the grievance in Han Huang's heart immediately turned into sadness. He then told him what had happened. His potential was the thing he was most proud of. He had been a genius since he was young. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if he became trash. That would be worse than death. Han Ju was a little surprised. Snatching people's potential and stealing their opportunities. He even had an ultimate Tao treasure. It was indeed impressive. From low to high, Dharma treasures were respectively the Heavenly Tao Numinous Treasure, Heavenly Tao Supreme Treasure, Freedom Numinous Treasure, Freedom Supreme Treasure, Great Tao Numinous Treasure, Great Tao Supreme Treasure, Ultimate Tao Treasure, and Ultimate Supreme Treasure. Among them, Great Tao Dharma treasures could also be called Chaotic Dharma treasures. Han Ju also had an Ultimate Tao Treasure and an even stronger Ultimate Supreme Treasure. However, there were only a few ultimate Dharma treasures in the chaos. The ancient desolate divine spirit and the primordial ancestral god had never revealed them. This was a very good opponent. Han Ju asked, what's the other party's cultivation level? He was looking forward to it. It was also a good thing that an opponent had appeared during the boring cultivation years. It could motivate him and make his life interesting. Han Huang said, he's a great Tao Supreme. He should become stronger in the future. What? Great Tao Supreme? Han Ju's eyes widened, scaring Han Huang. Han Ju muttered, that's it. He was so excited for nothing. Han Ju looked at him and said, stay there. You're outside the chaos. It's a blank domain. No living being can survive or cultivate in it. It just so happens that your potential has been deprived. You can reflect on it. Not only do you need invincible potential, but you also need an invincible heart. Don't let your cultivation enslave you. This is a training you must undergo. Han Huang was deep in thought. The dream ended. Han Qinger hurriedly asked when she saw that he woke up, what did father say? Han Huang replied, he said that this is a blank domain outside the chaos, and he asked us to stay here for the time being and calm down. Treat it as training. Zhang Jushi smiled, since master knows where we are, it means that he's already confident. Han Qinger wailed, then how long are we going to stay here? Han Huang did not say anything else and reflected on his father's words. Heart of invincibility, don't be enslaved by cultivation. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju opened his eyes. I want to know if the person in my mind can be insta-killed by me. 1 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Han Ju hesitated. With this level, how disappointing. However, he still chose to continue when he thought of that mysterious ultimate Tao treasure. Yes, Han Ju asked in his mind, can I insta-kill him when he comes to me? The carefree immortal definitely didn't know his true strength. 100 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? The cost had increased by 100 times. This fellow was still a little stable. After obtaining the invincible potential and creation, he still endured until he was 100 times stronger before attacking. What a pity, 100 times was not enough. Continue. Yes, Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. He asked, where is this person? The other party has an ultimate Tao treasure that cannot be deduced. How strange, he could deduce the cultivation level but not the location. It seemed that this ultimate Tao treasure was not simple. He would kill this fellow and grab the treasure when the time came. Han Ju asked again, will the other party kill Han Huang, Han Qinger, and Zhang Jushi before coming to find me? 100 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Yes, this fellow was trustworthy. He was only targeting Han Ju and not lying to Han Huang and the other two. Chapter 949-9 Genius Ranking. Chapter 949 Genius Ranking. Han Ju thought for a moment and decided not to save Han Huang and the other two for the time being. Firstly, he wanted the mysterious enemy to let down his guard, and secondly, he wanted Han Huang and the other two to settle down. How could life be smooth sailing? If there was no major blow, how could he find his Tao heart? Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. He would face two crises in the future. One was the mysterious person who had captured Han Huang and the other two. The second was the chaotic will that was about to make a move. What Han Ju had to do next was to increase his combat strength as much as possible. He would really be invincible if he could even deal with the chaos. As for the Tao creator, he would think about it in the future. 10,000 years after the hidden sect meeting ended, the entire heavenly Tao returned to normal. However, it was more lively and prosperous than before. Geniuses often battled. It made all living beings realize that the era of geniuses had arrived. Some busybodies even drew up the genius ranking. Azure Heaven Mystic was undoubtedly ranked first. However, the second place constantly changed. The sages also became busy. Fortunately, clones existed. With the current status of the heavenly Tao, the sages used clones to receive the chaotic guests, who felt that it was reasonable. Zhao Xuanyuan wanted to leave with Zhao Xuanquan, but he rejected him. The reason was that Zhao Xuanquan wanted to accompany Su Qi. Although Su Qi had accepted many disciples, only Zhao Xuanquan remained. The higher one's cultivation level was, the more one understood. What Su Qi had done back then made his previous disciples feel guilty and stay away. In the circle of sages, Su Qi had always been more solitary. Other than the hidden sect disciples, he rarely interacted with other sages. Zhao Xuanquan had no parents since he was young. He only felt warmth after being accepted by Su Qi. His thoughts had been different from all living beings since he was young. He only recognized people who treated him well. As for the great kindness and righteousness that the mortal world recognized, he would never listen to them. On this day, in Su Chi's Dao Field Palace, the master and disciple were discussing the genius ranking. Master, why is he the number one on the genius ranking? Shouldn't the genius ranking look at battle achievements and potential? Just because his cultivation level is high. How old is he? He still has the cheek to stand at the top of the genius ranking. I think the sages are creating hype for him. Zhao Shuangquan said indignantly. In the heavenly Tao, not to mention 1,000,000 years, someone 100,000 years old was already old. Su Chi smiled. Actually, Azure Heaven Mystic was also your fellow disciple in the past. He was even younger than you. Later, the hidden sect realized that he was too powerful and let him leave after he grew up. The heavenly Tao also needed to show its face when participating in the chaotic assembly. The hidden sect belongs to the heavenly Tao, but the heavenly Tao is the heavenly Tao and the hidden sect is the hidden sect. You should understand this logic. So, behind Azure Heaven Mystic stands the entire heavenly Tao, including the hidden sect. Your potential is impressive, but you have to understand that nothing in this world is absolutely fair. The rules themselves are set. Zhao Shuangquan curled his lips. That made sense, but he was still unhappy. Su Chi smiled and asked, Disciple, what is your goal in the future? Fight for the title of #1 prodigy. Zhao Shuangquan immediately said, Of course not. I want to be the strongest. Su Chi smiled. As strong as your grandmaster? Zhao Shuangquan nodded, his eyes filled with admiration. He had naturally heard of his grandmaster since he was young. Su Chi often talked about the stories between him and Han Ju. It affected Zhao Shuangquan greatly. This was also the reason why he had a deep relationship with Su Chi. Even if Su Chi destroyed the world and was consigned to eternal damnation, Grandmaster was willing to save him and ensure his safety. If there's a chance, I'll introduce you to Master and ask him to let you cultivate beside him. It won't be difficult for you to surpass Azure Heaven Mystic in the future. Su Chi smiled with a loving expression as if he was facing his son. Zhao Shuangquan's eyes lit up. He nodded crazily and immediately stood up to massage his legs and back. The master and disciple continued chatting. After entering his cultivation state, time passed extremely quickly for Han Ju. Another 100,000 years passed in a flash. Han Ju opened his eyes and sent a dream to Su Chi. Su Chi had sent him a dream 10,000 years ago, but he was cultivating, so he ignored it. He could see at a glance that Su Chi was still in the heavenly Tao, so he was not worried that his life was in danger. The dream was the previous cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain. Su Chi opened his eyes and immediately bowed when he saw that it was him. Han Ju said, What is it? Su Chi immediately told him. He was here for Zhao Shuangquan. He hoped that Han Ju could guide him. It would be even better if he could let him cultivate by his side. This is only a request. It's fine if you're unwilling, Su Chi added. It had been too many years. The master-disciple relationship between them had naturally become much more distant. At least, they were not as close as before, especially when the difference in cultivation level was becoming greater and greater. Han Ju remained silent. It would be fine if it was any other disciple, but the other party was Zhao Shuangquan, the reincarnation of the 8th chaos. If he brought him to the Dao field, would the 9th chaos rely on Zhao Shuangquan to infiltrate the Dao field? Too dangerous. He had to consider it. However, Su Chi rarely looked for him, so he naturally could not refuse. How about this? Let him cultivate in peace. I'll teach him a mystical power in his dreams, Han Ju said in a low voice. Su Chi was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly thanked him. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was also worried that his master would refuse. Han Ju smiled and said, You have to cultivate diligently. The freedom realm is not enough. Su Chi was a chaotic fiend celestial. After so many years, it was naturally not surprising that he had attained freedom. Han Ju even felt that he was a little lazy. After all, Su Chi had obtained the chaotic fiend celestial bloodline earlier than the other disciples. He should have attained the Great Tao by now. I've disappointed Master. Don't worry, I'll definitely attain the Great Tao. Su Chi hurriedly promised. In front of Han Ju, his attitude was very humble and nervous, unlike his cold attitude when facing the geniuses. The master and disciple chatted for a while before the dream ended. Han Ju started to check his emails. His circle of friends became lively again. Dao Sovereign, Zhou Fan, and the other disciples began to cause trouble again. Needless to say, without them wandering in the chaos, Han Ju's circle of friends would have much less fun. Han Ju sent a dream to Han Qinger after reading the emails. The dream was the 3rd Dao field. Han Qinger was pleasantly surprised to see him. She hurriedly pounced into his arms and wailed. "Father, you're finally here." Han Ju's heart throbbed upon hearing his daughter's cries. Was he too strict with her? How uneasy had she been all these years? Would he regret it if she accidentally died? Han Ju comforted her for a while before she calmed down. "You're already a few million years old, but you still act like a little girl," Han Ju said helplessly. Han Qinger curled her lips. "I'll always be your daughter no matter how old I am." Han Ju smiled and asked about the recent situation. Han Huang and the other two had been exiled to the blank domain. The carefree immortal did appear again after he left. No existence had disturbed them in the past 100,000 years. They floated in the blank domain alone and remained unchanged. Chapter 950 The Future Zhang Jushi, Two Different Matters. Chapter 950 The Future Zhang Jushi, Two Different Matters. "Do you want me to fetch you?" Han Ju asked. 100,000 years was enough. He couldn't do anything but ask. Han Qinger chuckled. "There's no need for that. I'm just acting cute with you. We're not in danger for the time being. Furthermore, second brother and senior Zhang are breaking through after breaking down." "Oh, breakthrough. Tell me in detail," Han Ju asked curiously. He only wanted Han Huang to settle down. He didn't expect the two of them to be able to find a cultivation technique. This was a pleasant surprise. Han Qinger said, although second brother's potential was snatched, he regained his bloodline after 10,000 years. His bloodline seems to be able to regenerate. As for senior Zhang, he suddenly said one day that his great creation had returned after staying there for about 30,000 years. Han Ju was interested. It was fine if it was just Han Huang. After all, he was a primordial Fian Celestial. The primordial Fian Celestial had surpassed the chaotic Fian Celestial. It was not unreasonable for its bloodline to be reborn. But what was with Zhang Jushi? Great creation could be reborn. "Summon me when your captor appears," Han Ju said. Han Huang and Zhang Jushi recovered their potential. If the other party sensed it, they might use these two to create a force with unlimited potential. This was not good. Han Ju disdained the other party in a one-on-one battle. However, if the other party used this opportunity to constantly scheme, there was no need to wait. It was best to eliminate them as soon as possible to prevent things from getting out of hand. "All right," Han Qinger agreed. The father and daughter did not say anything else. Soon, the dream ended. Han Ju opened his eyes and asked in his mind, "Can Zhang Jushi's great creation be infinitely deprived and recovered? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? How expensive. It was already comparable to a Tao creator. Continue." No, Han Ju felt that this was reasonable. Otherwise, wouldn't that mysterious existence be able to constantly create great creation bearers like Zhang Jushi? Tisk tisk, this disciple is impressive. His future is limitless. Han Ju sighed. He was suddenly interested. "I want to know what Zhang Jushi will be like at his peak." Han Ju asked in his mind. "A quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So expensive. Tao creator." Han Ju was shocked. Unlike the previous question, this question represented cultivation. Would Zhang Jushi become a Tao creator in the future? Since ancient times, there had only been 5 Tao creators. None of the chaotic Fian Celestials had succeeded. Apart from being born with great providence, Zhang Jushi was also an ordinary living being. Han Ju had previously deduced that Han Huang would only become a half-step Tao creator. Ever since Han Huang was born, Han Ju didn't pay so much attention to Zhang Jushi. Now, Han Huang had even surpassed him. He didn't expect that the future Zhang Jushi would be stronger than Han Huang. Han Ju chose to continue. His consciousness entered the illusion. He opened his eyes and saw a bright mountain gate. In front of him was a long staircase as white as jade. Along the hill, tens of thousands of steps above was the peak of the mountain. A golden white throne with 9 golden dragons wrapped around it could be seen. It was a majestic sight. This was an island floating in the air. Outside was a blank domain. Countless corpses floated, forming a huge circle that surrounded the empty island. Blank domain. He's indeed a Tao creator. Han Ju thought silently. Chaotic living beings could not survive in the blank domain. He looked up and saw that the golden white throne above the 10,000 steps was extremely majestic. A figure was meditating on it. Compared to the throne, the size was extremely strange. Zhang Jushi. Han Ju looked at Zhang Jushi and discovered that this fellow was very similar to the future Han Huang. He was high and mighty and his arrogance was about to soar. At this moment, a figure appeared above Han Ju. To be precise, it was a head. This head had disheveled hair and 9 eyes. It was as big as a mountain range and was filled with pressure. Hanju was secretly shocked. This terrifying aura could only be the Tao creator. The nine-eyed head smiled and said, "The danger of the chaos has been resolved according to you. That anomaly has been destroyed by the will of all living beings." Zhang Jushi opened his eyes and smiled. "Oh, just like how you treated my master back then. The so-called will of all living beings is really ridiculous." The nine-eyed head said, "The past is like smoke and mist. You should understand this logic now that you can already control the will of all living beings. Existence is the meaning. Everything that doesn't exist is meaningless. In our realms, what are the past and morals? Everything is meaningless in front of us." Zhang Jushi did not reply as if he tacitly agreed. Hanju raised his eyebrows. This future was the future after he was killed by the chaotic will. Oh, then this future could not exist. Hanju calmed down and watched the show. Zhang Jushi said again, "No one can touch Han Huang's son. Otherwise, I will destroy the chaos even if I have to offend the ninth chaos." The nine-eyed head smiled. "We Tao creators will not target a specific living being. Not even the primordial fiend celestial. You can rest assured." Zhang Jushi closed his eyes. The nine-eyed head smiled and disappeared. The illusion shattered. Hanju's consciousness returned to reality. He opened his eyes and fell into deep thought. Although the illusion was short, it was enough to show that the Tao creator was very respectful to Zhang Jushi. However, their words made him vigilant. He might die. He died under the schemes of the chaotic will. The chaotic will controlled everyone's will. I have to think of a way to become stronger. I can't slack off in the future. I have to recover my previous attitude of cultivating diligently. I can't rely on the Tao field and be careless. Hanju's eyes changed and his Tao heart stabilized. No one can kill me. Not even the will of all living beings. In the palace of the Tao field, Azure Heaven Mystic was cultivating. He suddenly opened his eyes upon hearing footsteps. He stood up and asked in a low voice, "What are you doing?" He saw Carefree Immortal standing in the hall, staring at him with a smile. The Carefree Immortal wore a white robe and was surrounded by a purple aura. He was rather sinister. Carefree Immortal smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. Don't worry, I've already isolated this palace. No one can hear our conversation." Azure Heaven Mystic was furious. "Let's not talk nonsense. If you want to fight, fight. I can't be with you, much less deal with the Divine Might Heavenly Sage with you." Hearing this, the Carefree Immortal was still calm as he smiled and said, "The Divine Might Heavenly Sage will definitely die. If you participate, you will have great merit and your name will spread throughout the chaos." Azure Heaven Mystic cursed, "Get lost. You want me to deal with the Divine Might Heavenly Sage? Isn't that treachery?" He immediately waved his palm, but the Carefree Immortal suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed his wrist before his arm could straighten. Azure Heaven Mystic widened his eyes. Carefree Immortal smiled. "I forgot to tell you. My cultivation level has already surpassed the chaos. No one in the entire chaos is my match, including the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. It's just that I'm carefree and it's not convenient for me to personally take action. In addition, even if you refuse, soon, all living beings will eliminate the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. You will, too, at that time. Perhaps you can't understand now, but this is the truth. I only think highly of you, so I'll give you a chance." Choosing to do it and being forced to do it are two different things. Chapter 951 Reaching the Tao Creator Realm. Chapter 951 Reaching the Tao Creator Realm. "What do you mean? Why should I kill him?" Azure Heaven Mystic frowned and shook off his hand. His fear of the Carefree Immortal deepened. After living for so long, the Carefree Immortal was the existence he could not see through the most and was also the most dangerous. Carefree Immortal said, "The Divine Might Heavenly Sage is an anomaly and doesn't belong to the chaos. He stepped on many invincible supremes and severely affected the fate of the chaos." He spoke slowly, just like he had said to Han Huang and the other two. Azure Heaven Mystic fell silent. He was not convinced by the Carefree Immortal, but he did not know how to escape. Since the other party had said so, he definitely had to make a choice and not beat around the bush. As long as he rejected him, it would definitely be a life and death battle. The move just now was enough to show the difference in strength. Carefree Immortal stared at him and said, "Other than you, I also want to support other geniuses. This batch of geniuses will not be controlled by everyone's will. The meaning behind this is great. It means that you will transcend all living beings and see through the true meaning of the world. It won't be difficult for you to become a god in the future." Azure Heaven Mystic took a deep breath and said, "I thank you for your appreciation, but if I accept it, the path I want to take will be missing and will never be repaired, so I still refuse." "Come, I know you won't let me go." I only want to follow my heart even if I die. The heavenly Tao nurtured me, so I have to fight for the heavenly Tao. The smile on carefree immortal's face vanished and his eyes turned cold. He said coldly, in that case, don't blame me for being impolite. I can give you the divine authority, and I can also take it back. Not only will I take it back, but I will also snatch your potential. Azure Heaven Mystic laughed. How can you snatch my talent? Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Azure Heaven Mystic's body. The divine light of the supreme rule burst out, causing his long hair to flutter. Carefree Immortal narrowed his eyes and muttered, this aura no impossible. Blank domain. Han Huang, Zhang Jushi, and Han Qing'er were still floating, but more and more corpses gathered around them. Han Qing'er said helplessly, why isn't that fellow here yet? Unlike Han Huang and Zhang Jushi who could still continue to become stronger, it was completely tortuous for her to stay here. Her cultivation level could not increase. Zhang Jushi opened his eyes and said, I've already developed a perception towards the blank domain. He has indeed never appeared. It seems that my creation and Junior Huang's potential are not so easy to absorb. Han Huang opened his eyes and smiled proudly. Of course, I suspect that since we've already recovered, the potential and creation that he absorbed have also returned. He might have already suffered a backlash and is feeling uncomfortable. Han Qing'er asked, then should we ask Father to fetch us? Zhang Jushi said, let's wait a little longer. This is a good opportunity. This person is too dangerous. We can't let him grow. If he can snatch our potential, he can snatch the potential of others. If our potential accumulates, the consequences will be unimaginable. He had obtained his current achievements because of the overlapping potential of reincarnation. He was also afraid that an enemy like him would appear. Furthermore, the carefree immortal did not need reincarnation. It was even more exaggerated than him to forcefully strip away his potential. Han Huang did not say anything, but his eyes were filled with anger. In the past 100,000 years, other than cultivating again, his anger had also been accumulating. This matter alerted Han Ju. He only relaxed for a short period of time and was more ashamed. Before leaving the Dao field, he had promised all sorts of things that he would definitely not cause trouble. He had even arrogantly said that not many existences in the chaos were his match. He had indeed defeated countless experts in the heavenly court. This was the only time he had failed. He couldn't accept it even if it was only once. The anger of revenge had already occupied Han Huang's heart, but he did not show it. Zhang Jushi and Han Qing'er did not sense it. Zhang Jushi looked at him and asked, Junior Huang, how's your cultivation? Have you recovered your great Tao? Han Huang replied, I've recovered, but it's not enough. Zhang Jushi frowned. He suddenly felt that something was wrong with him. Junior Huang, are you all right? Did something go wrong with your cultivation? Zhang Jushi asked with concern. Han Huang smiled. It's fine, senior, don't think too much. I'm just considering a mystical power. I have to deal with him well if that fellow appears later. Zhang Jushi smiled and nodded. I also have this plan. We have to stand up wherever we fall. At this moment, you want to deal with me? Carefree Immortal's voice sounded, his tone cold. The three of them turned around in shock and saw a figure flying over from the depths of the blank domain like a ghost, leaving behind afterimages. Carefree Immortal stopped, but the three of them widened their eyes in shock. A second head actually grew out of Carefree Immortal. This head was actually Azure Heaven Mystic, but Zhang Jushi and the other two could not recognize it. A cold and mocking smile hung on the Carefree Immortal's face. Azure Heaven Mystic's expression was cold and heartless. The two faces were side by side, making people feel extremely ridiculous. Zhang Jushi asked in a low voice, whose face is this? Did you absorb his potential? Han Qing'er secretly used the invocation technique. Carefree Immortal smiled and said, the #1 prodigy of the heavenly Tao. This kid is not simple. He almost devoured me. However, with his creation, I have already surpassed the great Tao Supreme Realm and the previous ancient desolate divine spirit. In other words, you can't deal with me. His gaze landed on Han Qing'er and he smiled. You're summoning your father, right? It's just nice. I'll surpass those existences above the chaos if I absorb him. Han Qing'er trembled. Han Huang snorted. Do you know my father's cultivation level? Carefree Immortal smiled and asked, do you know what the cultivation level of the great Tao Supreme is? The three of them were stunned. Seeing this, the Carefree Immortal laughed wantonly, his tone filled with disdain. I'm not sure what the cultivation level of the great Tao Supreme is. Do enlighten me. A voice came from the black vortex behind Han Qing'er. Divine light came from the vortex and Han Ju slowly stepped out. He activated all his supreme treasures, causing his aura to reach its peak. Han Huang and Zhang Jushi were shocked. They had never felt such a powerful aura. The smile on Carefree Immortal's face gradually disappeared. He stared at Han Ju and said, "Divine Might Heavenly Sage, it's really better to see you than hear about you." Han Ju saw Azure Heaven Mystic, but he didn't show it. "Wow, you even dare to touch the karma of the Tao Creator. If you don't die, who will? Chaotic consciousness, you owe me this karma." Han Ju smiled and asked, "Who's behind?" "You." Azure Heaven Mystic shrugged. "No one. I just saw a trace of fate." Han Ju sighed. "That's all. What, you're not satisfied?" "I'm sighing for you." Han Ju smiled and his eyes narrowed. Zhang Jushi and the other two moved behind him. Carefree Immortal smiled and said, "I didn't only absorb the bloodlines of these three people. I also absorbed the bloodlines of more than 100 geniuses and the power of several chaotic Fian Celestials. The current me has already surpassed the great Tao Supreme Realm and reached the realm of a Tao Creator." Chapter 952 Immortal Fate, Strongest in the Chaos. Chapter 952 Immortal Fate, Strongest in the Chaos. Tao Creator. Han Ju almost wanted to laugh. If not for him asking the system as quickly as possible if he could insta-kill this person, he might really be shocked. However, he had spent 100 trillion years knowing that he could insta-kill the other party. This meant that the other party was not a true Tao Creator. This fellow was still arrogant. After all, he had never come into contact with a true Tao Creator. Once his cultivation level increased, it was indeed easy to misjudge. Divine Might Heavenly Sage, have you heard of the Tao Creator realm? A Tao Creator can create everything and is not restricted by the chaotic rules. He can freely wander in this blank domain. Here, the chaotic will can't harm the Tao Creator. Carefree Immortal raised his arms and said with an intoxicated expression. Han Ju asked, "Then if I can also wander here, won't I be considered a Tao Creator?" Carefree Immortal's expression froze. Han Qinger laughed. "Father, you scared him." Zhang Jushi and Han Huang also smiled. Carefree Immortal sneered. "It's not that simple. In that case, attack. Let me experience the Divine Might Heavenly Sage's power." Shadows appeared above Han Ju's head and quickly disappeared. This was the Dharma Idol fusion technique. Carefree Immortal was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he took out a half-moon red jade. This red jade emitted light and froze this blank domain. He wanted Han Ju to be unable to escape. Carefree Immortal raised his arms and his body suddenly exploded, turning into countless purple chi. Figures struggled to come out of the purple chi with all their might. They were sinister and terrifying. The purple chi transformed into a terrifying giant shadow that was 10 million feet tall. Its figure was like a Carefree Immortal and was no longer double-headed. There was only one head of the Carefree Immortal, and the Azure Heaven Mystic appeared in the chest of the purple chi giant shadow. Unlike the other struggling figures, its eyes were closed as if it had fallen asleep. Its body undulated with the purple chi. The half-moon red jade flew up and landed between the Carefree Immortal's brows, transforming into a third eye. "What is he doing?" Han Qinger asked nervously. Han Ju didn't answer. He couldn't be bothered by the Carefree Immortal's actions. It gave him time to fuse with the Fian Celestial Dharma idols. He blocked the black vortex to prevent the Carefree Immortal from using it to infiltrate the third Tao field. "Ha ha ha, Divine Might Heavenly Sage, do you feel it? This vast aura, this is the Tao Creator's Tao power. I admire you very much. Unfortunately, you are an anomaly. If the will of all living beings wants you dead, I can't let you live. Go to hell." The Carefree Immortal laughed wildly and slapped at him. His 10 million foot tall body transformed into a purple storm that swept towards Han Ju. The surrounding corpses instantly turned into dust. Zhang Jushi and Han Huang were moved. Han Qinger's face was pale. What a terrifying pressure. They had never felt such a powerful force. This was even stronger than Han Ju's aura when he appeared. They couldn't help but look at him. Han Ju's back was facing them. No matter how the wind and waves tried to sweep them, his body didn't tremble at all. The three of them suddenly felt at ease. With Han Ju in front, they felt infinitely safe. How arrogant, Han Ju's voice sounded. Unlike before, it was cold and serious, filled with killing intent. The 3,000 Fian Celestial Dharma idols gathered and formed the ultimate origin power in front of him. The ultimate origin heaven seal emitted endless red light and crushed forward with an unstoppable force. Extremely fast, Zhang Jushi and the other two felt a red light flash in front of them. The terrifying purple aura storm instantly exploded. Everything in front of them vanished, leaving only the blank domain. The ultimate origin heaven seal swept past, leaving only a head behind. The geniuses he had fused with were all sucked away by the ultimate origin heaven seal. Carefree Immortal's eyes widened, his face trembled and his mouth twitched. Impossible, I'm a Tao creator, impossible, Carefree Immortal said in disbelief. Seeing him like this, Zhang Jushi and the other two felt extremely comfortable. Han Qinger smiled. Tao creator, that's it, she mocked the Carefree Immortal impudently. Carefree Immortal was furious. His eyes turned red as he cursed. How dare you humiliate me? You're courting death. He condensed his body again and raised his hand to pull the half-moon red jade off his forehead. He crushed it, and the half-moon red jade turned into dust and entered his body. He suddenly disappeared. Han Qinger felt a terrifying killing intent and was so frightened that her face turned pale. Han Ju suddenly raised his right hand. The Carefree Immortal revealed his true form and his throat was grabbed by his right hand. You, Carefree Immortal widened his eyes in shock. He gritted his teeth and asked, you're also a Tao creator? Your dharmic powers. Han Ju glanced at him from the corner of his eye and said, I don't know what a Tao creator is. I only know that you shouldn't hurt my children and disciples, much less capture the juniors of the chaos. I don't know your name either, but it's not important. Boom, Carefree Immortal suddenly turned to dust. An ultimate origin heaven seal flew out from Han Ju's palm and quickly expanded. At first glance, the Carefree Immortal seemed to have been shattered by the ultimate origin heaven seal, scaring Zhang Jushi and the other two. Han Ju quickly took away the half-moon red jade that had just recovered. This was an ultimate Tao treasure. He had to snatch it. Han Ju glanced at Zhang Jushi and the other two. He used the ultimate origin power to move them into the black vortex and threw them back to the third Tao field. He then prepared to return. Heavenly Sage, wait. A voice drifted over. Han Ju glanced over and saw a mighty figure speeding over. That was Holy Mother of Order. Han Ju had an extremely deep impression of her. An ancient deity above the great Tao divine spirit had once used a drop of water to pierce through the heavenly Tao. She had frightened him at that time. Who are you? Han Ju asked. Even if he knew, he had to pretend not to. The Holy Mother of Order stopped and said, I am the chaotic great Tao divine spirit, the Holy Mother of Order. I was nearby and happened to witness the heavenly sage killing the Carefree Immortal. I want to talk to you about the Carefree Immortal. He's not dead yet. Carefree Immortal, the name of that thing just now. Nan, Han Ju asked, then, where is he hiding? He did not receive any hatred notifications from the Carefree Immortal, nor could he sense his aura. He thought that this fellow had already died. The Holy Mother of Order said, the Carefree Immortal was one of the first living beings in the chaos. In order to be eternal, he sacrificed his cultivation and fused into the will of the chaos to obtain the fate of freedom and immortality. He will appear every long era. His appearance means that the will of the chaos is about to revive. I guess the will of the chaos wants to target you. The last time the will of the chaos awakened, it made the Tao ancestor the enemy of all living beings. Han Ju showed a frown. The Holy Mother of Order said, I want to remind the heavenly sage that the chaotic will is the strongest existence. You can't fight it head-on. The heavenly Tao Pengu and the Tao ancestor have both failed. Han Ju narrowed his eyes and asked, could it be that this was the reason Pengu was besieged by 3,000 chaotic Fian Celestials? That's right. Although Pengu had yet to reach the great Tao realm at that time, the chaotic will only targeted the strongest in the chaos. He would either die or submit, the Holy Mother of Order replied, her tone unchanged. Chapter 953 Creation Heavens Chosen. Chapter 953 Creation Heavens Chosen. Countless years have passed ever since the creation of the chaos. Pengu and the Tao ancestor have only sat on the supreme and invincible first throne. There were no less than 30 strongest people in their era. Facing the will of the chaos, all of them failed. Some died, turning into inauspicious evil. Their grudges have always wanted to take revenge on the chaos. Some have transformed into Tao devils and given their descendants inheritances to awaken their intelligence. This is the reason why the ancient desolate divine spirit was born. However, it has yet to become the strongest. If not for your appearance, the strongest person in this era should have been the ancient desolate divine spirit. He would have defeated the primordial ancestor god and the Tao ancestor and raised the strongest realm of the chaos. However, your appearance changed fate and attracted the chaotic will's attention. The Holy Mother of Order's tone was extremely calm, but it outlined an epic scene for him. Han Ju asked, so, Holy Mother, you suggest that I surrender? I can. The Holy Mother of Order said, after becoming the strongest in the chaos, how can you let this go? You can fight him, but don't become a demon. If you can't win, it's a good thing to leave your life intact. Only existence is meaningful. Since ancient times, more than 30 supreme experts have failed. All those who have lowered their heads are existences who have transcended the great Tao. Hanju remained silent. What nonsense. I can't just give up. Hanju suddenly understood. The chaotic will was a calamity for the aspiring Tao creators. There would be no chance to become one as long as he failed. No wonder the chaos had been born for so long and only had 5 Tao creators. Hanju asked, is the Tao creator realm mentioned by the carefree immortal really the realm after the great Tao supreme realm? Reem, the Holy Mother of Order said faintly, there is indeed such a legend, but it's illusory and difficult to tell if it's true or not. I think that the great Tao supreme realm is already the end of the road. In the future, it's only a difference in strength, not cultivation realm. Hanju nodded. Thank you for your reminder, Holy Mother. Goodbye. With that, he turned around and entered the black vortex. The black vortex shrank until it disappeared. The Holy Mother of Order stood quietly in place, thinking about something. In the Taoist temple of the third Tao field, Zhang Jushi and the other two heaved a sigh of relief when they saw him. Han Qinger asked excitedly, is that fellow completely dead? Hanju said, no, he will revive in the future. He has fused with the chaotic will and is considered undying. The expressions of the three changed drastically. Hanju said, you can leave. It's fine if you want to continue wandering the chaos. The carefree immortal can't be revived for the time being. Even if he is, the focus will be on me. It was good to go out and adventure, lest the chaotic will erupt and these guys find trouble with him from the interior of the Tao field. The three of them immediately bowed and left. Hanju waved his hand and released all the geniuses in the ultimate origin heaven seal outside the heavenly Tao. Chaotic consciousness has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Hanju was stunned upon seeing this notification, then he smiled in relief. His performance was not in vain. Hanju had always said that he carried the banner of righteousness for the sake of all living beings in the chaos ever since he faced the ancient desolate divine spirit. Now that he had saved the prodigy nurtured by the chaotic consciousness, he naturally could obtain a favorable impression. Hanju felt that his actions were impeccable. It could be said that he was an anomaly, but it could not be said that his sins were grave. The fact that he has a favorable impression of me means that the chaotic will has nothing to do with him. It seems that the Tao creators really won't care about the chaos unless I want to destroy it. Hanju thought silently. However, he remembered that the chaotic consciousness cared especially about the dark forbidden lord. What was the reason? He thought for a moment and felt that he could not answer it. Even he, the divine might heavenly sage, had been witnessed by others and knew that it was in the heavenly Tao. However, the dark forbidden lord was different. He was too mysterious. I'll curse the carefree immortal after some time and see if I can weaken the chaotic will. Hanju took out the half-moon red jade. This jade was as big as a dagger. One could feel a soul-chilling cold as they held it. Hanju first used absolute purification to prevent himself from being plotted against. Absolute purification required time. He cultivated and waited. Heavenly Tao, in a palace. Azure Heaven Mystic sat down with an extremely ugly expression. He didn't know who had saved him, but he clearly remembered his defeat at the carefree immortal's hands. He had been deprived of his bloodline and creation. The pain was engraved in his heart. He was not afraid. Like Han Huang, his heart was filled with endless anger. There can be no next time. Azure Heaven Mystic clenched his fists in his sleeves. At this moment, a voice sounded in his mind. It's not your fault. It's just that the other party doesn't care about seniority or the difference in cultivation level. Azure Heaven Mystic was not surprised and cursed. But I'm not strong enough in the end. If it were the Divine Might Heavenly Sage, how could he be like this? The Divine Might Heavenly Sage's Tao field is a great creation. He has always been hiding and cultivating. Even if you want to be like him, you don't have the great creation Tao field to protect you. The voice in his mind calmed him down. This voice appeared when Azure Heaven Mystic fused with the great Tao Providence Divine Authority. It claimed to be his Tao heart and guided him out of the maze. Azure Heaven Mystic asked, why didn't you help me when Carefree Immortal forced me? This is a calamity you must pass. Facing an invincible force, your choice will decide your Tao. This time, you choose not to submit. Your path of invincibility will be even more determined. The voice in his mind also calmed Azure Heaven Mystic down. No matter what had happened had already happened. He could only choose and control the future. Azure Heaven Mystic looked at his right palm. The great Tao Providence Divine Authority was still there. One day, I won't be in such a sorry state anymore. Tens of thousands of years later, Han Ju, who was cultivating, was interrupted by the notification. Detected that you are 10 million years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and open the primordial chaos to slaughter all living beings in the chaos. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, a supreme treasure, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, and a great Tao field guard. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and maintain your original intention. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a new function of the system. Han Ju showed a frown. Creating the primordial chaos required him to slaughter all living beings in the chaos. He suddenly felt that the chaotic will was right to target him. Han Ju chose the second option not because he felt that he was on the wrong path, but because the first option was too dangerous. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a supreme treasure. Congratulations on activating a new function of the system, Creation Heavens Chosen. Creation Heavens Chosen. The primordial world has countless great opportunities. You, who have inherited the primordial inheritance, can activate the Creation Heavens Chosen. Every 10 million years, a random innate great creation will appear among your children. You can decide when to activate the Heavens Chosen. You can also accumulate the number of attempts. Chapter 954 New Era of Chaos. Chapter 954 New Era of Chaos. You currently have a Creation Heavens Chosen attempt. Do you want to activate it? Innate great creation. Could it be in existence like Zhang Jushi? Han Ju's eyes lit up. This was a good function, and it only appeared among his children and would not fall into the hands of outsiders. However, it was not impossible for his children to betray him. He had to be cautious. It was best not to do it for the time being. He had to accumulate it for now. The chaotic will would target him at any time. If he used it now, the Creation Heavens Chosen would definitely become his enemy. I'll keep it for now. I don't have many children currently, anyway. Han Ju smiled and made a decision. Speaking of which, he had few children. Han Huang and Han Qinger had yet to marry. Han Tuo focused on cultivating and had not found a new wife for more than 9 million years. His only hope was Han Yu. This fellow was also alone, but he had a good relationship with the female disciple beside him. However, his feelings for her were ambiguous. Could it be that the Han family has to rely on me to prosper? Han Ju was speechless just thinking about it. He decided to stop thinking and resume cultivating. He had to survive the calamity of the chaotic will. He closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Zhang Jushi and the other two left the third Tao field less than a year after they were saved. They returned to the heavenly court and began to cultivate in seclusion. It was the same for Azure Heaven Mystic. The other geniuses devoured by the carefree immortal returned home. As a result, the heavenly Tao captured many allies. After the sages asked about it, they guessed that the divine might heavenly sage had saved these geniuses. Therefore, they were relieved and continued to keep themselves busy. Time passed quickly. 100,000 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes and smiled. His cultivation level increased again. This feeling was not bad. He was just afraid that his cultivation level could not increase. Han Ju still couldn't figure out the realm of the Tao creator for the time being. This meant that he was still far from it. Now, he could only place his hopes on the primordial world and the ultimate origin Fian Celestial. He first observed the primordial world. Currently, more than 200 chaotic Fian Celestials had been born in the primordial world from the Fian Celestial Chi. Their cultivation levels were still shallow. They each hid in a corner and cultivated. Only 2 chaotic Fian Celestials had met and fought and became brothers. Han Ju discovered that the chaotic Fian Celestials were combative, but it was not to the extent of fighting to the death. This made him relieved. As long as these chaotic Fian Celestials did not kill each other, they could control the primordial world well. The primordial world was still expanding and contained more and more nebulous primordial chi. It was strange. Han Ju had already become the ultimate origin Fian Celestial. The primordial world should have also become the ultimate origin world. Why had the nebulous primordial chi not transformed yet? Could it be that it had yet to reach the level of transformation? But this made sense. His bloodline could directly transform, but the world was different. The rules were there and the evolution process was complicated. It was understandable. Han Ju checked the emails after observing the primordial world. Your good friend Azure Heaven Mystic has received guidance from your good friend Chaotic Consciousness. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your son Han Tuo has comprehended a great Tao mystical power. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your disciple Zhou Fan was attacked by an inauspicious evil x 907,922, your good friend foolish sword sage established the sword Dao river. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend, the ultimate god of punishment, discussed the Tao with a mysterious mighty figure and comprehended the true meaning of chaos. Your good friend Huang Zuntian used the great Tao Providence divine authority to forge a great Tao supreme treasure. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Li Daokong has entered the bottom of the chaos. Your son Han Huang has entered the chaotic river of destiny. The recent circle of friends was very lively. There were attacks, opportunities, epiphany, new map unlocking, and so on. The chaos was vast and there were too many unknown places. Han Ju watched with relish. Life seemed to have returned to normal. It was unknown when the chaotic will would appear. In another 700,000 years, the ultimate supreme treasure, the mystical destiny book, would be usable again. He hoped that the chaotic will would not make him wait too long, lest he wasted the mystical destiny book's time. Han Ju entered cultivation again after reading the emails. If he entered seclusion again, he could curse the carefree immortal. It was no longer a secret that he would enter seclusion for 100,000 years every time. Cursing now would easily expose his identity. Although he could also associate it with him, he was not that sure. On the other side, in a domain of the chaos, in the heavenly court, Numinous Palace, the evil heavenly emperor held a jade slip in his hand and used his divine sense to check the information inside. He asked, "Is Divine General Han still in seclusion?" An old immortal in the hall nodded. He has been in seclusion ever since he returned hundreds of thousands of years ago. He has clearly been agitated. Your Majesty, should you visit him to prevent him from going berserk? Han Huang had joined the heavenly court for hundreds of thousands of years and had long proved himself. He was now the leader of the heavenly generals and his status was second only to the evil heavenly emperor. The evil heavenly emperor smiled. There's no need, he's born as freedom, it's impossible for him to suffer from chi deviation. Just watch. His path of invincibility will begin when he comes out of seclusion. We will witness the rise of the second divine might heavenly sage. No, he's even stronger than the divine might heavenly sage. The old immortal hurriedly congratulated him. The evil heavenly emperor laughed. At this moment, the war Buddha suddenly flew in and stopped beside the old immortal. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty, there's chaos in the Azure Heaven Great World. The Realm Lord can't stop it." He asked the heavenly court for a great Tao sage's assistance. The evil heavenly emperor opened his eyes and said, "Someone in the Azure Heaven Great World has attained the great Tao. There doesn't seem to be a new great Tao sage recently, right?" The war Buddha replied, "It's not a great Tao sage, but that being is invincible among freedom sages. It needs a great Tao sage to take action." The evil heavenly emperor said in a low voice, "Pass down my orders. Go invite Divine General Jushi to quell the chaos." Yes. The war Buddha immediately left. The evil heavenly emperor was deep in thought. The old immortal asked, "What is your Majesty worried about?" The evil heavenly emperor said, "More and more great Tao sages and invincible existences rose up among those in the freedom realm recently. I keep feeling that something big is about to happen." The old immortal frowned and fell into deep thought. The evil heavenly emperor looked at the blue sky outside the Numinous Palace and muttered to himself, "What is happening? If the chaotic new era you mentioned was not started by him, who was it?" 100,000 years passed quickly. Han Ju opened his eyes and took out the Book of Misfortune. Black light burst out and shone on his face, making him look sinister. The dark forbidden lord appeared. Han Ju touched the Book of Misfortune in fascination and muttered, "It's your turn again. You must be anxious." The Book of Misfortune trembled slightly as if responding to him. Han Ju directly started cursing the carefree immortal. He found the target immediately without the ultimate Tao treasure's cover. "I feel it." Han Ju's body trembled and he started cursing with all his might. 5 days passed quickly. His lifespan was deducted. Carefree immortal was a great Tao supreme, after all. He definitely could not be cursed to death. Han Ju had to spend his origin lifespan. Han Ju opened his attributes panel and stared at the constantly jumping lifespan numbers. He was a little excited. It had been a long time since he felt such excitement. Nostalgic. Han Ju's eyes turned ruthless. He was not greedy for such excitement. Since he wanted to curse, he had to curse to death. Once the Dark Forbidden Lord attacked, the target would either die or be crippled. Chapter 955 Supreme Rules Break. Chapter 955 Supreme Rules Break. 10 billion years of lifespan. 100 billion years. A trillion years. 10 trillion years. Han Ju cursed with all his might and stared at his attributes panel. Because the carefree immortal did not hate him, he did not know about the other party's situation. In any case, Hanju decided to give the carefree immortal 10 quadrillion years of lifespan. It sounded like a lot, but it was only an unobservable small number. After all, carefree immortal was an undying and eternal existence. He had to spend a lot if he wanted to succeed. 100 trillion years, a quadrillion years, 10 quadrillion years. Hanju suddenly felt something and suddenly looked up. He discovered that the 7 supreme rules above the 3000 great Tao began to shake violently, like violent dragons and snakes. As expected, the carefree immortal fused into the chaotic will, which was hidden in the 7 supreme rules. Perhaps the gathering of the 7 supreme rules was the chaotic will. Hanju stared at the 7 supreme rules and continued cursing. At this moment, figures appeared under the 7 supreme rules. Among them were the ultimate god of punishment, the Holy Mother of Order, and Laozi. Hanju did not recognize the others. From their auras, they were all great Tao Supremes. Soon, the foolish sword sage joined in the fun under the supreme rules. What's going on? A mighty figure frowned and asked. Laozi said, there must be karma for the supreme rules to react so violently. However, we don't see anyone wanting to touch the supreme rules. In other words, the problem is inside the supreme rules. The Holy Mother of Order said, the supreme rules can't riot for no reason. Something must have happened. Everyone looked at the ultimate god of punishment. After all, the ultimate god of punishment was the divine spirit's leader. He was the lord of chaos on the surface and held the highest authority. The ultimate god of punishment did not say anything but stared at the supreme rules. A mighty figure suddenly asked, why isn't the divine might heavenly sage here? The foolish sword sage said angrily, does he usually come out? No one is causing trouble for him now. He won't come out even if the chaos collapses. The mighty figures felt that it made sense. This was already the consensus of the chaos. The ultimate god of punishment had already experienced the primordial heavenly prison. No matter what he guessed, he definitely had to protect Hanju. They only heard him say, it has nothing to do with the divine might heavenly sage. Back then, the power that the ancient desolate divine spirit borrowed from the supreme rule was easily defeated by him. This means that the supreme rule is not irresistible to the divine might heavenly sage. He might even look down on it. There are more than a few great Tao Supremes in the chaos. The Holy Mother of Order said, previously, the carefree immortal captured many geniuses and was killed by the divine might heavenly sage in the blank domain. Perhaps the carefree immortal wants to revive and is absorbing the power of the supreme rules. The other mighty figures revealed interested expressions and began to ask about it. The Holy Mother of Order told them everything she knew. Hanju was still cursing. He had heard the words of the foolish sword sage and the ultimate god of punishment, so he did not appear. Indeed, there would be a problem if he went out now. After all, it would only be his clone even if he went. Hanju's lifespan was still decreasing. 1 quintillion years. 10 quintillion. 100 quintillion years. 1 sextillion years. 10 sextillion years. 100 sextillion years. Hanju looked up and saw that one of the supreme rules had broken. His heart trembled. Could he have cursed the supreme rules to ruin? I want to know if the supreme rule will be destroyed if I continue cursing. A quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Hanju secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The supreme rules were still stable. Then I won't hold back. Carefree immortal, you must die. His lifespan continued to decrease. The number at the back jumped very quickly, making him inexplicably nervous. The breaking of the supreme rules made the mighty figures panic. The ultimate god of punishment could not maintain his calm. The Book of Misfortune had long been upgraded to an ultimate Tao treasure. It surpassed the power of the great Tao Supreme Realm and caused terrifying destruction. It had to be known that this was the first time the supreme rules had broken since they were created. Ordinary ultimate Tao treasures naturally could not hurt the supreme rules, but this also contained Hanju's ultimate origin power and 100 sextillion years of origin lifespan. The power combined was enough to curse any great Tao Supreme to death. What should we do? The foolish sword sage asked. He was very nervous. Could another calamity be on the way? The other mighty figures began to plan. They used their dharmic powers to repair the supreme rules, but they suffered a backlash. The power of the curse. The ultimate god of punishment was moved and said with a trembling voice. The word, curse, made everyone think of a name. A mighty figure's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, Dark Forbidden Lord. I didn't expect this fellow to be so strong. Previously, the Dark Forbidden Lord said that he wanted to deal with it when the ancient desolate divine spirit appeared. So it was not a lie. But the ancient desolate divine spirit has already died. Why did he touch the supreme rules? Haven't you heard of anything? When darkness descends, it will be when the Dark Forbidden Lord appears. There's a high chance that he wants to destroy the supreme rules first and make the chaos lose order, as if it has fallen into darkness. Fellow Taoist, you are right. What should we do if it's really the Dark Forbidden Lord? All the transcendent existences above the chaotic living beings fell into uneasiness. On the other side, Hanju was still cursing. Not long after, he consumed 500 sextillion years of his lifespan. A shrill roar suddenly sounded from the broken supreme rules. No, the voice's owner was the carefree immortal. Most of the mighty figures below the supreme rules knew the carefree immortal and instantly recognized his voice. It's indeed the carefree immortal. The Dark Forbidden Lord is cursing the carefree immortal. A mighty figure frowned and asked. The Holy Mother of Order said, impossible. The carefree immortal has no karma. No curse can hurt him. We can't even deduce him. How can the Dark Forbidden Lord curse him? The ultimate god of punishment narrowed his eyes. Could it be that the carefree immortal is the Dark Forbidden Lord? We can't deduce the two can't completely by karma. You have to know that even the karma of the divine might heavenly sage can be traced. In the entire chaos, only the karma of these two has no traces. The foolish sword sage frowned. It's indeed possible. The scream did not last long before it suddenly stopped. Hanju's curse missed after that. He had consumed 600 sextillion years of his lifespan. It had yet to reach its target. That's it. When Hanju's curse stopped, the broken supreme rule began to automatically mend. Seeing this, all the mighty figures heaved a sigh of relief. The Holy Mother of Order said, looks like it should be the carefree immortal's doing. He wanted to forcefully revive and absorb the power of the supreme rules but suffered a backlash. If it's the Dark Forbidden Lord, there's no need for him to deal with the carefree immortal. Unless there's someone from the Dark Forbidden Lord among the geniuses captured by the carefree immortal. A mighty figure asked carefully, could the divine might heavenly sage be? He did not finish his sentence. The Holy Mother of Order shook her head. Probably not. You didn't witness the battle between the divine might heavenly sage and the carefree immortal. The carefree immortal is no threat to the divine might heavenly sage at all. If he's really the Dark Forbidden Lord, won't he be exposing himself? In order to deal with an ant that he can easily crush, exposing his long-hidden identity is too stupid. Besides, the ultimate God has already said that the divine might heavenly sage's karma can be deduced. Chapter 956 Difference, Ultimate Origin World. Chapter 956 Difference, Ultimate Origin World. Hanju stared at the supreme rules after cursing the carefree immortal to death. The mighty figures left when they recovered and stopped rampaging. Hanju asked in his mind, can the carefree immortal still be revived? This karma doesn't exist. He was beyond dead. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. Another enemy was gone. How wonderful. Next, he could cultivate and wait for the chaotic will. Hanju wiped the Book of Misfortune. Although there was no dust, it still felt ritualistic. You will always be my most important treasure, Hanju muttered to himself. In the cultivation world, treasures referred to Dharma treasures. Along the way, the Book of Misfortune had contributed the most. How many enemies had he killed, causing them to die before they could take revenge? It had bought him a long period of cultivation. He put away the Book of Misfortune and continued cultivating. He had just cursed carefree immortal to death. He couldn't go out and wander around. At least not for the next 500,000 years. 500,000 years were countless eras for all living beings. However, it was as if he had taken a nap in the eyes of a great Tao Supreme. The period of time was not long. Hanju closed his eyes. Mist spread in the dark void. The evil heavenly emperor stopped before a mighty figure and bowed respectfully. He lowered his head and asked, may I ask if the chaos will welcome a huge change? He didn't dare to look at this unknown existence, but his tone was not humble. This existence was the formless transcendent deity, but the evil heavenly emperor did not know his name. Yes, the formless transcendent deity only said a word, but it brought endless pressure to the evil heavenly emperor. What should I do? Continue what you are doing. The future is still the same. I don't need to prepare. You're too weak. You're not qualified to enter the next game. You're not even a pawn. The evil heavenly emperor was silent. Although the heavenly court was developing very well, his potential was not good. He had yet to attain the great Tao. The formless transcendent deity said, 2 people from the heavenly court can enter the game. The evil heavenly emperor's eyes flickered as he guessed their identities. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, senior. The evil heavenly emperor bowed and left. The evil heavenly emperor came to Han Huang's palace after returning to the heavenly court. 4 heavenly soldiers were guarding the door. They immediately knelt down and bowed when they saw him. Divine General Han is still not out of seclusion. The evil heavenly emperor placed his hands behind his waist and asked softly. A heavenly soldier replied, he hasn't come out of seclusion. They had never seen Han Huang because the heavenly soldiers guarding this hall had already changed by more than 1,000 times. To the heavenly soldiers, Han Huang was an ancient legend. They were also looking forward to seeing the legendary invincible divine general. The evil heavenly emperor did not say anything else. He turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, the palace door suddenly opened. A terrifying aura rushed out, instantly pressing the 4 heavenly soldiers to the ground. The evil heavenly emperor's dragon robe fluttered as he turned around. His expression was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. This aura, good kid. The evil heavenly emperor immediately entered the hall and the door closed. The 4 heavenly soldiers stood up and looked at each other, not daring to say a word. The evil heavenly emperor walked straight over to Han Huang after he entered. The latter was meditating. He was stunned. He thought he saw Han Ju. Unknowingly, Han Huang already had Han Ju's aura. The evil heavenly emperor stopped in front of Han Huang and sized him up. He smiled and asked, "You broke through?" Han Huang opened his eyes and said, "No, it's too difficult to break through to the great Tao Supreme realm. However, I've learned a great mystical power. I'm not afraid even if it's a great Tao Supreme." So arrogant, hee, I'm talking about the weakest among the great Tao Supremes. That's still very impressive. The evil heavenly emperor smiled. Han Huang also smiled. Han Huang changed. He was still confident and sharp, but there was a calmness amidst his arrogance, as if he was completely mature. Han Huang looked up and said, "Your Majesty, I've been immersed in the river of destiny and seen many things during this period of time. I've personally witnessed your past with my father. Actually, I really want to ask you a question. Why did you decide to rope my father in? You did everything you could to help him." The evil heavenly emperor sat down and smiled. "If it's only talent, I will admire it, but I won't do my best." Back then, for the sake of the mortal world, he dared to face the entire heavenly court alone. Such righteousness and courage are worthy of my trust. As long as you do something for such a person, he will never be ungrateful. Although your father only knows how to enter seclusion and tell you descendants and disciples that he won't care if anything happens to you, that's just to scare you. He won't let it go if something really happens to you. From the beginning till now, if anyone close to him died, he would think of all ways to help them revive. Han Huang was silent. He recalled his father's words before he left and then thought of the scene of his father fighting the carefree immortal. A certain emotion surged in his heart. It was hard to say. The evil heavenly emperor changed his tone. "Wanjer, cultivate well in the future. I don't need you for the time being regarding the heavenly court. I hope you can become the next divine might heavenly sage as soon as possible." Han Huang nodded, his eyes shining. "I will catch up to father and surpass him to achieve my goal." The evil heavenly emperor asked, "Oh, what goal? Surpassing your father is not the greatest goal." Han Huang smiled. "An unspeakable goal." The evil heavenly emperor was stunned. Han Huang closed his eyes. The evil heavenly emperor stared at him in a daze. He suddenly felt it at this moment. He felt the difference. This difference was not as simple as potential, but the impact on the evil heavenly emperor was unprecedented. Furthermore, only he could experience this impact. "So I'm really tiny." This sentence echoed in the evil heavenly emperor's mind. 100,000 years later, Han Ju opened his eyes and smiled brightly. What a domineering ultimate origin power. His ultimate origin power had transformed again. Not only that, but the nebulous primordial chi in the center of the primordial world had begun to transform. A higher energy gas that surpassed the nebulous primordial chi. Han Ju named it ultimate origin chi. He could feel himself becoming stronger with just a wisp of ultimate origin chi. His strength would increase by trillions or even more when the entire primordial world became the ultimate origin world. It was immeasurable. The entire ultimate origin world was equivalent to Han Ju's soul. He wouldn't die unless it was destroyed. Moreover, as long as he was still alive, he could still recover the ultimate origin even if it was destroyed. It sounded almost impossible to kill him. Han Ju also realized the difference between the great Tao Supreme and Tao Creator realms. The so-called half-step creator realm of the ancient desolate divine spirit was too far away. The ancient desolate he relied on was nothing at all. He wanted the ancient desolate to replace the chaos. It was like a mortal trying to devour a sage or an ant trying to eat the sky. Utter nonsense. Hanju began to observe the primordial world. He noticed something. The primordial world had given birth to a primordial chaos realm cultivator. This was too fast. Back then, hadn't the chaos been nurtured for countless years before producing a primordial chaos realm being? The chaotic chi was indeed nothing compared to the nebulous primordial chi. Chapter 957 Evil of Will. Chapter 957 Revival of Will. Hanju questioned himself. Should he put the 53 chaotic fiend celestials into the primordial world? They would help him unify it. But he realized there was no need upon a second thought. His control over the primordial world was absolute, and these 53 chaotic fiend celestials were born and raised in the heavenly Tao, after all. Karma was difficult to sever. He couldn't guarantee they wouldn't become a weakness of the primordial world in the future. Forget it. All eggs couldn't be placed in one basket. What if someone betrayed him? Besides, he could never reveal all his trump cards. Hanju pondered. He wanted his disciples and descendants to remain in the dark about all the forces he controlled. Even the people closest to him didn't know, let alone enemies. Hanju observed the primordial world and then teleported to the main Tao field. He hadn't paid attention to the heavenly Tao for many years. He should take a look. No matter what, he had protected the heavenly Tao several times and it had already become his possession. This was his territory. He had to take a look. More and more heavenly Tao sages emerged in the heavenly Tao while he was in seclusion. There were already more than 10 freedom sages in the territory. The heavenly Tao domain doubled in size and the immortal world changed drastically. Hanju was very glad. He was right to leave the sages alive. The heavenly Tao wouldn't be so prosperous if he were the one governing it. He was only suitable to back it, not to manage all living beings. More and more heavenly Tao cultivators went to the chaos and spread the heavenly Tao's providence and karma on the vast map of the chaos. Some old people left and some new people rose in the heavenly Tao. There were many people, and it was currently the healthiest development. The heavenly Tao did not carry out an absolute peaceful policy, so Providence sects and dynasties often attacked each other. However, such a situation made the heavenly Tao stable. Yin and Yang were harmonious. It was feasible for immortals and gods to be righteous. The netherworld was reasonable and could be taken in. The hatred in the world was not suppressed. Although negative karma increased, there were no signs of calamity. Several hours later, Hanju left and returned to the third Tao field. He called Xing Hongshuan over. "Husband, do you miss me?" she asked with a smile. Hanju smiled and said, "That's right." Overjoyed, Xing Hongshuan pounced into his arms. Just as she was about to take the next step, Hanju said, "I'm preparing to expand the Han family." "What do you think?" Stunned, Xing Hongshuan asked in surprise, "Do you want children or descendants?" Hanju smiled. "Anything is fine. I plan to have a son every 10 million years." Xing Hongshuan said in a low voice, "Then it's Zan Qingjun's turn. She's been waiting for a long time." "You're willing?" "Of course. It's already my honor to serve you. How can I monopolize you?" Xing Hongshuan shook her head. She knew very well that liking someone was not about dominance. If not for Hanju, she would only be a mortal. He would accompany her for her life and she could still find another good person. Women were never the most important thing to Hanju, so she didn't dare to be greedy and try to control him. Hanju smiled. "You have to persuade Wanzher and Qinger to start a family when they return." Xing Hongshuan nodded. "Wanzher is still fine. After all, he's a man. Qing is a woman. How can she take the initiative? She's your only daughter. You have to be careful about her marriage. You can't take her marriage lightly." Hanju fell into deep thought. That was true. How could the divine might heavenly sage's precious daughter marry just anyone? How many people could catch his eye in the entire chaos? Choose from the disciples. Forget it, he still had to ask his daughter about her thoughts. If she did not have such intentions, it would be fine if she did not marry. After all, the direct bloodline had to be inherited by a son. Several days later, Xing Hongshuan left in satisfaction. Hanju continued cultivating. Since he didn't know when the chaotic will would appear, all he could do was continue cultivating. He had to become as strong as possible. In the crimson sky, the sea of clouds overlapped and the endless sea surged. The Holy Mother of Order stood at the end of the sea, majestic like a mountain. The sun behind her emitted a blinding light. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the Holy Mother of Order. It was Laozi. Laozi frowned and asked, "Do you feel it?" The Holy Mother of Order replied, "Let nature take its course." "What power is that?" "Supreme rules." "Then why would it affect us great Tao Supremes? I'm already like this. As for the myriad living beings, Laozi narrowed his eyes and asked, was my master controlled by this power back then? The Holy Mother of Order said, everyone other than him. Laozi was moved. The Holy Mother of Order sighed. Fellow Taoist Li has already reached the peak of the great Tao and can be considered to have transcended the rules. You should understand the difference between doing it along the way and going against the Tao. Go back and cultivate well. Wait for your Tao heart's guidance. Laozi asked, my master was surrounded by the chaos back then. Although he used a great mystical power to suppress the calamity, the heavenly Tao could no longer develop. Could it be that my master compromised? The Holy Mother of Order did not answer. Laozi asked, who are we talking about this time? The Divine Might Heavenly Sage? The ultimate God of punishment? Or that dark forbidden Lord and Life Lord? The Holy Mother of Order still did not answer. Laozi understood something and bowed before disappearing. The Holy Mother of Order did not move. She was like a statue standing on the sea, ancient and weathered. There was no day or night in the Order world. The sky would occasionally change color, but it was still daytime. After a certain period of time, the Holy Mother of Order slowly raised her right hand, causing a tornado to rise from the sea and soar into the sky. The tornado suddenly exploded, turning into torrential rain that enveloped the entire Order world. The rain rumbled and thunder rumbled, as if a storm was coming. The Holy Mother of Order did not move no matter how the violent waves struck her body. Above the chaos, the high and mighty seven supreme rules began to slowly fuse. Their movements were very slow and there was no movement. Apart from a few mighty figures, no one in the entire chaos noticed this. On a barren star, Huang Zuntian was meditating in a huge pit. Countless tiny black stones floated around him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and strange black patterns appeared between his eyebrows. He frowned and muttered, what's going on? The power of the divine authority. Black light suddenly burst out from his eyes. His entire body began to shake violently as if he was about to explode. After a while, Huang Zuntian regained his calm. He raised his head again and his expression became indifferent. He looked into the depths of the universe and muttered to himself, Divine Might Heavenly Sage, you've harmed me this deeply. He suddenly stood up and disappeared with the countless tiny black stones around him. At the same time, Heavenly Tao, outside the 33rd heaven, in a palace. The door suddenly opened. A terrifying aura erupted. A figure slowly walked out. It was Azure Heaven Mystic. Azure Heaven Mystic's face was filled with anger and killing intent. He looked down at the immortal world and shouted in a low voice, Divine Might Heavenly Sage, you severed my karma. I will definitely eliminate you. This would definitely have disturbed the other sages in the past, but no sage appeared this time. The 33rd heaven fell into a strange silence. Chapter 958 Enemy of All Life, Supreme Avatar. Chapter 958 Enemy of All Life, Supreme Avatar. Hanju was still in seclusion when he was suddenly interrupted by a notification. Your good friend Heavenly Venerate Zondu has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Your son Han Tuo has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Your son Han Huang has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Your disciple Zhou Fan has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Your disciple Ji Shanshan has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Your disciple Zhang Jushi has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Your good friend Huang Zuntian has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Hatred notifications appeared one after another. It was not only his good friends but also many names he had never heard of. Han Ju frowned. The chaotic will had begun. He checked his attributes panel. He was only 10,372,308 years old. He was still more than 400,000 years away from refreshing the mystical destiny book. This crisis came too early and caught him off guard. Han Ju noticed something. Any existence that had entered the primordial heavenly prison did not turn to hatred. It seemed that the primordial heavenly prison was still impressive. It was immune from the chaotic will's influence. Han Ju noticed that Xing Hongshuan and Qingluaner had also become 6-star hatred points, but the disciples in the third Tao field did not. This universe of stars was created by Han Ju. This was already a Tao field before they were nurtured, so they had nothing to do with the chaos. Han Ju sighed and went to seal Xing Hongshuan and Qingluaner. Then, he sent a dream to the people enslaved by the primordial heavenly prison and told them about the chaotic will and asked them to hide it well. He left this matter to them. The people enslaved by the primordial heavenly prison were the three pure sacred ancestor, heavenly venerate Wufa, Chu Zilai, sect master Tianju, heavenly calamity emperor, Fang Liang, Pan Xin, Shu Dudao, great sage void soul, divine robe Taoist, red fate, Yang Che, ultimate god of punishment, and ancestor Tian Shu. Ancestor Tian Shu stayed in the third Tao field and was not assigned a mission by Hanju for the time being. The last person Hanju visited was the ultimate god of punishment. He asked something of him. In the dream, the ultimate god of punishment frowned. The will of the chaos is indeed terrifying. Other than those living beings who have never heard of you, everyone in the entire chaos hates you. Furthermore, they are absolute mortal enemies. If you want to resolve it, you have to defeat half of the Providence in the chaos. The stronger your cultivation, the more Providence you have. In other words, you have to defeat all the famous experts in the chaos to resolve this situation. Hanju was enlightened. No wonder no matter how the heavenly Tao's descendants thought of Pengu and the Tao ancestor, they still worship them. It meant that the two of them had successfully broken through. No, then why did Pengu and the Tao ancestor fail? Hanju frowned and asked. The ultimate god of punishment said, this is only the death of all living beings. They should have encountered something after that, so Pengu perished and created the world. The Tao ancestor hid in the heavenly Tao, isolated from the chaos. If the heavenly Tao had continued to develop normally, it would have long been the center of the chaos, the strongest place. Hanju said, you don't have to care about me. Just continue managing the chaos. Are you confident? Yes. The dream ended. Hanju opened his eyes. He teleported to the main Tao field and discovered that his Taoist temple was already surrounded. More than 100 million disciples called the 100-peak immortal river home. All the disciples wanted to barge into his Taoist temple, but the power of the system's Tao field made them helpless. It was not only in the 100-peak immortal river but also outside. More and more cultivators rushed over. The will of the chaos was indeed terrifying. Without a summoner, all living beings came spontaneously. Most importantly, these living beings didn't sense this. In their memories, there was hatred towards the divine might heavenly sage that couldn't be resolved. They had only heard that all living beings in the world wanted to suppress the divine might heavenly sage, so they came. As for who was the initiator, there were various opinions. Hanju looked outside the 33rd heaven. The sages gathered in the universal hall and were discussing how to attack the 100-peak immortal river and deal with the divine might heavenly sage. He found it funny, as if a group of children was plotting how to resist the adults, who were eavesdropping outside the window. At this moment, Hanju felt powerful auras spying on the heavenly Tao. Great Tao Supreme. There was no lack of perfected Great Tao Supreme existences among them. It had to be said that the foundation of the chaos was still very strong. Hanju asked in his mind, what will happen if I defeat all the experts in the chaos? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Face the chaotic will. Will I die facing the chaotic will? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. 40% chance of death. Hanju showed a frown. So dangerous. He returned to the third Tao field and thought, I want to see myself facing the chaotic will. 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Why was his lifespan still being deducted? Wasn't this question essentially the same as the previous one? Hanju cursed silently and chose to continue. His consciousness entered the illusion. When he opened his eyes again, he came to the 3000 Great Tao. He saw himself looking up at the 7 supreme rules. The supreme rules emitted a dazzling light and twisted violently, turning into 7 figures. Even, 2 of the figures were Huang Zuntian and Azure Heaven Mystic. The others were divine authority generals whose appearance could not be seen clearly. Great Tao Providence Divine Authority Avatar. Is this the battle I have to face? Hanju carefully sensed their auras. They were not weaker than the ancient desolate divine spirit and the carefree immortal. Very strong. Divine might heavenly sage, Hanju, you are an anomaly. Your soul origin doesn't come from the chaos. The chaos tolerated you, but you have interfered with the fate of the chaos many times. Do you know your sins? A dignified voice sounded extremely cold. Hanju had never heard this voice before. The future Hanju in front replied, I've been staying in seclusion all my life and rarely fought with others. The enemies I've killed are all people I have no choice but to kill. I've never killed innocent people, much less have the authority to control the chaos. What crime is there? The dignified voice continued, the people you kill are all people who shouldn't die. Some of them will perform great creation, some will push for calamity, and some will build merit. In order to protect the people around you, you caused the deaths of countless living beings. Your sins are immeasurable. Hanju laughed. What a joke. A slight move will affect the entire situation. If you want to punish someone, you can always do it forcefully. Come, let me surpass the power of the chaotic will. I'll make you shut up today. The 7 supreme avatars swooped down at him. The 3,000 great Tao below rose and wove into a huge net of the great Tao, wanting to restrain him. Hanju watched nervously. 5 minutes later, the future Hanju killed the 7 supreme avatars. He was extremely powerful. Hanju had to admit that from a spectator's point of view, he was really handsome. However, it was not over. Chapter 959 You have to die if you want to kill me. Chapter 959 You have to die if you want to kill me. After the 7 supreme avatars were destroyed, they transformed into countless stars that condensed together to form an extremely majestic figure. It was comparable to the entire chaos below, like a chaotic sky. Hanju was tiny in front of this majestic giant shadow. Even he, who had already reached the perfected Great Tao Supreme Realm, was a little shocked. This was even more exaggerated than cells looking up to a mountain. This size had already surpassed his realm. Although Hanju could expand infinitely, it was impossible for him to reach the level of chaos. But the majestic figure in front of him did it. The pressure that was visible to the naked eye was suffocating. Its aura far exceeded that of the ancient desolate divine spirit. A name appeared in his mind. Tao Creator. No way. He was going to face a Tao Creator. Hanju's heart sank. So. The future Hanju seemed to be shocked and didn't say anything for a long time. The majestic figure was too tall and couldn't be seen. The dignified voice from before sounded, Hanju, it's still not too late to bow your head now. From now on, as long as you stay in your domain or the heavenly Tao and don't interfere with the chaos or help the heavenly Tao grow, this calamity will be over. The future Hanju was still silent. The illusion shattered. Hanju opened his eyes with a solemn expression. What happened after that was either he admitted defeat or he was insta-killed. Otherwise, it would not have ended like this. He felt that it was most likely the former. He admitted defeat and hid in the Tao field to continue cultivating. No matter how strong the Tao Creator was, it was impossible for him to barge into the Tao field. That was why the other party was willing to give him a chance. He knew that he couldn't kill Hanju completely, so he gave him a way out. Hanju asked in his mind, in the illusion just now, was the last giant shadow I faced a Tao Creator? 500 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? This value was not the same as before. Forget it, let's be safe. Continue. No. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. The difference between 100 trillion years and 500 trillion years was so great. He felt that the majestic giant shadow was worlds apart from the ancient desolate divine spirit. They were on completely different levels. Hanju showed a frown. What should he do? He had to think about facing the chaotic will before accepting the challenge of all living beings. Forget it, I'll cultivate first. In any case, he was hiding in the Taoist temple and no one could find trouble with him. As for the disciples in the other Tao field, they were restricted by the Tao field and could not escape. No matter how strong hatred was, it would not change over time. It had to be said that the chaotic will was indeed domineering. The identity of the public enemy of all living beings came too quickly. It was simply like the restart button of the world. Hanju couldn't help but think of what Pengu said to him. Everything was a lie. To be able to control the world in one's own will, what was the meaning of life? Those who didn't reach the Tao Creator were ultimately weak. 10 years later, Hanju opened his eyes and frowned. He had wanted to enter seclusion for hundreds of thousands of years, but the situation was not optimistic. He was fine, but the heavenly Tao was suppressed by the various factions in the chaos. No less than 100 great Tao sages were near the heavenly Tao. That's right, more than 100 great Tao sages. There were not even so many great Tao sages in the chaos usually. All sorts of ghosts and monsters appeared after the chaotic will revived. Half of the heavenly Tao's chaotic heavenly road was trampled on. The heavenly Tao hidden sect was in chaos, as if it had been disbanded. Hanju also deduced that Han Tuo, Han Huang, Zhou Fan, and the other descendants and disciples outside were attacked in all sorts of ways. Although they also hated Hanju, the chaotic lifeforms didn't believe it and wanted to capture them to threaten him. Hanju could use the invocation Tao to summon them all back, but in that case, he couldn't protect the heavenly Tao and the hidden sect disciples. Not all hidden sect disciples knew the invocation technique. Even if he summoned them back, it would become a hidden danger. Just like the future he had deduced, there was chaos in the 100-peak immortal river. He had to divert his attention. Han Ju's eyes flickered. He began to circulate his energy and mobilize the power of the 3,000 Great Tao. He had already grasped the 3,000 Fian celestial Dharma idols. Although he did not directly control the 3,000 Great Tao, he had the power of their rules. He used the power of the 3,000 Great Tao and the power of the ultimate origin to create a clone. This clone contained his ultimate origin power and all his mystical powers, but it did not have Dharma treasures or independent intelligence. He immediately sent his clone out. He split his will into two. One was responsible for the cultivation of the main body and the other was responsible for controlling the clone. His clone quickly traveled through the chaos, far from the heavenly Tao. Where should I go? Han Ju was a little conflicted. That place. Han Ju immediately moved and quickly approached a chaotic domain. The past Grand Primordium domain. This domain became barren after the Grand Primordium Fian Celestial died. The Fian Celestial's murderous aura was still there and no cultivator dared to approach. Han Ju landed on the dilapidated Grand Primordium continent and said, I am the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. Since all living beings are my enemy, come to the Grand Primordium domain. I will welcome all enemies here and kill all who come. His voice resounded throughout the chaos. Even the living beings in the heavenly Tao could hear it. Almost instantly, powerful auras locked onto the Grand Primordium domain. It's time. Han Ju was secretly nervous. This was the first time he had become the public enemy of all living beings. He deliberately threatened all living beings because he was afraid that seizing the chaotic cheese Providence would be too fast and could not buy time for his main body to cultivate. He wanted to wait here for all living beings to challenge him. He wanted to turn this place into a forbidden land in the long years to come. All living beings had their memories changed by the chaotic will, but they did not become stupid. They naturally could not fight a powerful enemy they could not defeat. Divine Might Heavenly Sage. A cold snort sounded. Rolling green flames came from the depths of the chaos. Above the flames, a man in a purple robe stepped forward. Great Tao Supreme. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary Great Tao Supreme. Han Ju stared at him calmly and didn't say anything. The purple-robed man said, I am. Boom. Han Ju suddenly appeared in front of the purple-robed man and stopped in front of him with a palm. The Divine Might Great Heaven palm was invisible and colorless. It directly destroyed the purple-robed man's body, leaving only his soul in the void. The endless green flames below instantly dissipated. The purple-robed man was moved. His soul trembled in disbelief. Impossible. He was a Great Tao Supreme. How could he not even have time to react? But the speed just now. Han Ju said expressionlessly, do you want to die? The purple-robed man suppressed his fear and said angrily, Divine Might Heavenly Sage, you destroyed my Tao field and stole my supreme treasure. Han Ju clenched his right hand into a fist and the purple-robed man's soul was instantly destroyed. The other party was a Great Tao Supreme and definitely had a backup plan. If not, he deserved to die. The chaotic will was to blame. Han Ju turned around and looked at the void. All of you, come out. I won't show mercy. Even if you are being controlled, you have to die if you want to kill me. It took him 10 million years of bitter cultivation to obtain today's strength. Although all living beings were controlled by the chaotic will, they were enemies now. Enemies had to die. Han Ju could tolerate his family and disciples, he could tolerate the heavenly Tao, but there was no reason to tolerate the chaos. He spared the living beings in the chaos only because he was afraid of the Tao creator. However, he didn't mind letting the first-rate cultivation realm of the chaos decrease by a few levels. Chapter 960 Number 1 Person Since Ancient Times. Chapter 960 Number 1 Person Since Ancient Times. Powerful auras appeared in all directions of the Grand Primordium domain as soon as he finished speaking. Han Ju also felt some familiar auras. 12 ancestral magi, heavenly lord of primordial beginning. The great Tao sages in the deity realm of the ruins of End also came. After millions of years, all 12 ancestral magi had attained the great Tao. These great Tao sages were originally on good terms with the heavenly Tao, but now, they had become enemies. Han Ju was expressionless. He wouldn't show mercy. It was not only the great Tao sages. The great Tao supremes also came. Terrifying figures that seemed to come from the ends of the ancient desolate stepped over with world-destroying divine might. All the killing intent locked onto Han Ju and the dilapidated Grand Primordium domain trembled. Fian celestial Dharma idols condensed above Han Ju's head. In an instant, 500 Fian celestial Dharma idols condensed successfully. 500 was enough. The battle was about to begin. The 500 Fian celestial Dharma idols faced each other and roared in all directions, each using a mystical power. The heavenly constellation Fian celestial punched out. The wind from his fist was ferocious and tore through the void. The shadow flood fiend celestial raised its arms. Countless shadow fiend celestials attacked like a torrent, unstoppable. The combat fiend celestial condensed a battle-intent divine weapon. The power of the divine weapon shook the chaotic chi and suppressed the aura of all enemies. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju opened his eyes. Xing Hongshuan had just finished receiving a round of absolute purification. It took more than 100 years, and his lifespan was also deducted. Absolute purification could only be used one-on-one. It was really troublesome to use absolute purification to break through the chaotic will. He could at most use it on his family and personal disciples. Not to mention the heavenly Tao, he couldn't even save the hidden sect. This path did not work. Xing Hongshuan opened her eyes and saw him. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Husband, what happened? I think I had a dream that we became enemies." She was extremely afraid upon recalling the dream. It was too real. Fortunately, it was all fake. Han Ju said, "That was not a dream." He pointed at her forehead. The scenes of the 100-peak immortal river surged into her mind, stunning her. Han Ju explained all of this to her, making her completely shocked. Chaotic will, Xing Hongshuan muttered to herself, her voice trembling. Although she had been cultivating beside Han Ju, she didn't understand his vision. Her cultivation level made her unable to even understand the chaos. She didn't even dare to think about manipulating everyone's thoughts. What kind of existence was the chaotic will that could control all living beings? In that case, what was the point of living beings? Xing Hongshuan was confused. She suddenly felt that everything was meaningless. She couldn't be said to be weak. Everyone else was the same. What was the point of life when one discovered that one could be controlled by an existence? Han Ju said, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." His words were very light, but they carried a lot of weight. Xing Hongshuan looked at him and saw that he was calm. Her heart warmed and her previous sense of security returned. That's right. With her husband around, what was she afraid of? Xing Hongshuan suddenly thought of something. "Isn't Wanzher?" Han Ju said, "That's right. Next, stay here and cultivate well. Don't go anywhere. Although they are controlled by the chaotic will, they only hate me and don't have to kill me relentlessly. They won't find trouble with me before they are confident. I still have time to become stronger." Xing Hongshuan nodded and did not dare to ask for anything. All she could do now was not to be a burden. Han Ju only used absolute purification to test this function. It took too long. He decided to cultivate hard. Since he might not be able to defeat the clone of the chaotic will, he might as well force it. He used his clones to constantly kill the powerful enemies and weaken the chaos, forcing the Tao creator to interfere. In any case, Han Ju's main body was hiding in the Tao field. The Tao creator couldn't hurt him. Let's just do it. Han Ju's eyes emitted a cold light. Xing Hongshuan saw the killing intent, but she did not say anything. In her heart, Han Ju was the most important. Even if all living beings were controlled to kill Han Ju and were killed by him, she would never pity them. She was very petty. There were not many people she could be concerned about. Her husband and son were enough. Grand Primordium Domain. Blood chi surrounded the world. Corpses of different sizes were scattered in all directions of the Grand Primordium Domain. At first glance, this place was like a chaotic land. The ferocious negative karma was visible to the naked eye. Han Ju's clone was sitting in the Grand Primordium Domain and waiting quietly. After 100 years, all the mighty figures who came to challenge were killed by him. However, most mighty figures had life-saving methods. They either left behind clones, soul fragments, or supreme treasures to escape. Han Ju didn't kill them all, but some pitiful worms came to die without any life-saving methods. He didn't pity them. Now, the entire chaos knew where he was. His terrifying battle achievements had also spread throughout the chaos. The name of the Divine Might Heavenly Sage had become even more terrifying than the Dark Forbidden Lord. On this day, another mighty figure had arrived. Han Ju opened his eyes and saw a sword chi crossing the void outside the Grand Primordium Domain, as if it was splitting the chaos into two. Above the sword chi was a figure dressed in a Taoist robe. He had white hair and sleeves that fluttered in the wind. His aura was like a sword that pierced through the chaotic void. Lousy. The two of them looked at each other from afar. The blood chi and chaotic chi around the Grand Primordium Domain instantly stopped as if space and time had stopped. At this moment, countless cultivators stopped and watched from afar. They didn't dare to approach, afraid that they would be affected. Lousy is here. I hope he can resist the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. Sigh, it's tough. The Divine Might Heavenly Sage is too strong. I feel that he's already invincible. He defeated the divine authority generals, killed the ancient desolate divine spirit, and defeated 100 great Tao sages. Since ancient times, the divine might heavenly sage is indeed number one. However, this person has done many evil things. He's the calamity of the chaos. What will happen to the chaos if even Laozi is defeated? Laozi has a chance of winning as long as he can restrain the divine might heavenly sage. He's not fighting alone, after all. Hanju stood up and stepped out of the Grand Primordium domain. Laozi looked at him and said, "Actually, you have other paths to take. The path you chose is a path of no return. That giant god was like this in the past. He died and his Tao dissipated. You can learn from my master." Pengu slaughtered 3,000 chaotic Fian celestials and finally died. The Tao ancestor didn't cause too much trouble. He had probably chosen another path and compromised. From then on, the heavenly Tao stopped moving. An immeasurable calamity appeared every time his strength was about to improve. He couldn't ask Hanju to imitate the Tao ancestor. Times were different from the past. If he lowered his head, the heavenly Tao would not be as simple as stagnant. How many sages would have to be sacrificed to return it to its previous state? In that case, the heavenly Tao might as well be destroyed. Hanju decided to risk it. Compared to the chaotic Will, who was more ruthless? At most, he would make Ancestor Tian Shu use Life of All. Life of All was a Tao destruction mystical power, a destiny mystical power. It sacrificed one's cultivation and providence in exchange for the death of all living beings. It could only be used under a certain heavenly Tao or calamity. The price was that one's cultivation level would decrease by a major realm. Ancestor Tian Shu wasn't a heavenly Tao life form. The entire chaos would be affected when he used this move. This move was basically a life and death struggle with the ninth chaos.